Oh, god damn it. Why am I muted? This is bullshit. God damn it, how did this happen? How do we start the stream off muted? This is ridiculous. Was I muted the whole time? I was just saying nothing? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I'm restarting the song. Oh, I'm mad. Weekending report time. Here we go. Space fans, here we are. A lot to talk about. Buckle up those seatbelts. Shout outs, I guess. Fuck it. Shout outs. Oh no, a hermit horologist, young Chris 123 in the YouTube chat. MST Wash. Close fourth. Mr. Spock also here. Carl Schmidt. Omega Star. Boku. Jet. Max Power. Mark Hamill. Never Under Pressure. Tallycat on Twitch. Green New Deal. Also here. What was I saying? Oh, right. Yes. Many apologies to all of you beautiful people for the lack of streams this week. We did Primary Tuesday, but then no more streams. Wednesday, Thursday. If you're in the Discord, you know why. Because I was busy putting together that beautiful loft bed which you all crowdfunded on Throne. Fantastic way. Head into the weekend here. Unfortunately, that took up an incredible amount of time, a lot of energy, and put me out for the last couple of days. I'm still a little bit sore. Oh, the thing is massive, but sturdy, which is good. Oh my god, you would not believe how many pieces. Must have been like a couple of hundred bolts I had to like put in. Maybe not that many, like 100, maybe more. I don't know. It was a lot. Thing's huge. But super helpful, and so many activities we're gonna be able to do now. It's very exciting. A lot to talk about here tonight, though. Situation Epstein. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, we'll get into it. Don't you worry. What else we got? Inflation, not good. Not looking good. Gas prices down, but other costs up, and does not bode well. We'll get into that. Of course, elections. Next week coming up. The results of these last elections coming into question. Trump still being the most corrupt president in history. Him and his family enriching themselves at an unprecedented pace. Climate science defunded. ICE funded. I don't mean the good kind of ICE. I, of course, mean the one under the purview of the Department of Homeland Security. Belfast Pogroms in Northern Ireland. And the Iran War. Over? Not over? Who's to say? America. Wait. No, we can't do this. We can't do this. How did this happen? Who put this fucking list together? This is unacceptable. This is what I would call unacceptable.
How rude. First, Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy? This great, the Epstein hoax. Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this kid, it's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax.
There he is. Dr. President Jesus Trump. He's a doctor. Look, that's what doctors look like. Dr. President Trump. With his tablet of doctoral commandments. And his followers. Nurses. Those are nurses. Those are nurses. Dr. Trump and his band of nurses. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Very normal. That's a doctor's outfit. That's what doctors look like. Everybody knows that. Everybody's saying it. Now, you know what people are, in fact, saying right now? Americans. They're saying that they think Donald Trump is hiding information on the Epstein files.
What now?
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Yeah, I know, that is shocking. But it's the majority of America. Most Americans believe Trump administration is hiding information about Epstein's clients.
What?
75% of Americans say the federal government is hiding information about Jeffrey Epstein's clients. And only 10% believe the Trump administration has helped efforts to hold Epstein associates accountable. 3 in 4 Americans. Basically, most normal people on the street you run into, they think that Trump is doing some sketchy shit with the Epstein files. Let's just get a little bit more into this. This is Forbes' website. Most Americans believe the Trump administration is hiding information about Epstein's clients. 75% of Americans say the federal government is hiding information about Jeffrey Epstein's clients, and only 10% believe the Trump administration has helped efforts to hold Epstein associates accountable. Doubts about the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein probe spans the political spectrum. 66% of Republicans, 88% of Democrats,
I'm staying in the race.
and 73% of independents say they believe the federal government is hiding information.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. 75% of Americans agree this some shady shiz.
Yes, exactly, Omega. That's a fact. Write that down. Scientific fact.
It's science.
It's science. Thank you for the bits. By the way, I started the Galactic content goal early on Twitch today just so that I keep track. It's easier. Since those goals can just go indefinitely, unlike the stupid YouTube goals that can only go for as long as 3 hours for whatever stupid reason. I decided to just do the goals ahead of time now. It's just easier. Just get them started before I even click live on the stream. The poll found that 84% said the Epstein files showed that powerful people in America are rarely held accountable.
Follow the rich white man.
Poll of 4,531 adults was conducted between June 3rd and June 8th and had a margin of error of 2%. Oh, God. The Trump administration has faced ongoing scrutiny about its handling of the investigation into Epstein. No kidding. All right, yeah. That's all I wanted from this one. I mean, it's just incredible, those numbers. Like, even Republicans are like, yeah, he's doing something fucked up. A group that is basically just unanimous on everything that Trump does is like, yeah, this one, he's fucking this one up. We'll admit that. Look, we're in a cult, but we're not blind. Like, that's how blatant, that is how fucking blatant the Epstein files really are, right? Like, the cult members are like, look, the evidence is overwhelming, okay? If we were to pretend that it wasn't, we would look silly, okay? Why am I wearing this funny hat? I don't have to explain that to you. Now, multiple important people named in the files did closed door what's the word? Not under oath. There's a word for not under oath. Can't think of it right now. But not under oath testimony to Congress. Epstein's former assistant and billionaire Bill Gates
Zuckerbucks.
Let's start here. CNN from... Wait, is this CNN? Yes, this is CNN. I have to reload my stupid list. CNN 3 days ago.
Let's talk about the Epstein hearing, because you just stepped out of that closed-door interview with one of Jeffrey Epstein's longtime assistants. The testimony is coming to a close right now. According to sources, Leslie Groff, the longtime Epstein assistant, she denied knowing about the convicted sex offender's crimes. She did describe him as a master manipulator. You're on the Oversight Committee leading the investigation. You said that you believe Groff was being truthful when she said she did not witness Epstein's sexual behavior with underage girls. Yet, Groff apparently didn't see anything wrong with scheduling Epstein's massages with young women when he was already a registered sex offender. So can you explain why you think she's being honest about knowing of the crimes?
Sure. So she did not witness the sexual activity. She didn't witness it. That's it. That's the only thing I believe that she said truthfully. She tried to deny even knowing Jeffrey Epstein. She said she wouldn't describe that they had a relationship at all. So meanwhile, Jake.
I actually think it's pretty incredible that this woman isn't being dragged, rather than being dragged away by lawyers and whomever the fuck, like, I don't know who the fuck, this woman actually looks like her sister or something, but like, why she's not being dragged away in fucking handcuffs? Like, long ago, like, she's clearly, she's like tangential to the crimes, right? Like, all of these crimes she has been, in one way or another, as the woman managing all of the things that Jeffrey Epstein did for years. Like there's no way she doesn't belong in jail. Also, Jeffrey Epstein, of course, was never convicted in a court. So even if she had, I don't know, say, provided like evidence against him, that's worthless. Right? Like, this woman, like, was there for all of it. Like I've said about his accountant and some of his other very close personal people, like his lawyer, right? Like, there's no way, I'm not saying, like, the lawyers technically have, like, a legal, to some degree. Although if you know the crimes are happening, I think that's technically, I think you'd be disbarred. I don't know if that's a criminal offense. I don't know the law well enough to know about lawyers, but like everybody else doesn't have a fucking out of jail card here, in my opinion. But they all got one. Like, everybody's just walking around in pinstripe suits and fucking, like, like whatever you want to call this. I mean, it's just crazy. I don't understand it. It's like, how is this? How is this woman just walking around? How is Ghislaine Maxwell the only person in jail right now?
Groff's name is in the Epstein file more than Epstein's name is in there. She's in there 157,916 times, and we're only halfway done with the documents. So I do not think her testimony was truthful, except in that one narrow, the massage parlors were like on the fourth floor or third floor of Epstein's, mansion in New York, and
do you see the way that she's clinging to her? It's almost like it's almost like she's like trying to keep her on this plane of existence, or like prevent her from being dragged away to jail. Like, you see, like, it's weird, and I don't know what the relation they look like identical. I have no idea what their fucking relation is here, but like she looks like she's like imagining a jail cell right now.
Groff's office was on the first floor. So I think she's probably telling the truth about that. She did not witness anything. However, she did refer these young... Now, this was at a time when Epstein is a convicted, registered sex offender. She is still referring young women to give massages to Jeffrey Epstein. So So there is complicity there. There's, you know, there's aiding and abetting, you know, the activities of Jeffrey Epstein. So I am not giving her a pass at all.
Okay.
You know, her much of 90% of her testimony was not believable.
So tomorrow, the Oversight Committee is going to hear from billionaire and Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates. His ties to Epstein are well documented in the Justice Department's Epstein files. What do you want to learn from Gates?
So we think, look, there's a number of business connections there. However, there's also a multi-year.
Calicut 132.
Calicut. Enjoy the gifted sub. Thank you, Omega. Very generous of you. Getting us started on the galactic content go very early here tonight. Yeah, let's move on to that Bill Gates testimony. Like he said, I don't think we can really trust much of anything she had to say. I mean, that woman needs to be put under oath and then scrutinized at the very fucking least. And we can't even get that. We got that Epstein, remember that Epstein law that they passed? Meaningless. Completely meaningless. What has it done? What has it done? Gotten us a bunch of, like, 50% redacted files where obvious and horrifying mistakes were made. Victims revealed, co-conspirators covered up. I mean, and mistakes is the wrong word to use. Errors. Is that, I feel like that's closer. Oh, it's bad. It's bad times right now. All right. I kept this clip in here because I found this sort of side comment. As Bill Gates is leaving his testimony, I think a reporter or like a photographer had some sort of comment to Bill Gates here.
Oh, Jesus, Bill, stop being a baby flesh eater. Mr. Gates, what was this toughest question you faced?
Oh, stop being a baby flesh eater, said that guy.
Illegal.
They make me vomit.
As you can see, people have some very, very strong opinions right now about all of this. That's one of the craziest things I've heard said. Directed at one of these Epstein files people. Whoa, hype train incoming. Hype train incoming. Already? How is that possible? That seems very early for a hype train. I'll take it though, I'm getting hypey in here.
Yeah!
Okay. Let's go back to what's that fucking guy's name? Congressman Dan. I can't remember this fucking guy's name.
This investigation that we have had.
But the same guy we just heard from on CNN had more to say after hearing Bill Gates' testimony.
Mr. Garcia, one of the frustrations throughout this investigation that we have had is that the White House, and especially Todd Blanche, who's now the AG nominee, has been interfering or obstructing. Remember, it was Todd Blanche who took Ghislaine Maxwell, the single person who could shed the most light on all the people who were involved in the abuse of these women over these years. And they took her out of a maximum security prison and put her in an easier, more permissive environment. And she continues to refuse to cooperate with the committee or offer any helpful information. So we view Todd Blanche as being a major obstacle in this investigation. With respect to Mr. Gates, we continually press him on the point that his relationship, his multi-year relationship with Jeffrey Epstein began after Mr. Epstein was already a registered sex offender and had been convicted of
So many fucking people in this guy's orbit. You know, regardless of the fact he was convicted, he was a convicted sex offender. They were like, no big deal. No big deal. Just keep hanging out, dude. Or not even just keep hanging out. They're like, let's start hanging out. Sure, I'll work for you.
crimes against women. So this investigation is going to continue. Again, we think that probably, well, many of us think that probably the most helpful thing that Mr. Gates has provided is that he has named a number of individuals who are in key positions during this effort to get into the Gates Foundation and influence
Omega
Mr.
5 Tar
Gates,
just
Gates
cheered
himself.
100 bits. You know who's not in the Epstein files? The Obamas.
Yeah, that's true. I think there was like one mention of like an Obama fundraiser, and that was it. It was about talking about like, I think it was like an email he received for like a fundraiser to like buy like a you know like a whatever, like a $5,000 plate dinner or something like that. I think that's it. I think there's like almost zero mention of the Obamas anywhere in these millions of documents that currently, and you would think if they were in there doing nefarious shit, there were, I don't know, weird photos of the Obamas with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, we'd have seen them already. We right? Republicans, Donald Trump, they would have released those ones. Those wouldn't have been redacted. But Todd Blanche seems to be the next person that Congress would like to speak to regarding the Epstein files, since Pam Bondi said as much, that in her testimony, or that he was in fact the point man on the Epstein files, that she had nothing to do with it, even though she's the same woman to claim to have the Epstein files on her desk a year ago. We are now all being led to believe by Pam that it's all Todd. It's all Todd. So now Congress wants to talk to Todd, and it's just this game of like past the, it's like musical chairs, right? Like it's just a game of musical fucking chairs. Oh, how many chairs are left? That's the question. Hype train completed. It was an early hype. It's a good way to get it started, though. All right, now a bombshell report in the New York Times came out this week detailing the Trump administration's attempt to handle the narrative vis-a-vis Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files. They thought it was so important that it reached such a high level of severity that they held a meeting in the Situation Room.
July 17th, 2025, about a year ago, a chunk of Trump's top officials, who you see listed on your screen, led by the vice president, filed into the White House Situation Room without the commander-in-chief, without President Trump. They were trying to figure out how to regain control over the growing ugly narrative that the Trump administration was, at the very least, complicit in a cover-up for the crimes of now dead pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and other predators in his orbit. 10 days earlier, the Justice Department and FBI had released their nothing to see here memo, saying that their review found no client list of the powerful men to whom Epstein had allegedly trafficked girls, underage, and women. Vice President Vance reportedly told the group, "This is a huge problem." And he argued that all the Epstein files should be released. The report says, quote, Vance
Let's get the files
and
and
also
figure it out.
floated to colleagues an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlists Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator.
You're a moron.
Oh, that is the dumbest. Oh, maybe we can get Tucker Carlson. Here's an idea. Like, of course, this crew. Like, let's be real though about who we're talking about here, because when you think about it, of course, this group of idiots, right? Stephen Chung, Todd Blanche, J.D. Vance, Susie Wiles, Caroline Levitt, Cash Patel, and Pam Bondi, and these other unimportant members of the motley crew here. Of course, these fucking morons are like, you know who can help us with this? Tucker Carlson.
You're a moron.
Who can help us in this trying time? I know, Tucker D. Carlson. Tucker douchebag Carlson. He'll help us.
Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison. It might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been part of any wrongdoing with Epstein. Spoiler alert, Tucker did not get that gig. You will note, however, that the goal here, as stated, seemed to be to get Trump cleared by Maxwell, who is a criminal with questionable credibility, to say the least. The task of the interview ultimately went to then Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who Trump has now nominated to be full-time Attorney General. Cut to August 13th, 2025, the Epstein scandal still raging. A similar Situation Room meeting is convened where the conversation turns to what allegations might be in those files about the president. One official reportedly raised the subject of a disturbing but unverified accusation against Trump that had come to light in case filings unsealed in 2023. And that included emails.
I mean, let's just think about what the Situation Room is actually for, right? Like, this is a fully secure room, right? Like, it's like a locked down, secure room. I think it technically is. Hold on, is it a skiff? Does it count as a skiff? Yeah. Right. Like the Situation was like the highest, was like classified room you can go to. It's like for the most serious, top secret information, right? Like, isn't there? Like, I mean, Wolf Blitzer named his entire show after it, right? Like, oh, this is fucking serious and breaking. Ugh, everybody get in here. Right? Like, except the real Situation Room is very much like a place for classified shit to happen. Nobody can hear about it. Oh, we just gotta get the inner circle in here and discuss this serious situation. Is it nuclear war? Is it impending? Is it like an impending apocalypse? No, it's the goddamn Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Like, it's pretty wild that they're taking this is, I mean, I know it doesn't, like, I mean, with the Trump team, it's like, sometimes I feel like it's hard to parse through it all, But this is telling, right? Like, this is revelatory, right? This shows this level at which they are at least taking it internally, right? Because externally, it's just like incompetence. It's fucking like, who's handling? We don't even know. Is it Todd? Is it Pam? I don't know. But Cash Patel's we can't find him in the fucking. He's unreachable in the FBI. You know, fucking Dan is fucking down in the basement, drunk, and he quits, and you know, like. And now it's starting to become more and more clear that actually these people have been taking this seriously and they just don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Yeah. They're looking at it. They're looking at the situation. They're saying, this is not good. This is bad. Don't have an easy fix to this situation. And the president is always looking over our shoulders. Let's go to the situation room. Because that's the other thing. The fact that they had to go there without the president. It's like... I'm trying to think of a good analogy. Yeah. Although I don't know if kids do this anymore. But like... it's like, you know, you take a cardboard box, a big cardboard box that you can fit into as a child. And you go in there, you hide. It's your fort now, right? And your imagination is all that is holding you back, right? And that's basically what they've done. They found a really big They're like, let's go to the cardboard box, away from the pair, away from Dad. We gotta get away from Dad.
Dad!
Gotta get away from that. Let's go to the cardboard box. Okay, Susie, what do we do? I don't know. Tucker, is that a good idea?
This is ridiculous.
Joining us to discuss more of this is MS Now Washington reporter and The Weekend co-host Jackie Alamany, former Bush and McCain advisor Mark McKinnon, and Danielle Moody, co-host of the Democracy-ish podcast. Jackie, we should note we expect to see the president at any moment for a bill signing, but what's the reaction to this Times reporting there so far?
Yeah, and I expect that the president is going to be asked about this report in real time by reporters who are let into the room for that bill signing. So far, aides and people around Donald Trump have remained pretty mum on the really blockbuster reporting done by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan and released this morning. And we know that...
Am I the only person that whenever I hear the word mum, all I can fucking think about is Galaxy Quest.
Never give up, never surrender.
Mum.
Has lashed out at our fellow colleagues, Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski, and the crew of Morning Joe after they rehashed some of the allegations and some of the reporting that were made on air. And the president then took to Truth Social to launch a series of complaints and criticisms against them. I think an acknowledgement of some of the reporting, as Joe said himself, essentially a potential confirmation of the reporting that the New York Times has released this morning.
Yes, indeed. This was quite the story this week. Internally, the level of severity with which the White House was taking the Epstein files and the narrative. How to craft it. How to get ahead of it. Coming to light. I mean, it's just something else. It really is. And here's the question. Why? Why do it? Why control the narrative if there's nothing to hide? You know, like, why? just follow me here. Like, why would it be important to control the narrative if you're just out here to bring justice, to the perpetrators, right? Just to get out the files, the truth.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Unless I feel like the only reason to do such a thing would be to craft a specific narrative different from what you're actually doing. And that seems weird. That seems weird if you're not doing anything wrong. And maybe in a vacuum, I'd be like, maybe not a big deal, right? Maybe it's not condemning in and of itself, but you add up that with everything else we've seen from the files being on Pam Bundy's desk to it taking like 7 months congressional legislation, and we still have millions of documents, video files, and who knows what else unredacted, unreleased. When you add it all up, and the Pam and Todd now passing blame, Ghislaine getting a sweetheart prison sentence. It's a pile of evidence. It's a real dearth of information. A glut. Rather overwhelming when you add it all up. Kind of a lot when you think about it. Now, people have been... It's not just Bill Gates who's been the target of random comments in public. No. Woman,
is he willing to tell
strong modern woman, single mother, trying to run a business, raise a family? Untraditional, you might say. Non-traditional. Non-traditional mother. Modern woman. Erica Kirk. She's been trying to keep TPUSA alive. The wake of the death of her husband, Charlie. A racist bigot. Who made money saying horrible things on the internet. And, well, unfortunately for her... The TPUSA, not sure what to call it, vibes, atmosphere, ambiance, it's changed. It's no other way to put it. It's changed. Things are different. Charlie's gone. Erica's now there. And things are just, they're a little, I don't know. I don't know what to call it, really. But she's been really, I think, struggling to man the ship, if you will.
So I have to say, bro, one of the weirdest groups in this country is Turning Point USA. And, Turning Point USA, this is like the breeding ground, the training ground for right-wing influencers, obviously launched by Charlie Kirk. But remember, there was a lot of funding from right-wing billionaires for this thing, okay? It's astroturfed. Secular Talk was created by me in my fucking mom's basement back in the day. That's what this is. And, for him, it's no, it was a big money thing from the very beginning. That's what Turning Point USA is. So, obviously, Charlie Kirk is no longer with us. Erica Kirk immediately jumped up to take his spot. They had this Turning Point USA Women's Summit thing where they, basically recruit all these young women who have promised to be right-wing commentators, and they groom them into being hateful, little, disgusting MAGA bigots and idiots. So she was given a speech at this Turning Point USA Women's Summit thing. And by the way, Ashley St. Clair spoke to us about this on Crystal Kylan, friends. Check out that interview. She talks about this whole thing and what it's like going through this process, being initiated into MAGA as a commentator, right? So here's Erica Kirk talking at this event, and she gets a heckler who tells the truth directly to Erica Kirk's face, and watch her bizarre reaction. Here we go.
And it's important to remember that happiness comes and goes. It is so fleeting. But the joy of the Lord.
Her vibe is so weird, bro. Sorry to interrupt so
Joy
quickly.
of the Lord.
The way she talks, the way she acts, the way she looks around, everything seems so fucking...
This is like a boring ass, like a sermon or something at some like new agey church, but like not a good one. Like, you know what I mean? Like some sort of like event, like very far right, like new agey church. Like, especially with the outfit, it feels like a cult. It feels like she's trying to be the leader of a cult. Am I wrong? Like, what is up with this Star Trek outfit that she's fucking wearing right now?
Planned out, choreographed. Like, none of this seems authentic or sincere.
And it's important to remember that happiness comes and goes. It is so fleeting. But the joy of the Lord withstands all.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
I'm sorry, I gotta play this one more time. Look at her face though.
It is so fleeting. But the joy of the Lord withstands all.
Look at her face, bro. Oh, look at her face. Oh.
Look at her, she's so like this. Like I said at the very beginning, this will not work. This will not work. And she's just proving me right over and over again. And this is the coup de grace. Okay? How do I explain this? Charlie made his entire brand on his rhetorical ability, right? He was a horrible guy, and he believed horrible things, and he lied to make arguments. He constantly lied and misrepresented the facts to make arguments. But you know what Charlie didn't fucking do? He didn't start crying on stage because somebody called him a name. Right? Like, that is the problem here. She cannot fill the shoes of Charlie. She has no idea what it is. Like, this is not what people came to Turning Points for. It was for some woman to start crying on stage, right? It was for Charlie to yell at people and call them shitty, call them names, right? Like, Charlie would have come back and called them a name or something, right? She's just like crying and being like, oh, you should find Jesus. You know, like, that is weird. She's like turning it into like a church. She's like, I think she's trying to turn it into a church because she doesn't know how to do the thing that Charlie used to do, right? Like, she is not equipped to do this job. When I saw this clip, I was like, this is it. This is the nail in the coffin for Turning Points. It's done. Like, this is it. I mean, it's the fact that, and this is some fake ass crying. Let's be real. Like, she has been banking off of sympathy for the death of her husband for like the last fucking year. And this is just like a gut. This is like an instinctual reaction to that situation. She's not crying. Why is she? Why? It's like a defense mechanism. You know? It's not politics. This is just sad. It's just sad. Just please leave us alone, Erica. Please. For the love of God. Don't make us look at this stuff anymore. Please. It's painful. Like, whether or not whether or not we like it or not, the fact is people went to Turning Point USA, right? The young male demographic went to Turning Point USA because they saw Charlie Kirk as a defender of them, right? Like, as a guy who could stand up You know, quote unquote. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying here? Like, as a guy who stood up for their fucked up, shitty ideology, right? And made arguments in public, right? And then, like, reposted, like, heavily doctored clips to make him look like he was pwning libs. She's getting pwned by random fucking comments in the middle of speeches. She's just, you know what I'm saying here? Like you cannot be the head of this organization. Just based on the premise of what TPUSA is, this kind of shit has got to be utterly just eroding all of that base. Right? It's got to be almost all gone at this point. None of those guys can be enjoying watching Erica Kirk cry on stage for being called a pedo protector. Right? Like, there's no way. There's no way they're sticking around for this. They want Charlie back. They want Charlie to come back and call, you know, black pilots incompetent and women as subordinate, right? Like, that's what they want to go back to. This is not it. I'm not saying that was a good thing. I'm just saying that's what they went to Turning Points for originally. Not for these weird sermons on the Mount from Erica. More and more, a lot of young people are turning to one guy.
The muscular class.
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Piker.
What do you have to say? Do you think Republicans are terrorists?
Yeah. So awesome. We are officially a third world country with a Gucci belt.
I want you to say hello to all of the Fox interns that are watching this right now.
Hi, everybody.
What do you think Randy Fine needs to do?
I think he needs to get on this.
Do you confirm or deny that America deserved Pearl Harbor?
I can't believe it. With friends like these, why would I ever need Fox News?
Joining me today in studio is alleged domestic terrorist, Antifa president Hassan Piker. I don't even know where to begin. How are you?
I'm a little tired.
I bet.
I'm a little frazzled, a little worried. Not for my own safety necessarily, but, you know, a little worried for the future of this country, future of many other Western liberal democracies. But you know, we're hanging in there.
Well, I have to say, you have given Fox News, because they don't want to talk about Western democracies in the future of, you have given them a lot of fodder. And they're really slow learners because you've been.
Oh, sorry, Ducky. I didn't see you get auto modded. I gotta get used to my new situation over here. For anybody who's just turning in or not in the Discord, I've been rearranging some things. I gotta move some stuff around here. This is not, I can't quite make out. Maybe if I just edge this slightly out. It's getting blocked out by this. Maybe if I move this. Does that help? That kind of does help a little bit. Whoops.
You've been around forever, but they've just now discovered you. And here's a hypercut of them talking about you.
Oh, hell yeah.
The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hassan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
Communist left influencers declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth. Brett, good evening. Hassan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hassan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hassan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hassan Piker insults just about everyone. If you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hassan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Hassan
What do you
Parker.
have to say? Do you think Republicans are terrorists?
Yeah. Awesome. It's so awesome when they post my highlights.
Do you love it?
Yeah.
That was a great reel. I'm not gonna lie. I had to add in the sound effects. I'm worried about the. Probably still get hit. But it's such a great. It really is such a great montage. Who is that scary? Oh God. Oh, Hassan Piker, a communist.
China. Corporate communism.
It's that one, and then everyone always is like shocked about some of my other more controversial statements about Israel versus Hamas, and they'll always bring it up to me like as a gotcha, and I'm like, oh, I love having this conversation. Let's have this conversation right now. And then they're even more shocked, and they're like, why does he keep doubling down on this? Like, I think someone out there thinks that they're going to be the one guy that gets me to go back on that statement, to be like, oh, I'm so sorry I said this. Is like, why would I? It's just objectively.
Yeah, it is fascinating to me. And somebody did this to me in real life recently. And it was kind of similar. And it's fascinating that people think that you like never been challenged. They're gonna be the first person to like mention something to you. Like, are you sure, Hassan? What about the time Hassan said that America deserved a 9/11? What about that? Have you thought about that?
Like, don't dismiss the idea, tell me why it's wrong.
So today, Donald Trump, who all of his followers are very concerned about Sharia law. And so he posts this on Live Social this morning, and I wanted to get your take on it. The fake news media refuses to report how effective the U.S. naval blockade is.
Sorry, Jennifer Welch is great, but her Trump impression is terrible. The fake news media refuses to report how, all caps, effective the U.S. naval blockade is. The most successful blockade in the history of naval warfare. Nothing gets through, all caps, unless we want it to. Back to all caps. It is a steel wall, exclamation point. Iran is doing zero, all caps, business. Not paying their military or any of their bills. And quickly becoming a, all caps, failed nation! Exclamation point. Lots of oil is getting out. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. Inshallah.
Yeah. Donald Trump has seen the light of Allah. I think he's converted to Islam. MashaAllah to Donald Trump. I have it on good authority that he said the Shahada. And that's, we'll see where this goes. He saw Zoran shine. He saw how much people like Zoran in New York and was like, maybe I need a piece of this Allah thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? I mean, this asshole was at Madison Square Garden, created tremendous security theater, ruined the experience for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Okay, I just figured we would hit just a couple minutes there of that I've had it discussion with Hassan, who's going gray faster and faster. Look at the hair. Boy, oh boy.
I'm staying in the race.
Basically an old man now. Still incredibly relevant, politically speaking. Going on for a long 1 hour interview with Jennifer, getting into all sorts of stuff. You don't have time for it all, I'm afraid. But since we were just talking about California's best boy, Hassan Piker, we should talk about California's election a little bit. Because, of course, earlier this week, Donald Trump was making a lot of claims about the election in California. Things like, it was rigged. It was rigged.
Illegal.
And Democrats stole it. Nasty, nasty Democrats. Stealing the election.
David Dayen, ladies and gentlemen.
There he is.
thanks so much for joining us today.
Having me, as always.
We anticipated this news from LA about the.
You got that for me in there.
Yes, and we want to bring somebody in who is actually from LA,
right,
to establish that there isn't some grand conspiracy going on.
You brought the jet.
Exactly.
You let me come in on the Majority Report branded jet.
Right, the Hyperloop that we had built directly under the studio, directly.
Well, that's how we were able to pay you for burning all those ballots for Spencer Pratt.
Right, I'm
you know,
having a
we
great
can't
time
give you a
in
check.
the Glendale post office, just burning ballots away.
There you go.
Got all the
sweat off you. This is. Let's just start with. This is the way that elections go in California. Right? I mean, why is that? Because there's so many people?
Well, I mean, we should say that because you're seeing this conspiracizing, there actually is a pretty good reason to speed up. I mean, I think it is getting to be a little bit ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, but why is it so slow?
I mean,
just because people in California are very laid back.
There are two main reasons. One is in California, all you have to do is postmark your ballot by Election Day, and if you turn it in, then if it arrives as much as 7 days after Election Day. So ballots that arrive today at the various vote counting stations will be counted.
I mean, I don't think you can postmark and then turn it in. Like the post office turns it in, right? Am I wrong about this? Because postmarks are like an official post office tool, right? And you can't like have something, you can't like, can you postmark this and then like walk it in, can you? Yeah, no, yeah. Postmark is literally the notation stamped onto an envelope or package that denotes the time, date, and place under which the package was placed into the post office's possession. So I'm pretty sure it's all just because of geography, isn't it? It just takes time to like, get them all to like make sure you've got all the ballots. I think 7 days is too long though, because you'll notice like the last couple days, like I think 5 would be enough, right? But they give it like almost. I think it's more. It might be. It's like, is it 7? It's 7. I think it's 7. I think 5 would be plenty. Right? Last couple of days, we really didn't see a ton of movement in the votes. Didn't see as much as I would have liked. Actually, we on at least one race, we didn't actually get as far as I thought we would. Didn't get nearly as many votes as I thought we would get in those last 48 hours. But I'm pretty sure once it's been postmarked, that you aren't the one turning it in. It's the fucking post office.
So
the election's not over, really, in many respects.
If it's a close election, you can't really say. You don't know how many are going to show up today.
Right.
So there aren't. So that's number one, and number two, which I actually think is more important, is an actual fraud protection measure. So in California, unlike some other states that do all vote by mail, they do signature matching. So you sign the envelope that you turn in with your ballot in it, and that is checked against a signature.
Ballot is
checked against a signature that's on file in the county elections office.
Why wouldn't Republicans be over the moon about this?
That's what I think is so funny about it, because like literally the reason it's slow is a fraud protection measure.
And it's a way to protect against that stuff without disenfranchising so many people. That's what the Republicans don't like about it.
Right.
I mean, the fact is that Republicans just needed to ignore reality to be able to fearmonger about Democrats rigging the elections, because they inherently know that as things go, with metropolitan areas continuing to grow, right, that even with all the gerrymandering that they've done, at some point it's just going to be superfluous, right? And that they are inherently dependent upon minoritarian rule And so they just have to have a boogeyman in the elections at this point. They've accepted this fact. Trump made this a reality when he first started making election claims. Right? I can't remember the first. Did he? No, he didn't claim election fraud in 2016, did he? I can't remember. Because he won. I can't remember, but I feel like he didn't. But at least, like in 2020, at the very least, that certainly brought it into the ethos with Republicans. I think they've just fully accepted it now. Like you have Mike Johnson, like puppeting the exact same talking points that Donald Trump has been saying on these elections in California that he has no business getting involved in. He's from Louisiana, and regardless of whether or not he's Speaker of the House, it's a state-run election. He's making the same sort of, spurious claims. I would point out just to the press, which I feel like is actionable in court, but I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
For things like voter ID, when, say, you don't have a driver's license, or using your passport when half the country does.
I guess the problem is like, who is the crime against, right? Like in the case of like Dominion or what's the other one? Oh my God, my brain just broke. Like I can like vaguely, it's like two like words that are like a. Oh, it's like, but I think one of them's like cut in half. What you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like, I mean, with the voting machine stuff, there's like an actual plaintiff. Who's the plaintiff in this case? It would just be like, I guess, state of California.
Have one so that they could narrow the pool of voters.
Right. And what is the typical? Do you know what is the typical percentage of an election's ballots that come in and are legit? In terms of a postmark, 7 days out.
Not enough to necessitate, in my view, how late the count is. Okay. I mean, it's probably about 0.5% of all ballots coming in. There used to be a 3-day limit, so they'd have to come in 3 days after Election Day, and they moved it to 7, and the difference between those two was about 0.5 percentage point of the vote, which could matter in a very close race, but not in most races.
And it's you got to make a choice. I mean, you could make it 14 days out, I guess, right. And but
yeah, it's arbitrary, but it's just fascinating how Republicans are upset that it takes long because California is taking election security seriously, but they refuse to admit that part of it. They're like, oh, this is nefarious. They're nefariously checking the ballots. They're doing something. They're changing them. Like that's basically what they're trying to insinuate without saying it. But these people hate democracy. They're trying to undermine it constantly. I just realized my chat froze. Why is my chat frozen? There we go. There we go, it's fixed. That was weird. All right, we are an hour into the stream. Just a reminder to everybody, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, please. Really helps us out here, galactically speaking. Also, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you. We got Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Multiple goals, of course, to complete. Content goal, galactic deficit goal. You could contribute to 2 goals at once with things like Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon donations. In the world of elections, staying on the elections. Oh, actually, before we move on from this, because this is important, I take it back. There's 2 other little clips in here I want to do from this Majority Report clip.
which of course we know is really just some type of like fake vote mill, right?
On the Warner Brothers studios.
Yeah, this is right. This is where this
It's
is.
the same place where the moon landing.
That exactly.
It's
Go ahead.
actually same studio.
Beat me to it.
Check this out. What you are looking at is workers inside the ballot processing center of Los Angeles County, the largest election jurisdiction in the United States of America. And I came here really to show my respect, honestly, to these workers who are allowing us to do our civic duty. Donald Trump is sowing the seeds of misinformation and disinformation about the ballot counting process here. And what you're witnessing, what I'm watching happen transparently and in real time, is a painstaking, slow, and deliberate process designed, look, right here, to make sure that ballots that have been cast in this election here in Los Angeles and throughout California are counted fairly and accurately, and that every single one of them is verified so that the results are correct. Look who I ran into, but Dean Logan, the Registrar Recorder of Los Angeles. Curious what you think about what the President of the United States is saying about what the workers in this ballot processing center are doing.
Well, I think unfortunately the message that's coming from the President is one that's about the outcome of the election rather than the process of the election. And I think people who come here to our ballot processing center and see the process leave with a better understanding of how that process works.
There are cameras recording everything, is that right?
Yep, there are cameras recording. It's live streamed. Where we're standing right now is an open observer loop. Anybody can come and walk through here and watch the process, and people do on a day-to-day basis.
And what about bipartisan election observers? Republicans and Democrats are both just allowed to come and observe, right?
And anyone is allowed to come and observe. So it's not partisan. It's open. It's publicly available.
If any of the candidates, no matter who they are, have a question or a problem or an accusation about how the votes are being counted, they can walk in here and watch this process themselves, right?
Absolutely, and several of them have. I mean, that's why we're here. They can come and watch the process, and we can explain exactly what's happening here.
Out of curiosity, has Pratt been in here?
I don't believe he has been here yet. There have been people.
If these guys think that the votes are that they're being stolen, why aren't they here? It's weird, right? It's weird. You would think that if you had legitimate concerns and not fake ones, right? Just sort of bullshit, fear-mongering, I guess. Just like, you know, like if you're not just like narrative building on social media, you know, and trying to like massage your own ego after this loss, like, right? Like, why aren't you here? Right? If you think that you truly won, you think you'd be fucking camped out in this fucking place. You think you'd be right? You think you'd be like on camera right now, being like, they're stealing the votes. I'm seeing you with my own eyes. But it's all bullshit. The fact is the Democratic establishment wants nothing to do with this. To prove it, let's go here to the great Harry Emden. Yes, we're still within the same majority report clip. I just got to make this quick.
Democratic establishment and Karen Bass wanted Spencer Pratt in the runoff. They don't want any part to do with Nithya Raman. Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, mayor runoff polls, Bass versus opponent versus Pratt. Bass would have crushed Pratt by 18 points. That's what the polling showed. Look at how she does against Nithya Raman on the other hand. Raman is ahead by 4 points. Bass has a real race on her hand if in fact Raman is the one who advances. And of course the Democratic establishment is backing Karen Bass, but versus Spencer Pratt, she was crushing him. She wanted to face Pratt. She wanted nothing to do with Raman. That's why these conspiracy theories simply put make no sense, people.
When we talk about
Look how confused Harry looks. Oh my god, Harry looks so, he's like, I don't understand. Why are people so stupid? No one knows, Harry. No one knows. The tale is old as time. You should know that reference. Yep. Yep, where is it? No. Is it? Wait. No. Where is Holy Toledo? Can't remember. Ah. Wait. Ah. No.
Holy Toledo!
Why is the opening credits up playing? Holy Toledo and Oh Canada are the same color.
Holy Toledo!
Are they the same color? It's easy to get confused. All right. More in the world of elections. Donald Trump made a endorsement in the main Senate general race. You'll be shocked to find out who the president supports.
You mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate
She does
re-election?
because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along well, but I have some. But she's a sane person, and she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's like had 10,000 votes.
A trillion votes.
10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. You know, look, she's a sane woman, and she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me, but this guy is a thug.
Oh, he's a thug.
He's a fake thug. He's
a fake thug.
I mean,
wait. He starts off, he says, he's a thug. He's a fake thug. He's a phony. He's a phony. He seems like he's actually not a thug, though. And see, it's tricky. He's a thug, actually not a thug. Fake thug. Not as good as a real thug.
he's a fake thug. He's a phony. I made a lot of money picking out phonies. He's a real phony. He's bad.
Have you ever read The Catcher in the Rye? He's like all of those people in The Catcher in the Rye. Phonies. He's a phony.
I made a lot of money.
I'm like Holden Caulfield.
Phonies. He's a real phony. He's bad. He's a bad person. He's just an outright pig. He's like a pig. I watched him a couple of times. He's like a pig. That's what he reminds me of. You know, I come up with good names for people.
I come with the greatest names.
Stick him with that one, although I think pigs would be very upset about it.
It'd be unfair to
It's
pigs.
just a terrible thing. I mean, I watch it happening. It's
unfair to pigs. I would call him a pig, but that would be mean to pigs. A fake thug, phony thug pig. I would love for him to describe what he means by those, because those terms could mean all sorts of stuff. I would love for the president to relay to us what exactly all of that means. What is a thug and a pig? Oh, what does a pig do? Oh, what kind of a man is a pig? What kind of a man could be so low as to be compared to a pig, or even lower than a pig? Oh, God, I'm trying to think of what kind of thing or things a person could do, Mr. President, if you could be more specific. Because the fact is he most certainly cannot get more specific about any of this stuff. Right? Because I think we all know what he's trying to allude to, but because of who Trump is, who's an actually terrible guy, who's been, like, convicted in a civil court for crimes against women, right? And still civilly liable for millions. And he still hasn't paid E.G. Carroll a red scent that I'm aware of. He's got nothing. He's got fucking nothing. Because that's what he's going for, right? He's trying to stay on the media. He's aware of what the narrative is right now against it. He's like, he is a thug and a pig. I won't get more specific than that, but we all know he's bad. Sure, he's not covering up the Epstein files. Wasn't best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, but he is a pig. Very nasty guy. It's not just the president with strong feelings about Graham Plattner. No. The news media. The whole thing. Well, the center-right, I would call it. The center-right news media is actually, I mean, from center-left to right, to like all the way far right. Really, a lot of people are going after Graham. It's been a fascinating journey for me to watch. Because let's not forget, Graham Plattner has been running for a year. I believe he announced his campaign over a year ago.
I can just tell you, there is nothing out there that is going to be, will run counter to any of the stories that I've talked about openly this entire campaign.
All right, pause it right there. I just want to just step in here. First off, I love the intensity of Mika's look.
What could Mika possibly be imagining? Look at her searing eyes. What is going on behind those peepers?
Don't be creepy.
She is thinking, well, are there dick pics? A lot of folks were saying that if somehow Graham Plattner manages to get under 60% of the vote, that is going to be a real tell that there's a serious issue in Maine. I don't know that I would have agreed with that, but that was their own baseline for how they were going to agitate to drive Graham Plattner out of the race in the general election. That did not happen. As it stands now, and I don't know, was that was from last night?
This is 13% in.
Yeah. With right now, and you know, we don't have vote complete tallies, but there's about 90% of the votes in, and Graham Plattner is at 72%. Janet Mills is at 19%. And David Costello is at %.
Graham finished with 72% last time I looked. I mean, utterly blasted Janet Mills and David Costello out of the fucking water. Okay? And like I was saying, like Graham Plattner, he announced his campaign like well over a year ago. Tattoogate happened 9 months ago. I know it doesn't feel like that long ago, but it was back in it was like late September, early October, I think, of last year, right? The primary just happened last week, right? The election happened last week. There was 9 months for somebody to put forward a better candidate than Janet Mills and or David Costello. And unfortunately, nobody did that. People did list a number of issues and red flags with the guy. And I also noticed some of them as well. But his policies seem to be the very best policies being proposed in this race. And I did feel that some of this was a little bit dubious. As most people know, I was a little skeptical about some of these claims. That some of it just didn't line up for me. And what is lining up is that mostly the people who I do not like or do not respect politically are all getting together and going after Graham Plattner. And some of them are getting really weird with it. Like a woman who just got back, well, not just, but like, last year, just got back from Mar-a-Lago, dining with the pedo-in-chief.
Asked this question by Chris Hayes about the issue of, is there more out there? What else could be out there that might be revealed during the campaign? And you deflected, said, among other things, this is between you and your wife. It was understandable to a limit because for Maine voters in a general election, the question is, what is out there? What is not in your possession that you sent to others who may have in their possession? How many concerning pictures and or text messages are in the possession of other people that could be used against you? And I'd like to know if there are pictures, concerning pictures.
I want to know concerning pictures.
I will just say that the nature of Amy.
Oh my God, Mika is so out of touch. It's wild. It's insane. She doesn't even understand. Like, she can't even conceive of people consensually sending each other nudes. She's like, I want to know about the pictures concerning pictures. She makes it sound like it's screenshots of nudes, not regular nudes. She's like, tell me about the pictures about the pictures. Hold on.
If there are pictures concerning pictures.
Pictures concerning pictures. Or does she mean when she says, maybe she's saying concerning, problematic, of his penis. Is that what she's saying? Oh, I think that's what she's saying.
I will just say that the nature of Amy and I's relationship has been blown, I would say, totally out of proportion. Early in our marriage, we had some struggles, and we worked through them because that's what you do when you're in love with somebody. And it made our marriage much stronger, made us, frankly, a much happier and communicative couple. I was single for the majority of my adult life. I was in my 20s and 30s and I dated, and that's in the modern age. That's what happens. You date people and you use dating apps and you do all this stuff. And frankly, that all happened long before I got married and happened long before I decided to run for the United States Senate. I can just tell you, there is nothing out there that is going to will run counter to any of the stories that I've talked about openly this entire campaign.
All right, pause it right there. I just want to just step in here. First off, I love the intensity of Mika's look.
Yes.
When she is thinking, well, are there dick pics? I mean, that's what this is about. I mean, let's just be clear. There are people who are concerned that and it sounds to me, just from his answer, like, I did all the stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I think Mika and I are similar age. She may be a little bit younger than me.
She's old.
And I can tell you that, prior to the...
I think, I don't know exactly how, I think he's 56 or something like that. Mika is 60 years old, I think. She's 59. She is 59, married to her Republican husband, Morning Joe Scarborough, who's 63. How old is Sam?
That I got married back, and I got married in 2004 or something like that. There was no, we couldn't even send pictures on our phones. And it just wasn't a thing. And then after I got divorced, 20 years later.
Sam is 59. He keeps getting older. Sam, stop getting older. Stop that. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. No, I had something I could think about was how old Sam is getting. There was something I was going to say. It was relevant, I swear to God, but all I could think about is how old Sam is. God damn it, Sam.
Our phones.
Right. That.
And it just wasn't a thing.
Exactly. There's an entire generation of people who have, like, married, who are either married or, like, whose significant other was met on some dating app. Right? Maybe on Tinder, maybe it was Bumble, maybe it was Hinge, maybe it was, any of the other myriad fucking apps that exist, right? Because there's one for every goddamn, like, weird, like, preference. Like, I need to marry somebody who's Christian. I need to marry somebody who's Jewish, right? Like just be normal. Like, don't do that. But I always find that weird. I've always found the, like, exclusive dating apps for, like, the religiously inclined to be a little bit weird. But, do your thing. It's fine. It's fine. You do whatever you're doing up there. But like, there's an entire generation, like millions of people. It's like, Mika seems to think that this is breaking news. A bunch of people seem to think this is breaking news. But especially Mika. I mean, you can see it on her face. Like, she was, look at her. Look at Mika. Wait. Mika. No, Mika. Oh, God, look at Mika. Oh, my God. She can't believe. She's just thinking about his penis. He has a penis.
Is that it's all indicative of what he had already said in general terms. I was drunk. I was angry. I was a bad person in some of my interpersonal relationships. All of that. But there is this pathological desire by the establishment.
Well, the truth is, a lot of them don't like him for different reasons, but they can't really talk about those things. Exactly. But continue.
I can just tell you, there is nothing out there that is going to will run counter to any of the stories that I've talked about openly this entire campaign. And I know everyone continues to be like, oh, what else is coming? Ironically,
right.
The whole what else is coming has essentially been the same thing the whole time, which is I've been very open about the fact that I struggled, very open about the fact that I had a long litany of failed relationships for years because I myself was not in a good place. And then every now and again, we will have a media outlet or a politically motivated attack come up and try to drag it all up. But it's all very much within the exact same story that I've told this entire time.
Okay, so you say there's nothing out there that could be concerning. And this may seem a little bit rich.
There's nothing out there. I just want to make this clear. There's nothing out there that's
concerning is an incredibly fucking subjective word. What the hell is concerning? Oh, concerning. What does that even mean? Mika won't even name what she's concerned about. She's like, oh, the kids, very good, and nothing concerning. Please, alleviate me of my concerns. But she won't say what the concerns are.
Concerning. People will make everything seem very concerning because that's what people do in politics. But, I think the thing about all of this is what I find to be kind of most curious is this is what everyone wants to make the campaign about. So we do not talk about the struggles of working Mainers. We do not talk about the fact that I know someone in my hometown here who works 3 jobs and pays over 60% of her monthly income in rent. I think that matters a lot more than the details of my relationship before I ran for United States Senate. That's just me.
Okay, so then let me ask you this way. Can you just talk about the nature of the sexting in terms of can you call for the release of the Epstein files?
All right, pause it. Now, you really need to listen to this now, okay?
God. This is like some Hunter Biden laptop level bullshit. It is incredible. What the actual fuck? And I just want to make it clear. Like, I understand everybody's concerns. Okay, we've gone over them a bunch. I feel like most people know where I come at from this. Like, I just think, like, him being a secret Nazi, it's too far. But there's absolutely no reason for people not to be skeptical. And, like, we should be skeptical of all of our leaders. That's the whole point, kinda, of all of this, right? It's like, regardless of what letters in front of their name, we should be skeptical of them, right? That we've been disappointed time and time again, but, like, we have to be as proactive about this stuff as we can, right? Like, when we have concerns, we need to be, like, putting forward alternatives and not just tearing down the candidates themselves, right? Like, rather than destructive during the primary process, we need to be constructive, right? We have to be like, okay, like, look, Graham Plattner sucks for these reasons. I think this candidate is better, right? Now, I think nobody here is going to make the argument for Janet Mills. I'm just saying, like, at some point within the last year, we should have had that happening. We didn't in this case. And Graham had a very strong fucking ground game. Talked to, like, literally everybody in Maine, it seems like. And the votes show it. And like, fact is no matter how optimistic I am about, like, I look at my list, right? Like, I look at my spreadsheet of all these candidates that I've supported in the last, like, couple months, and I say to myself, I have no guarantee that any of these people will do the things that they say they're going to do. And the people in their districts, and, like, broadly speaking, all of us need to hold our representatives accountable to the things that they promised, right? Like, we can't forget. Like, that's the whole point of, like, that's part of why staying focused in the primaries is important, because, like, one, you get to vote on who you think is the best, but two, you also, hopefully, like, you will have some framework on what that person fucking ran on. So when it comes time, you know, if they do in fact win and they go to Congress, you can be like, okay, I remember what this person, they ran on Medicare for all, they ran on single, whatever, right? They ran on fucking end the wars, and now they're voting for this. What in the fuck is going on, right? In the House, you can get those people out within 2 years. And if you can be consistent about pushing people out, like, because the Tea Party movement, it took a little while for them to actually take a hold. It wasn't instantaneous. It feels like it was, but it took like a decade for them to really morph the Republican Party into what it is today, right? And I think we can, like I've been saying, I think we can do the fucking same thing, but in a good way, right? And, you know, it's my naive optimism and hope for electoral politics to win the day, sanity, because the alternative gets pretty messy pretty quick. And I just, you know, we still technically have semblance of a democracy. I'm still rooting for things to go well. You know, in the middle of a midterm, I'm going to talk about the midterms and try and be as pragmatic as possible, you know, and hope for our government to actually do something, for the love of God. Because at some point, when the government shows that it's ineffective, we all know what happens. States collapse, right? It's happened in history, right? And you have to have a government that's, like, at least moderately effective. And the United States is a large empire. It's got a lot of military base. It's got a lot of responsibilities. But back here at home, the U.S. government's not taking care of those responsibilities. Meanwhile, it's waging wars endlessly, you know, like... I've been trying to support candidates that are about that life, restoring what the Trump administration has destroyed and going much further than that, right? Not just restoring the status quo. The status quo sucked, right? Like right? Like Luigi Mangione happened before Trump. Free Luigi! You know, like, we all know. Like, that's why Biden lost, is because people were like, no, what are you talking about? The status quo is trash. So we need people in there who are going to disrupt it, and in a good way. Not to deregulate it and let insurance companies and whomever, like, run wild and, you know, like oil companies ravage the environment. Do the opposite of all of that stuff. Regulate. Regulate, improve society. Not profits, and just society. Profit should be a secondary thought. I'm not saying people can't want and or seek profits, but the state should not be there to ensure the profits of the biggest companies. That's silly. That's it's not even the free market that they all claim, but that is absolutely the world we have, right? Because all these companies, they use the law, they use regulations to protect themselves. They insulate themselves in the law. But then they want freedom from the law when it comes to their business practices. You know, when it comes to cleaning up after themselves. Sick of that. Sick and tired. It's enough.
That's too much, man!
How are we doing on time? We're doing pretty good. Not bad. Could be worse. All right. Oh, a couple of people you know were under fire by Fox News over their takes on Graham Plattner, Crystal Ball, and Kyle Kalinski's. I just said Kyle Kalinski's, didn't I? That Kyle's Kalinski's and that Crystal's Balls.
All right, y'all. So the other day we talked about how Fox News came after yours truly. Was it on the 5? I think it was on the 5. And I can't even remember what it was about. That's how much my brain has turned into oatmeal over the years. But I seem to recall they didn't really mention me by name. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. It was just a little clip of me saying that Republicans are total psychopaths and that 32% of this country is gone mentally.
Oh, that's rude.
How rude.
How could you, Kyle? How dare you impugn the honor of the Fox News viewer?
So, you know, I've been out here saying now, for the love of God, say my name, bitches. Say Kyle Kalinske, say Secular Talk, say something. What? Also, I'm sour over the fact that my boy Hassan made it on the White House leftist lunacy page. You have, I don't know if Jennifer Welch made it, actually, although she's usually public enemy number 1 of MAGA.
You know, I listened to this at 2x like 2 days ago. This is much funnier listening to it at this speed. At 2x, Kyle is much less salty about this. At normal speed, you see what I'm saying. Oh, God. Look, Kyle, you're like the original like political YouTuber. It's like you and Sam. It's like you and Sam, okay? We can't all have everything, okay? You got this fancy suit, the fancy bookcase. I mean, come on. We can't all. And let's be real. I mean, come on. Wanting to be attacked by Fox News is a weird thing to begin with, right? It's like a weird desire. It's like, oh man, I wasn't attacked on national television. That ruins my week.
You also have like Don Lemon made it on there, Rachel Maddow made it on there, even fucking Joe Scarborough, who's a Republican, made it on the leftist lunacy White House page. And I'm looking at it going, what do I have to do? What do I have to say? If you motherfuckers watch this show on a regular basis, you would know
yes.
I'm the one, man. I'm your enemy.
No, you're right.
Come to Papa, right?
Look.
So, but
don't get me wrong. I agree with Kyle. He should be on the list. It's just funny that he's taking it so personal. He's got a whole list of people who Fox has gone after, apparently. And he's like, dude, what exactly is their beef? What do I have to say? I have called Donald Trump the R-wordest PDF criminal president, Orange Cheeto man. Cyclone Cheeto. Every single day for the last fucking year and a half. What in the fuck? What in the fuck is going on here?
The win? What the fuck is going on?
Thankfully, Fox News yet again decided knives out for your boy. But gotta say, I just watched it yesterday. It's kind of weak sauce. You're going to see here it's kind of weak sauce. They're talking about Graham Plattner. They're trying to hypocrisy burn us. Not only are they coming after me, they go after Ro Khanna, but they also go after Crystal. Okay, so shout out to whoever reached out on Kyle and Corin. They super chatted on Kyle and Corin, and they said, hey man, Will Cain came after you on Fox News, but I posted it on the Kyle Klinsky Reddit, so go watch it over there and respond to it. Well, here we go. We're going to do exactly that. Let's listen.
Not enough to be considered believable by the left. You're seeing the response from liberal commentators like Crystal Ball on X.
Still at this late date, they don't understand the difference between a leftist and a liberal. They're so out of touch. They're so not plugged in. They're so mentally in a previous generation that they just, they call Crystal a liberal and they call me a liberal. Let's keep going.
She wrote, the New York Times published uncorroborated accusations against Graham Plattner of unsettling and toxic behavior that came from a heritage staffer who previously worked for a conservative organization that backs Collins. Progressive commentator Kyle.
By the way, what? She's spitting, bro. You can't just read it and leave it as is. Everybody's going to go, yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah. Oh, look, and there's Kyle. The New York Times is basically campaign. I'll let him say it for himself.
What is this? All right, let's keep going.
Zelensky said, the New York Times is basically campaigning for Collins.
I would point out that they did say his name. They did say his name and put his name and picture. I think that's his LinkedIn profile. I don't know, the X. I think it's his X profile. They did say it. They did say your name, Kyle.
Zelensky said, the New York Times is basically campaigning for Collins at this point. They're a complete disgrace. Cancel your subscriptions to that rag. And apparently for some...
Bro, they're just running our greatest hits.
It's fascinating. I mean, the right-wing media has really been coming after the online left lately. It's been fascinating to watch because they've basically ignored us for a very long time. As if, we just don't exist. They still lump us in with liberals, and, for now, I guess that's fine. Where is this clip? Was it on this next majority? I can't remember. I'm looking back. Maybe it's this one. I forgot I had two of these. Is this it? I think this is it. No, wait. No, this isn't it. Wait, fuck. What? Where is this clip? What is going on? There's this leaked audio from the organization this woman was a part is a part of, the one who has made this accusation against Graham, who is apparently a former Collins supporter, I guess, or like staffer or something. Well, it's not clear. I can't remember exactly what her relation was to Collins now, but there's this fucking clip. I lost it. It's not in this one either. What did I watch it and not save it to my list? Now I have no idea where this is. Wow. Huh. How did I do this? I'm totally screwing this up. Oh my god, that was loud as fuck. I just stepped on a can. The one and only can on the floor. I stepped on it. Good job, me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Look, nobody's perfect. Okay, I'm making mistakes over here. I lost a clip. Look, it happens to the best of us, okay? Sometimes I'm going through these clips really quickly. Today was rough because I had so many clips. I had to wheedle down like 160 clips to a manageable portion. I don't even know if this is manageable the more I'm going through this. This is certainly slowing me up. Yeah, whatever.
Kellyanne Conway's still around.
Yeah.
I had no idea. You remember her from the first Trump administration? Then there was that messy breakup with her husband, who was also a conservative commentator at the time, or I should say lawyer.
Who's now a Democrat.
Who's now a Democrat. But she's still back out there trying to stay relevant. Here she is on Fox News. Basically, look, they are so desperate. They are so scared of Graham Plattner. It is fascinating to me. And we are seeing this transpartisanship. We are seeing.
I want to say thank you. I got 2 donos on Cash App. Keep meaning to mention it. One person went anonymous, called them T. Simply one word. Cast. I don't know what that means. And Cthulhu, because socialism. Thank you, both of you, for the generous donations. 15 bones. Gotta add it to the galactic deficit goal. Making progress. Making slow progress over here.
The, what would you call this? You know, the U-shaped theory?
Horseshoe theory, yeah.
The horseshoe theory. This is sort of like the, I don't know what shape it is, but where the moderate Democrats and the right meet is on Graham Plattner, it seems to me.
Yeah, I don't normally cite the New York Times, but they had an interesting piece in 2018 by David Adler. Centrists are the most hostile to democracy, not streamist, which is an interesting read. People might be a little bit provoked by it, but I would go check that out. I think about it quite a lot.
But they are so afraid of Graham Plattner. They are desperate to find anything that they can say about him. You know, this is the same thing that with Mamdani, where you have, Jillian Michaels and these other right-wingers saying, like, it's Sharia law in New York City. You can barely go around now in your shorts.
But Mamdani doesn't look like a Fox News viewer.
Right.
Which is
makes it easy. Exactly.
Here.
This is what makes them panic a little bit.
He's what Tucker wishes he was.
How are we going to say that, like, he's a fembot?
Yeah.
But this is the best they came up with in response to his win. Time will tell, but I still find it fascinating that all this stuff came out before the primary, when it was clear Mills was not going to win. She didn't even want to, by the end, it didn't even look like she was interested in doing any of this. It's as if the Republicans were hoping maybe we can get them to just not nominate this guy.
Empty the clip now.
in this country of 335 million Americans. Sean, also, what was conspicuous by his absence? Where's his wife? Where's mom? Where's dad? Where are any siblings? Where are any friends? He's got people who are women who are making fools of themselves, to be frank, and you can quote me, ladies, holding up signs. No.
Where is mom? Where is dad? Huh? What does that even mean? Where is mom and dad? He's a 40-year-old man. I mean, I'm younger than Graham Plattner, and my dad's been dead for like 15 years. Like, I mean, I don't know if his parents are alive, but it's like, it's just weird. There's like, where are his parents? She almost sounds like a Karen in her neighborhood who's like a child of color, like on a, on like an e-scooter or something. And she's like, where are his mom and dad? He's out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what the vibes of this are.
Making fools of themselves, to be frank, and you can quote me, ladies, holding up signs knowing about his behavior toward women. That's the one thing we know for sure. He hasn't denied any of it, by the way. When he denies it, he gets caught lying. He's now just apologizing for it. Does he know what a United States senator does? They vote on treaties. They vote on sending people, going to war or not going to war. They vote on appropriations. They have a very important sacrosanct set of duties in this country. Susan Collins is the head of the Appropriations Committee. We're going to go from that to this. And Sean, to your point, I know Mainers consider themselves independent thinkers and all of that. It was Ross Perot's best state. He got 30% in 1992. It was his best state in the whole country. They may be independent, but they're not easily fooled. And they know this guy is a complete fraud. So he won tonight, but he's got a long road ahead of him.
They're not easily fooled. He did win tonight. I love that. I love those two sentences, like the juxtaposition, like the dichotomy, if you will. Mainer's not easily fooled. He won tonight. He won tonight. Mainer's not easily fooled. I mean, is she suggesting that they were fooled? But the Graham Plattner, he was really good at fooling. He's like, he's so good at the art of disguise and of deception. He fooled the great skeptical Mainer. Mainerite? Manian? Fool me once, right?
Sean, Ro Khanna was up there, but no one else has really shown up with him in a while. Just on the
shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled again.
Bernie Sanders,
and by the way,
Pocahontas.
Bernie Sanders, AOC. By the way, they don't have any power. Bernie Sanders is anti.
Did she just call AOC Pocahontas? Does she think that Sean Hannity was referring to AOC as Pocahontas? Because he's talking about Elizabeth Warren. But she went, just listen to this again. Tell me I'm wrong about this. In a
while, just the freaks on the margins.
Bernie Sanders,
and by
Pocahontas.
The way, Bernie Sanders, AOC.
Am I wrong? Is she not calling AOC Pocahontas? Now that seems incredibly racist. I know it's a mistake, but it's a racist mistake. Like, Hannity is talking about Elizabeth Warren. She gets it confused. She's like, oh, who's Pocahontas? Of course, AOC. Like, no. No. Nobody notices it aside from me in this clip. I'm pretty sure nobody notices that. But when I heard this, I was like, wait. Did she just call AOC fucking Pocahontas just now? Hold on. We got a problem.
By the way, they don't have any power. Bernie Sanders is anti-establishment.
Okay. This is just, she's just like so desperate here. So Maine can see right through this. And
yeah. I can't say what I'm laughing at right now. I can't say what I'm laughing at right now. It would be disrespectful.
160,000 of them just voted for him.
They're not easily fooled.
Where is his parents? Where is his kids? He doesn't have kids. Where's his wife? What is going on? Where is Graham Plattner's wife when he's going out to give this speech?
Come on!
Oh.
Oh.
There she is, walking out with him to give the speech that they were running on the thing. I mean, they're so. Well, Maine people see right through this. Mainers can see right through this. Believe me, he just may have won the biggest number of
Mainers. They can see right through it. They see. They can't even see his wife. That's. Well, actually, wait, no. Kellyanne is not from Maine, is she? She's just some lady. Isn't she from like New York or something? Anyways, it seems like people over there are just panicking about Graham Plattner. Just coming up with wild things. They can't attack him on his policies because I honestly, I think a lot of them would sound good to the Fox News viewer. You know, like it's the stuff that Republicans pretend. You know what I mean? Like when Republicans pretend like they want people to have health care and stuff like that. Like it's the kind of stuff Republicans can't actually attack people on. Because they're like, except this is actually something Americans want. Or like, you know, oh, billionaires. Because like they're all trying to pretend to be populists, right? Like they're all trying to pretend. They can't be like, oh, he hates billionaires a lot. And that's bad. They can't, there's very little they can come after him. And they can't come after him on identity politics. He's a white guy from Maine who was in the military. Are they're going to come out and say, oh, this white military vet, this white cis male military vet wants to give you health care. And man, he's a communist.
A communist.
The fact is the white cis males, they're kind of losing their minds. The Republican ones, to be specific. Especially one Nick Fuentes, who has some fascinating things to explain to us. Never would have seen this if it weren't for one guy. Kyle Kalinske.
So Nick Fuentes explained here how Donald Trump is completely and utterly fucked. How he basically boxed himself into a corner, and now there's absolutely no way out. And look, it's one thing for me to say this. Of course I say stuff like this. But it's another thing when it's coming from other right-wingers. So listen to what he says here. He breaks it down with a lot of detail. Let's get it.
And here are the deadlines that are coming down the wire. At the end of October, there has to be a new election in Israel. And whether Netanyahu wins, and it will surely happen before October, but that's the latest that it will happen. For Netanyahu to stay in office, he needs the war to keep going. And what's more, he probably needs to win. You also have the midterm elections coming up. And so this puts pressure in two ways. We need the oil to open back up, but also one way to win the midterms is with a victory in Iran. I mean, that would be a good way to make it all worth it, as if we just simply win the war. But you also have this timeline of this energy shortage. It's not going to be long, 1, 2, 3 months before we actually start to have to ration energy supplies. The reserves are running low. Strategic petroleum reserve is at the lowest level it's been in 45 years. And eventually that oil, which has offset the shortages, is going to make prices go way up on the global market, which is going to make prices go up over here.
I feel like a lot of people don't know this. They're not aware of.
Wow. You're about to hear some weird stuff. You're about to hear me say some weird stuff, so you might want to prepare yourself. What in the fuck is what in the shit is going on right now? Did somebody hit Nick on the head? Why is he making so much goddamn sense over here? He's saying exactly what I've been saying for like the last month. I've been saying this for like weeks now. Like, look, we're like this many weeks away from like, you know, things getting worse on this thing and on this thing, and we're like, you know, like a month and a half away from like tank bottoms in the United States. And why is Nick over here saying factual things right now? Shouldn't he be fear-mongering about immigrants or something? Does Nick drive like a Hummer or something? Actually, I would not be shocked if Nick drove a Hummer. But I mean, wow. He's dialed in on those gas prices and on the oil situation. Shock of shocks.
They don't know that we're blowing through our strategic reserves.
Nick isn't like a fact-based guy. I don't really think of Nick as being like a guy you go to for facts. And so for him to be saying facts is just very strange. I don't appreciate it. It's very odd. Stop doing this. Go back to whatever you were doing.
The only reason why gas is like under $5 a gallon, right? That like, as soon as we're done with that, I don't know how many more tricks we have up our sleeve to try to make it so that we don't have a fucking massive crisis. I've read a number of times that this oil crisis, this energy shock, is actually worse than the one that happened in the 1970s.
By the way, I'm just kidding. I think it's probably good that Nick Fuentes is saying some factual things on his show. I don't watch very much of it. I assume the rest of it is filled with hate and non-facts. I can only assume, because I don't watch his show. I just see clips of it vicariously through people like Kyle. Because I just don't have... at one point I was trying to... It's just, I already focus on so much shit. Like... keeping dialed in with what fucking Alex Jones or Nick Fuentes, any of the individuals that aren't on YouTube, are saying at any given time, it's a massive chore. Which is why people like Kyle, so helpful. Because he just does these random clips. He's following them. He doesn't mind listening to these guys say... Because the fact is, like, you listen to some of these clips, a lot of them are unremarkable, unimportant, and don't even need to be talked about. And so you can spend like, I don't know, hours of your day just like listening to Alex Jones just go, oh my God, right now we got a serious situation going on, people. Over and over again. About nothing though. But like about literally nothing.
And the one that happened in the 1970s led to genuine shortages, and it led to rationing to the point where you could only get gas on certain days if like your license plate ends in an odd number, and on other days if it ends in an even number. And if this one is worse than that one, then you have to wonder, like, well, why aren't we doing that yet? And this is the answer, because of the strategic reserves, which we're still blowing through. But Trump is he's so incompetent and he's so stupid that, like, I don't even think he gets it. That, oh, no, like, this is...
Of course Trump is too stupid to understand any of this. Or he just doesn't, he's either too stupid or he doesn't care. Either one, you get the same results.
None of this can last much longer. What I mean by that is Netanyahu doesn't have time. Trump doesn't have time. The economy doesn't have time. So something is going to have to give here. And Israel and the United States are at odds right now. Netanyahu needs the war to keep going to win re-election. Trump needs the war to stop to win re-election. Trump is trying to get some kind of deal. Netanyahu needs regime change, needs the war to keep going, and most likely would prefer regime change. And so what I think is ultimately going to happen is, as I've been saying, you're either going to get a big surprise where Trump is going to be able to hold Israel back, stop them from provoking Iran. We're going to have to come down from some of our red lines and really make really big concessions to Iran in order to make a deal and leave. And there's going to be no saving face. We're going to have to spin it, and we'll have a deal. And they're not going to go back to normal right away. Or, and I think this is more likely, we're going to go back to war.
That's already what's happened.
When I think you think about everything that's going on here, all these conditions, think about the past couple of weeks. Even when the United States and Iran are close to making a deal, what does Israel do? They sabotage it. But even the deal itself is impossible. We don't agree on anything. Iran says in order for us to have a deal, we need reparations. Trump said on Sunday, you're not getting reparations, forget it. Iran says for us to make a deal, we need sanctions relief. Trump says no sanctions relief. Iran says for us to make a deal, we need a ceasefire in Lebanon. Trump said yesterday, that's not a part of it. We will not compel Israel to make a ceasefire. Iran says we will never give up enrichment. It's our sacred right. We've never agreed to giving any of it up or even imposing restrictions on it. Trump says that's all we'll accept is zero enrichment, and you're going to give us the highly enriched uranium.
Irreconcilable differences. Irreconcilable differences. And what's weird is Trump at times said to them, like, I agree to all of it. And then as soon as they're like, okay, Trump turns around and goes, I don't actually agree to any of that. And it's
Is this the part that I want? Can't remember. Yeah, okay. All right.
stuff, bro. That's what I think is going on. But what he's describing here is Trump just actually made it worse, just exacerbated the energy crisis. Because now not only is the Strait of Hormuz shut, but now the Houthis in Yemen are getting involved and they're shutting down other potential routes, right? Which makes it so you have even less oil on the market. Okay, that now you're talking total and utter catastrophe. You're talking economic collapse. You're talking about a man who's completely and utterly cornered and there's no way out. All right, he's still not done.
Who can destroy the Republican Party? The Democrats. The Democrats can because they have money. So we talked earlier about this fulcrum. Republicans and Democrats have colluded together to create a cartel situation where it's a very delicate balance of power between them. And it makes it so that no one side can ever really win. No one side can ever really implement meaningful change. No one side can actually do anything meaningful. Let's use it to our advantage. We don't have enough power to gut this half of the Republican Party, this half of the country. We do have enough power to tilt the scales in the other direction. You see, we don't have enough juice to overcome half the country, which is Republican. We do have enough juice to tilt it ever so slightly on this delicate fulcrum and give the advantage to the Democrats. And what the Democrats will do with all their money and infrastructure, which is already right there, we just need to give them a little bit, is they will impeach Trump, they will impeach Pete Hegseth, they will impeach Vance, they will subpoena the government, and what they will find, I'm going to predict the future again, clip it. When the Democrats take the House and gain oversight powers, and when they impeach not only Trump, but other government personnel, and when they subpoena and depose all these current and former government officials, they're going to find corruption.
This is almost...
they're gonna find it, are they? It's all being done in broad daylight. It's not so much finding it, so much as prosecuting it. Holding it accountable. We've seen it over and over and over again. And seemingly the entire government apparatus has looked the other way. But this was a fascinating clip. Nick Fuentes saying to vote for the Democrats. Donate to the Democrats. Look, I don't welcome any of their ideas, but I certainly welcome him encouraging his supporters to vote for Democrats. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. Get in there in the general and vote it up. But we still got primaries going on right now, people. And we got to get out the current leadership in the Democratic Party. Because they're garbage. Everybody knows it. Everybody's saying it. I need tea. I'll be right back.
It's going to be fascinating to see, maybe I'm overstating, but if the Democrats take the House and the Democrats take the Senate, I guess he just blames the states for cheating, right? It's like they are so good. These Democrats really have their act together in specific states. Texas primary is a week from tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I'm not trying to say that this is something permanent and all of that, but I think that, you know, there is real anger here that is not going to be, and the fact that Texas redistricted based on those 2024 numbers when the electorate could have shifted quite significantly since then. Means there's more unknowns in this Texas Senate race than perhaps previously.
Matt was just about to put up that thing. What happened?
Yeah, but the thing where it shows that everyone wants a more progressive candidate and no one wants a moderate candidate isn't on the archived version of it. So I got to.
That is weird. But put it back up as you search, because we could. The question was asked.
The New York Times did this focus group with Democrats.
Go up just a little more, sweet. Okay, what kind of Democratic candidate would you prefer? And they asked. This is a focus test. And there's a graphic there of how everybody did. It's, for whatever reason, it's not there. But as you can see here,
but it says there.
But right here it says everybody said more progressive than moderate. Everybody in the focus.
Not a single person said I want a moderate candidate, and this is the New York Times.
Exactly. It's not like they're out there going like, let's just
progress.
Yeah.
Oh, my camera's off. You know what is crazy to me? It's like the New York Times keeps doing these fucking focus groups. Like, this is not the first one that they have done. Like, in the last year and a half, they've done like 3 of these. And every single one comes back the same way, and they keep asking the same question. Are you sure you don't like moderates more than progressives? And people are like, no. No, we're sure. Why do you keep asking? It's weird.
Why? What do those words mean to you? One woman said, I feel like sometimes Democrats follow the law because they're believers in the system and how the system works. I'm in between progressive and moderate, but Republicans don't care about the law. They do what they want done. Democrats are behind the curve on that. It's a little bit scary but
true, though.
It is true. And let's be clear, the things that inhibit the Democrats more than the law are customs and norms
and corruption.
And well, corruption, but also an ideology that is geared towards maintaining the status quo and just letting out enough air out of the tires so that you get by, and they'll err on the side of not letting out as much tires as necessary so that occasionally you get a Donald Trump. To me, this is a 57-year-old woman from Latina from Georgia. To me, being a progressive means prioritizing equality and improving society as well as enhancing people's rights, freedom of choice, especially for women. That's one thing I'm very passionate about.
Shout out Denise.
Panth, 29, Arizona, Asian, independent, computer science. With moderate, I think of people like Joe Manchin, who hold up some policies that I would want supported. I don't necessarily agree with all progressive policies, but by and large, I do. Progressives actually do stuff. I feel like moderates are happy with the status quo, who basically do what we've always done. The system is working for them, and they want to keep it the same. I think for a large part of Americans, the system isn't working, so we need something new.
But that's how that
bull is this?
That's how that codes now. Moderate codes as status quo. Isn't that amazing?
It should.
And it should. But well, which presidential candidate in recent history moderated itself so aggressively and was also a part of the administration that was deeply unpopular and married those two incredibly potent messages? I'm both moderate and the status quo. It's the Kamala Harris campaign. There we go.
Damn, I was gonna say Mitt Romney.
Yes. Good old Mitt. Yes, it's actually become pretty clear in these primaries. People do want progressive candidates. The more I'm currently transferring over. Like, I know we're still in the primaries right now, but I'm transferring over the list of the winners from my list to the same spreadsheet like format for the midterms, and then I'm gonna start filling in the rest of the list. Like the rest of the cells that are empty, because of course a number of candidates that we supported did not win. So I have to go back through the back through like the candidates that are left going to the general, independents and Democrats, figure out who's left to support going into these midterm elections. So I'm starting to compile that already. We've got a lot of, honestly, very good candidates. And if we can get like half of these people elected, I mean, it would honestly be pretty great. If you get like half these people elected, all of a sudden you got like, because in fact, like, here's the thing, like in the past, the squad, over the years, the squad has never really been more than like what, like 8 at the most, 9. I'm trying to think of the exact, like, I think it depends on how loosely you want to define the squad. But it's like, certainly a low number, single digit number, essentially. And if we get dozens added to the currently existing progressive Dems in the House and put progressives in the Senate, that would be massively game changing. Right? You'd have multiple levers to pull. Especially if you get some progressive senators into the mix. We still have some opportunities out there. Trump and Republicans certainly Trump is historically unpopular. Republicans are their popularity is cratering right along with his. It's a good time. That's what I keep saying to people, is that like if we can just get the right people in through the primaries to the general, then we can bank on Trump being garbage, right? Problem is when we only bank on that and we just let a bunch of do-nothing Dems get to the finish line. Or we don't even challenge those do-nothing Dems. They go, straight to the fucking general. That's not good. We had a bunch of those. That's not good. That's not great. One man who's fighting, we'll be talking about tomorrow. Today I was thinking about doing it, but there's no way. I just do not have time. But we have multiple elections coming up. Next week is what? The 16th. That's, shit. Is that New Hampshire? No. Hold on. I gotta look at my fucking list right now. Should have these, like, memorized at this point. Oklahoma. Right, okay. Oklahoma. Next Tuesday. Then 2 weeks from now, 2 Tuesdays from now, Maryland, New York, and Utah. Then Colorado on the Tuesday after that. Then we got a nice break for like 3 weeks. Arizona, I think, is the only primary in July. So July is going to be nice and easy. Which means we can focus heavy in on August's very, very full primary schedule. We can put a lot of candidates. We still have time. So, get support out there, knock on doors, just tell friends about these candidates. So hopefully we can just get ahead of things in July. At least that's my plan. But New York is 2 weeks from now. One man running in that race. Brad Lander. In New York's 10th. Looking to unseat Dan Goldman. The
bench trial of former New York City Controller Brad Lander over his arrest at New York's immigration court is underway. Lander arrived at Manhattan Federal Court this morning. He was detained at 26 Federal Plaza last September and in June of 2025 while demanding access to the 10th floor holding cells. Charges were later dropped in June's incident. Prosecutors accuse Lander of causing a disturbance on federal property. They argue he was blocking an elevator and ignoring warnings to move. His defense attorney argued he did not block the elevator. Lander again today denied he did anything wrong.
We explained why we were there. We told some of the stories of immigrants in our lives or people that we knew had been detained, and we waited patiently. But rather than allow us access to the detention facilities, Federal Protective Services agents abruptly arrested all of us.
Yes, indeed. Brad has been a direct target of the fascist takeover of our government. We saw these images months and months ago. Government's still trying to prosecute. He's the one who was assaulted here. We all saw the video. There's no way a jury could possibly convict on this. I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine a New York jury convicting. But they're still trying. There's a guy people should vote for in the primary. So I wish I could talk more about the primaries today. The elections more today, but I just have, the week was fucking crazy. I did one stream. It was just the election stream. I am so, there's been we have so many things to talk about today. It's out of control. Since we're talking about Brad Lander getting assaulted by ICE, we may as well go across the country to LA, where earlier this week marked the 1 year anniversary of the ICE raids. Trump's calling of the National Guard to the city. Here's KTLA 5.
It has been 1 year since the Trump administration launched unprecedented immigration enforcement operations in Los Angeles. ICE agents targeted families, business owners, and workers in an effort to detain and deport undocumented immigrants.
KTLA 5's Carlos Salcedo takes a look back at the chaotic and frightening time in LA history.
Just now seeing some people that are being detained.
Los Angeles became the epicenter of federal immigration enforcement beginning on June 6th of 2025. Undocumented immigrants were being targeted on the sidewalk, even at their workplaces, such as car washes. The surge in raids led to violent standoffs between protesters and law enforcement.
I love how KTLA 5, I mean, all of these fucking organizations do the same thing. They paint it as if the protesters are the fucking problem, even though the violence is always being propagated by the police. But it just felt like an important story for us to talk about. I mean, it's not a story as much as an anniversary of a horrible thing. Just a reminder. It's been a whole year since then. Trump administration continues to use ICE against our neighbors. And on the same day, 3 days ago, which was what, Tuesday, Congress people debated funding on the House floor for ICE and Border Patrol. Here's Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if Republicans today were not willing to use budget reconciliation and depart from appropriations in order to pass a funding bill that would restore funding to ICE and CBP, then what would happen is my Democrat colleagues would be able to achieve what many of them have held for a long time as their objective, and have publicly stated was their objective, and that's to defund immigration enforcement, border enforcement.
No, they don't want to end border enforcement or immigration enforcement. They want to end ICE and CBP because these are quasi, like, national security state apparatuses that came out of the Patriot Act under Bush. They're like, you know, these like that have become militarized on Americans, not, you know, like, not just immigrants like Republicans like to pretend. Anyway, we're not going to listen to much of this fucking nonsense. Suffice to say, most of these assholes had nothing important to say. Hakeem Jeffries acting like an idiot. Jim Jordan acting like a real tool. Let's see what Becca Balint had to say.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the Republican reconciliation bill. While American families struggle to afford housing, health care, and groceries, Republicans are proposing to spend more than $150 billion on immigration enforcement, roughly $59 billion for detention and deportation operations. Working families right now can't afford a doctor's visit, and Republicans are worried about multiplying our budget for detention facilities, not lowering health care costs, not giving relief to families who are struggling with obscenely high insurance premiums, but instead giving even more money to ICE and Border Patrol. This bill says that while American families pay nearly $27,000 a year for health insurance costs, Congress should prioritize spending even more on ICE detention beds. Healthcare costs are rising faster than wages for many Americans, and this is what we're focused on. It's incredibly screwed up. This administration wants you to believe that people who don't look like you or don't sound like you are the source of your financial struggles. Trump and his allies do this so you don't see that their policies benefit billionaires and greedy corporations that have hollowed out the middle class in this country. Don't believe them, not for a minute. We should be lowering healthcare costs. We should be investing in the working families in our communities across this country, not weaponizing our government agencies.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The lady's time has expired.
Yeah, I'll yield an additional 15 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
We should be lowering healthcare costs and investing in the working families and communities across this country, not weaponizing our government to go after the most vulnerable. I yield back.
There you go, Becca Balint of, I believe, Washington? No, Vermont. Is it Vermont? Hold on. Is it Vermont? Why doesn't it say that? You should say it right here. Why doesn't it? Ah, yeah, there it is. Vermont. She is Vermont's one House representative. Making a lot of good points in there, spending a lot of money on wars, giving billionaires tax cuts. We can't afford to help working families and people. Very frustrating, I think, for just about everybody aside for billionaires. The Epstein class.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah, but one person was excited about this. You'll be sad to hear, although the title gives it away, that the House voted, the GOP voted together unanimously, every single member of the House, including Thomas Massie. All of the Republicans voted for this bill, for this funding, using the continuing resolution rather than appropriations. Where's the Senate parliamentarian again? I forget. And they passed the ICE funding, and then the Senate went right ahead with the vote of J.D. Vance. But once again, this is why we can't support guys like Thomas Massie. This is why I'm like, I don't give a shit that Thomas Massie lost. He votes in ways that every single time I don't agree with. He does one good thing every fucking 2 years. I can't. That's not tenable. That's not tenable. Everything else that you do is trash. And then like once in a blue moon you do something I can stomach or I appreciate. I think we have better options. I also am just hoping that district can flip blue somehow. The Republicans can undermine themselves so much that the Democrat candidate can win there. Or maybe it's the independent candidate. I can't remember. I actually can't remember which candidate is the best one. Might actually be the independent. I have to look at it. I don't have that in front of me right now. But one man certainly very happy about all this. Speaker of the House, Little Mike Johnson.
Just a few moments ago, the House Republicans voted to end the Democrat Department of Homeland Security shutdown once and for all. And we are pleased to tell you that we'll be funding for the next 3 years our border security and immigration enforcement.
Why do they always trot out the, what are they called again? The angel moms. The photos. Why do they feel comfortable using people as props all the time? It's weird. It is weird how they see human beings as props. We need the angel moms out here because we voted on something in Congress. It's all for a photo op. It's fucked. The whole thing is fucked. The angel moms are effectively a tool for Republicans to fearmonger about people who commit less crimes than natural-born Americans for racist purposes. To eject non-white people from the country. I mean, that's literally what's going on here. Don't tell me it's anything different. Here's President Trump signing the bill into law on Wednesday.
See, Biden wouldn't do this.
No, he wouldn't. Biden wouldn't do this.
That's the real deal right there.
It would have been an auto pen.
Okay. Beautiful.
You know, he's kind of struggling to lift that. Like, watch this real quick. It's going to come up later, but he's like struggling to lift a folder. That's a folder. Right? Like, this is a folder. Like, it seems like his fingers are struggling to, like, grasp it properly. Maybe it's just me. The guy is falling apart. He's got little tiny hands. Not true. I've got the biggest, most beautiful hands everybody's saying it. Big, tough, handsome, beautiful, glistening, gorgeous men come up to me. Big, strong guys. They come and they say, "Hey, sir, You have the biggest hands I've ever seen. Ask anybody. Okay? Say it's not true, you go right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
What's the sub goal? The sub goal? What's it for? The content goal? We're only at 1 of 13, I think, right now. But oh wait, no, we've made progress. We're like, we're like 30. We're like a third of the way through the galactic content goal right now, I think. Whatever that is, do that math. Like 10 left or something. Slightly less. What was I doing? Oh, right. Moving on from Donald Trump signing that horrible funding bill into law. I think we all need to prepare for another increased surge of ICE enforcement efforts this summer. I think at this point they need anything to distract from how badly the Iran war is going. Specifically for the base, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, with the midterms coming, they just gave ICE and CBP $150 billion. I think they're planning things for this summer. To be like, look what we're doing. We're getting rid of all of those people you hate. I know the Iran war sucks and inflation's bad and it costs $100 to fill up your gas tank, but did you see the brown guy that ICE, brutalized and sent to some random fucking country that they've never been to before? Doesn't that scratch an itch for you there, Trump voter? Now, the sort of person that what I just described sounds good to is the exact sort of person that we have in the White House. I'm not talking about Donald Trump specifically. I'm actually talking about the man behind the curtain. Number 2, Stephen Miller.
We are the storm, and our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion.
September 21st, 2025. White House advisor Stephen Miller spoke at a memorial for the late conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
At the time of this speech, Miller was overseeing the...
Yeah, it was, until I listened to this, it had been, I think, like almost a year since I listened to that fucking speech. And it is somehow more chilling now than it was then. Considering what we've seen this year, I mean, like that blatantly Nazi fucking speech that he gave at Charlie Kirk's funeral seems somewhat prescient, almost foreshadowing of what was to come. We really gotta do something about this shit.
Of National Guard troops and militarized immigration enforcement units into democratically run cities across the U.S.
It is so extreme that it unmasks, in a way, the administration. It's not about the worst of the worst. It is about the civilization, the protectors of that civilization versus everyone else.
And just 2 days before, he was involved in directing a strike on a small boat in the Caribbean Sea.
These organizations can only be defeated with military power.
The third of more than 60 strikes that have resulted in over 200 deaths to date.
He's an absolute ideologue.
I would describe it as fascism.
ICE out now! ICE out now!
In this episode of Fault Lines, we traveled across the country, examining the impact of Stephen Miller's agenda and tracing the rise of a former press secretary
I love this guy. I love this guy.
to one of the most powerful unelected figures in modern American history.
Who's enjoying 100 golden days of America?
Stephen Miller's probably the most powerful person in our government right now. That's frightening.
He is something special. And he's been with us right from day one. Right from day one, Stephen's been there, right? He's been great.
He is a disturbing individual. We've talked about Stephen Miller in the past. And the fact is, he's taken something of a backseat recently because he's so unpopular. And every time he gets in front of a camera, he makes everyone upset. You know, like, he's not only not photogenic and looks like the spawn of the love child of Nosferatu and Voldemort, but he's got the ideology too. Maybe worse. In fact, I don't think it was Nosferatu's fault, right? Wasn't he a vampire? I mean, that's, you know, it's not really a choice. Stephen's making these active choices. He's a human man.
They've chosen to march to the military base where Stephen Miller lives.
We know that Trump is falling asleep at meetings and barely there. There's somebody who is actually calling all the shots here, and his name is Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller is really the architect of everything that's happened in this country to shut down legal immigration and vilify immigrants and drive them out of the country.
Just months earlier, Miller oversaw the deployment of more than 2,000 National Guard troops to Washington, D.C.
We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city, let alone the nation's capital. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C. Thank you, Stephen. A few questions.
We spent a long time in high school and beyond dismissing Stephen Miller. And now it would be helpful for all of us to understand just where that came from and how to combat it, because it's powerful.
To learn more about Stephen Miller's meteoric rise, we spoke to people who grew up with him in Santa Monica, California.
Yes, this is our Lincoln Middle School yearbook for 8th grade. Yeah. You can see it's a super diverse group of kids.
Janess Hartley was a classmate and a friend of Miller's from middle school through graduation.
We were in AP government, US government together. He was extremely pro-war, obsessed with the weapons of mass destruction, and that Saddam Hussein was a war criminal. That was his obsession.
A video of him expressing this surfaced early in Trump's first term.
But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think
I'll bet he got a ton of shit for that fucking chin beard. It was mostly chin. Like, it was like, oh. What yearbook was this? Why does he look like he's like 30? Why does he look like he's 30 in this fucking high? This is what the fuck is going on?
Extremely pro-war, obsessed with the weapons of mass destruction, and that Saddam Hussein was a war criminal. That was his obsession.
A video of him expressing this surfaced early in Trump's first term.
But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go.
Keisha Ram followed them 1 year behind.
Stephen really wanted to be heard. He wanted people to know his opinion and to.
Yeah. And it seems to me that he figured the best way to get people's attention was by saying the most outlandish, horrifying things. And over the years, I think he just embraced an ideology that was truly as despicable as possible. I'm skipping ahead a little bit, time's sake.
And that was somehow an affront to Americans that they refused to do so.
If you want to stop illegal immigration, you must therefore be racist, and that's bull. 790 KBC Talk Radio. The time is 3:55. The number is 1-800-222-KBC, and this is Larry Elder.
When he was still in high school, Miller began calling into the conservative radio program, The Larry Elder Show.
His shtick was to constantly rat out his own school.
They won't allow us to do the Pledge of Allegiance every day. They aren't respecting the American flag.
And all the things that he had to endure at our high school.
Because Stephen Miller was a minority voice in his diverse, largely progressive public high school, he could inhabit this persona of being a persecuted minority, and that ideology really spoke to him, this ideology of white male grievance.
He would appear on Elder's show 69 times while still in high school.
Larger figures
That's weird. He really is an ideologue and has had these beliefs and seemingly never had a moment in the last, how old is he, 45 or something like that? The last 30 fucking years, he hasn't questioned any of it. He embraced the far-right ideology from the beginning and has never looked back for a second. And you can see it playing out in the Trump administration. If he is, in fact, the most powerful person in the White House, which has been said on a number of occasions, many times now.
Is creating license to behave like a military dictatorship and not like a society governed by laws.
Americans began turning out in huge numbers to protest enforcement operations in their cities. And as the opposition to these operations grew, Miller took to television, claiming that those protesting immigration enforcement were terrorists.
You have impeding law enforcement, you have seditious conspiracy, you have a conspiracy to deprive of rights, you have assault against law enforcement officers, but all of this meets the hallmark, textbook definitions of domestic terrorism.
And speaking to ICE officers directly.
You have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties.
It's not a professional law enforcement agency anymore. They just follow the orders of Miller, the outcomes that Miller wants. That is what guides their choices. Really, you can draw a line from statements like that to what then happens on the ground in Minneapolis and people being beaten and shot.
In Minneapolis, Miller directed his largest enforcement operation, deploying more than 3,000 Border Patrol and ICE officers in what they dubbed Operation Metro Surge.
Operation Metro Surge is the perfect storm of an immigration enforcement agency that's turned into basically an internal security force, and a White House that has given orders to arrest as many immigrants as you can, and anybody who gets in your way is an enemy of this administration.
If you want to use the word invasion, that's what it felt like, and that's what it looked like.
Across the country, hundreds of people protesting ICE have been arrested, and many of them charged with impeding federal officers.
This is ICE's detention facility in Minneapolis. Protesters have been out here since early this morning. Security forces have told them to disperse and have threatened to use tear gas. They're bringing in more officers now. Here they come, and they're wearing masks.
More than 50 protesters were arrested in one day alone here.
Might as well be the Ku Klux Klan. These people from ICE, they have no respect for us. They have no respect for the Constitution of this country.
They're a secret police force, and they're doing whatever the hell they want to do.
At least 146,000 immigrants with no criminal charges have been arrested during these operations, according to the Washington Post.
It just didn't surprise me at all to hear that Stephen Miller was doing everything he could behind the scenes to show raw, villainous power in the streets of America.
He is very antagonistic against immigrants, but there's one group that I think he's more antagonistic to than immigrants, and it is the allies of immigrants, people who have privilege and choose to use that privilege to stand up for the rights of their vulnerable neighbors.
On January 7, 2026, an ICE officer in Minneapolis shot and killed 37-year-old mother of three, Renee Good. He claims she failed to comply with his orders.
No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my God! What the
And just over 2 weeks after that, Border Patrol agents shot and killed 37-year-old nurse Alex Preddy, who'd been filming them and attempting to help a woman they pushed over. Shortly after Preddy was killed, Stephen Miller accused him of being a domestic terrorist.
A terrorist is not a protester in Minneapolis.
What do we want? What do we want? And when do we want it?
We went to a protest just days after Preddy's killing.
It's hard for me to capture for you how big this protest is, but I can't see the end of it yet, and it's been going for a while, flooding down this major street, and it goes down that way, and it's just everywhere you look. It's
Yeah, and now it's warm. I think they're gonna do more. I think they're almost guaranteed to do more surges right now. I could be wrong, but they just got $150 billion. The Iran war is going really bad, and inflation is hot as shit. They need a distraction, and they are absolutely sort of disgusting, individuals without moral character who would absolutely do this. I mean, we've been making the claim that the Iran war itself was a distraction from another thing. You don't think they wouldn't do the same thing here in the United States? Something they were already doing that they want to do and that a lot of their supporters still support? That Trump thinks is their number one issue, even though technically they've lost a huge amount of support on that issue. Especially with independents. Do we have time for this? Yeah, might as well do this one too. Now, we watched this over the weekend, and that was the debate between Mehdi Hasan and Patrick Bet-David. And during that debate, he made an interesting omission regarding his status in the United States. Of course, he is an Iranian who immigrated here, I think, as a child with his family.
Mehdi Hasan's debate with Patrick Bet-David. Here's the thing, and I am sure we're going to see, if it's not already out there, the complaints about Mehdi from Patrick Bet-David. I mean, he did this when I went on. He's like, oh, I got so many emails saying never have Sam Cedar back on because he's very polarizing, and or he just may run away from it for as long as he can, because in many respects, Mehdi really wouldn't let him sort of pivot away from what they were talking about, which is what Bet-David tends to do. Here, they're talking about, this is on
2024, and Trump saying he won it by a landslide. You almost...
Wait, did we play that last week?
No, we didn't play this part, but you kind of touched on it to start the show. Like, Trump didn't even get 50% of the popular vote.
Here's Mehdi talking about that very point.
So you think, okay, so go to 28.
But she could have won, by the way. He didn't win a landslide. Trump lied his ass off.
What do you mean she could have won? She lost every single state, 7 states.
Have you looked at the numbers? In the 3 key swings.
She helped more counties become Republican in America.
Have you looked at the numbers? If 115,000 people had voted differently, she would be president. That's what it came down to.
Look at PBD struggling to understand the concept. He's trying to do the math. He's a numbers guy, but he's got so many numbers. Mehdi, with your numbers. Why do you come here with all of these numbers? Expect me to understand them. You expect me to understand these numbers. Bring me numbers, and then you tell me I'm supposed to think things about these numbers.
If we didn't test for COVID, we'd have the best numbers in the entire world.
Continue on this because go see where.
I love these maps. That's land.
You showed us that.
Land doesn't vote.
Dude,
I gave you the numbers.
Voted for him.
Still more for the Democrats.
No. Muslims went from 24% for Trump in 2020 to 31%.
Patrick, I'm not on the right.
Just to be clear,
Patrick, and it kills me.
Out of the total,
what's 100 minus 31?
6%, 7% more Muslims voted for Donald Trump, and I would hazard a guess that was a function of how adamant the Biden administration and the Harris campaign were to ignore the plight of Palestinians.
Yep.
And I could see sort of like, can it get worse with Donald Trump? I can see asking that question. I think, unfortunately, the answer was always pretty clearly yes. But that one small shift, it's just weird.
Well, he's fixated on it because of Mehdi's identity, it feels like, or he's just trying to hit
That's
him.
exactly what it is.
It's such a childish way to view the race, and those results were what we were screaming about prior to the election, and it ended up being the case that there were a lot of Muslim voters in this country that were obviously outraged by the genocide, and they voted in they did a protest vote, or they voted for Trump because he said that he was going to start no new wars, and what has he done? Start the worst war of them all and tanked our economy in the process.
I'm the peace president. I'm the great peace president. Everybody's saying it. That's why I got that sweet FIFA Peace Prize.
Muslims voted for it. No. Muslims went from 24% for Trump in 2020 to 31%.
Patrick, I'm not on the right.
He's winning your people over.
Patrick, and it kills me.
Your people.
I'm not on the right. I'm not an election denier. Yeah. Donald Trump won, but he didn't win 50% of the vote. You know, people say he won the popular vote. You know, he didn't win a majority of the votes. He's running three elections.
I know that, but
you know he's run three elections.
You know who's the
never won
last Republican that has?
George W. Bush.
Yeah, it's the last one that did it. Yeah. That's not like oh my God, he didn't win the majority, you know.
But he hasn't. But he brags and says he does. Yeah, but he's never won a majority.
Pause it for a second. George W. Bush was the last president who was a Republican. I don't understand what that.
Well, that's not proving the point that PBD thinks it's proving.
He's just going, oh look, Republicans don't win they don't win the popular vote. They just don't do it. They just don't win it.
So this the part.
Yeah.
Where.
You accept that, right? That coalition he put together is gone now.
Yeah. So this the part.
Yeah.
Where guys like you come out and they'll say what they'll say.
They say facts.
Did you see Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Did you see his endorsement? How they did? Everybody he picked. Did you see how many of them won?
Oh, in the primaries.
Yeah. Did you see?
Great news for Democrats.
Great news. Tell me why.
You think James Tallarico wants to run against Paxton or Cornyn?
I'm actually curious. Tell me why.
No, he picks horrible candidates. Remember, what was the Georgia candidate? They should have won Georgia and they lost. Who did they put up? Herschel Walker. Remember that? Remember Herschel Walker?
I remember.
Remember the dude in Alabama?
He had a hard time speaking.
Remember the dude in Alabama who was accused of child molestation that he denied? I can't remember. Alabama guy from his first term. He backed him. He lost.
Talk about now.
He picks.
Talk about now.
Bad.
117.
Why would you back Paxton?
117.
Yeah, but why would you back Paxton? Let's just talk about the main.
Tell me why you. So you like establishment candidates?
Hold on, I think did I skip this part? The part I was looking for? What the fuck? Am I that dumb? Did I leave the wrong video in? They did multiple PBD clips. I could have sworn this was the one of PBD saying that he would have entered the country illegally. when Mehdi pressed him on whether or not Donald Trump would let him in the country. He's like, I don't care. We'd wait a year, or I would come. However, I would do it illegal. Oh God, this is the second clip I fucked up. I'm out of I'm out of practice right now. I haven't been streaming all week. It's fucking me up. Got too many things in my list. Does everybody remember that? We saw it on the stream earlier. But that totally screwed up my fucking vibes. So I was trying to say talking immigration. Now, just a reminder, everybody, we're 3 hours into the stream. We've only made a little bit of progress on the galactic content goal. 35% of the way there. You can contribute on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Links in my description on YouTube, my bio on Twitch. Just a reminder that we are completely funded by individuals like you. But of course, you can always help in other ways. Follow the channel. Subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon. The like button. All right. Now, new DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen had some words for Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani. Give me a joke.
This is Forbes breaking news. I believe Wednesday. Nope, Thursday.
You spoke about Mayor Mamdani and sanctuary cities. How do you envision the operations from your department in New York or other sanctuary cities as compared to what happened in Minnesota or California prior to you being secretary?
When you take somebody like Mamdani, who is just this radical socialist, that's anti-law enforcement, anti-police, it's shameful because NYPD is awesome. They're phenomenal to work with.
He comes in real hot. He's like, Mamdani hates the police. That's why he kept in Commissioner Tisch. I mean, it's insane. Like he's showing up and he's like claiming that Zohran Mamdani is like defunded the police or something. He's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's defunded the police.
They had the best crowd procedures. They have the best law enforcement agency. I'd put them up against just about any city around the country. And they have a pride about them of doing so.
Yes.
But you got a mayor that's not allowing them to do their job.
Oh,
and
God.
It's shameful. All these guys in the NYPD, they just want to go to work.
Yeah.
They want to do something that they feel like they were called to do.
Yeah.
And they're great at it.
They're the
but they got
best.
a leader that's handcuffing them.
God.
Hopefully, the people of New York will wise up and get a true leader in there in a few years.
They just burglars would be perfect. We get all of them out. We get all of them out in like a day. We got a communist, socialist, Marxist, Antifa, Leninist, Stalinist, Maoist, Third Worldist, Democrat, Zohran Mamdani with an M. Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Shameful. It's shameful. No, it's shameful. That's what he said. It's shameful. Oh, God. Sounds really worked up. Now, you know what's actually shameful? It's the way that the United States is handling the World Cup and the foreigners who need to be here for it. And the World Cup is now turning out to be the most exclusionary World Cup in history. United States preventing fans, referees, players from coming to the United States for the World Cup. It's not the U.S. Cup. I know we call it like the World Series for baseball and stuff like that, but it's not actually the World Series. It's right. It's like, but this is in fact an international event where everybody's supposed to be welcome. But as it turns out, not everybody is welcome in the United States. Could have told you that. Could have told you that was going to go. I think I did tell everybody it was going to go this way, if I recall the past correctly. It's like last year, I think I made this claim. I was like, the fucking World Cup's not going to go good.
So I'd gone from being 2 days away from going to the States to see Scotland in the World Cup, then all of a sudden it's taken away from you. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, mate.
Dozens of Scottish fans like Alistair looking to go to the World Cup in the United States have had their initially approved entry to the country suddenly marked as pending or denied with no explanation. UK citizens who want to go to the US for up to 90 days without a visa can apply for what is known as an ESTA, the country's electronic system for travel authorisation. Michael's ESTA was revoked 1 hour before his flight. His younger brother has had to travel without him.
I wanted him to still go and enjoy his holiday. Didn't want to see him looking at me ready to break down. I don't think
An hour before your flight? I mean, I don't know about you, but my understanding of flights is like you have to be at the airport at that point and like through security. Like for international flights, you're supposed to be there like hours ahead of time, which probably means if it was an hour ahead of his flight, that he had his bags packed at the airport, ticket scanned, and was like waiting at the fucking terminal, and then was told, actually, go fuck yourself. You can't come to the United States. And his brother has to go walking on.
Glitch_Greens gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Wow, Glitch Greens with 10 gifted subs. That's wild. Incredible generosity being seen on Twitch right now. Boy, oh boy, it feels like we should get a hype train just for that. Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel like we deserve a hype train just for that? Anyway, Deplete TV. Bobby. When there are. RCS. Yes, of course. Miguel. Can't read that. I have no idea what that says. Tamari KZ. The Anarchisty. Anarchisty. The Anarchist YouTube. I see. And Spooky Coffin Cuffs. Thank you. Wow. That's a long list of gifted subs. Sorry, I'm like out of breath. Yesterday really took it. Building that fucking bed really took it out of me.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Those 2 boxes that the fucking loft bed came in were enormous. Like, one of them was almost tall enough to reach the ceiling. They both weighed, I don't know, I think one of them must have weighed at least 75 pounds. The other one over 100 easily. Maybe approaching like 100. I don't know. I don't have the exact weight, but it was like so much metal. Oh, God. However, not gonna give up. My voice just doesn't sound right. I just need more tea. It just doesn't feel right now. Maybe maybe it's the acoustics in here. That could be it. It's facing the wall. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should put that behind this. Sorry, I was thinking I'd put something behind this TV. Block sound. It's not just fans who are experiencing difficulties getting to the United States, though. A Somali refugee was denied entry. Here's DW news from yesterday. Oh, wait, before we do that.
The head of football's governing body promised the biggest.
Before we do that, we gotta do one of these. A little confetti party, don't you think? That's enough donos over there on Twitch from glitch greens to complete the galactic content goal, ensuring that we get all of the galactic show that I had planned for you all tonight. Bask in the glory, Space Fams. This confetti party was brought to you by Space Fams like you. All of your donations, and there's a bunch of you, have helped complete this beautiful goal. Alright, well that's enough patting ourselves on the back. Let's get back to talking about how terribly the World Cup is going already. What is it, Sunday Fun Day? Well, I mean, what can I do? I mean, now it's news. Now what's fun about this year is now the World Cup and FIFA and the United States is hosting of these. I'm sorry, and the Olympics that are being actually the Olympics of 2028, right? What am I talking about? It's not 2022. Hold on. Right? Oh shit, my phone is dying. Oh, it's a disaster.
The head of football's governing body promised the biggest and most inclusive World Cup ever. As the action kicks off this week, will it be the biggest? Sure. Most inclusive? It doesn't appear so. And with record high ticket prices, inadequate transport to stadiums, and strict visa requirements, the US has faced widespread criticism over its handling of the tournament, which it's co-hosting with Canada and Mexico. And now, one of Africa's top referees, Omar Artan, has prematurely returned home to Somalia to a hero's welcome, a show of solidarity after US immigration denied him entry for the World Cup, even though he says he had the right papers. Now, the US accuses him of having terror links. It would have
This is ridiculous.
So now we're just not allowing what I assume is a Muslim into the country, also from Somalia. It's just racist. It's just like racism, like a racism onion.
Somalia.
We can't let the Somalian referee in. Not allowed. Sorry, we have a list of countries, actually, that we can't let people in from. The shitholes, as we call them. Like, nobody should have ever let the United States, just on the off chance that Trump was going to become president, nobody should have ever let the United States have the opportunity for Trump to desecrate both the World Cup and the Olympics in one term. But it's about to happen. It's about to fucking happen. I mean, sure, is he desecrating the Constitution and our democracy? Yeah, but I mean, that's a personal thing. That's like our thing, right? Now he's ruining everything for everybody, right? You feel me? And America doesn't even care about soccer. Let's not forget that America does not even know the World Cup is happening.
A what now?
Who's a what? Soccer? I don't know what you're saying. I don't know why I'm using that accent. It's clearly not. Oh, I'm losing it. I'm out of my goddamn mind. You know, I need a snack. I haven't eaten yet today, have I? Oh, I have that sitting, don't I? Yeah, I'll be right back.
Is the World Cup in chaos? It's all kicking off, and the tournament hasn't even started yet.
The greatest tournament in the world. Is this how the hosts behave?
Backroom staff and a referee barred from entering the US. Teams subjected to sniffer dogs and metal detectors on the tarmac, but not every team.
Something like this has never happened for a World Cup before, not even in police states like Qatar and Russia.
Many international fans haven't even got there yet, and some have had their visas revoked. But this is still the World Cup, and the excitement is massive. So why is this World Cup different to ones that have gone before? Will the noise pipe down once games start, or is this set to be a World Cup remembered for all the wrong reasons? Here's the breakdown. The FIFA World Cup is billed as an international festival of football, bringing people together from all over the globe to celebrate their countries on the pitch. But this year, the competition is caught up in President Trump's strict US border rules, and not everyone is welcome. There are 39 countries with a full or partial US travel ban under Trump's administration. Iran, Haiti, Cote d'Ivoire and Senegal are all playing in the World Cup, despite featuring on the list. Democrats...
The most racist list ever. Most of Africa. Most of the Middle East. And the Caribbean. And Venezuela. Not a single country from Europe. I don't think Asia either, actually. Or, well, Eastern Asia. Just this portion. You know the part I'm talking about.
Republic of Congo is not on it, but has been placed under restrictions because of the ongoing Ebola outbreak. The USA's war with Iran has affected the Iranian team as they travel to North America. They've already had to move their training base from America to Mexico and say they'll have to commute into the States on the day of their games. And Iran's football body claims FIFA revoked its ticket allocation for their group stage matches. The US State Department says the necessary visas have been issued, and they will not allow the Iranian team to abuse this system to sneak terrorists into the United States under false pretenses. Ridiculous! Another World Cup country on the travel ban list is Senegal.
Now, I would like to point something out. Sorry. I'm snacking over here, okay? I made a quesadilla. It's a little cold. I forgot about it. I tried to think ahead. At least I'm almost there. I'm almost kind of thinking ahead. I made the quesadilla. I was gonna eat it before streaming. Didn't quite get there. But, the Iranians are still gonna be coming into the country to play their games. Because I think at least 2 of the games for Iran so far scheduled are in America. I think one's in Arizona, the other one's in San Diego or something.
Security measures on the tarmac when they landed in the US. Elsewhere, the Uzbekistan team was inspected by sniffer dogs when they arrived at a stadium in New York for a friendly. Amid accusations that the US has been hostile to its international visitors, New York's Democratic Mayor Zohran Mamdani released a welcome video.
Remember that we're all neighbors, so please treat everyone who's working hard to make your visit special with respect, and they'll return the favor.
These restrictions haven't only...
The vibes are so fucking crazy different between the two. the Trump administration's outwardly hostile, like, attitude towards the international community. And so I'm like, hey, we're all friends for one community.
Remember that we're all neighbors, so please treat everyone who's working hard to make your visit special with respect, and they'll return the favor.
These restrictions haven't only affected teams. Somalian referee Omar Abdelkadir Artan was selected by FIFA as one of the World Cup's 52 refs, but he was refused entry to the USA over vetting concerns.
And I wanted to thank for FIFA for supporting me all the way, and Somali people also.
He says he was given an 11-hour immigration grilling before being sent back to Turkey, where his flight had come from. Somalia is on Trump's travel ban list, and the administration has pushed for Somali deportations in the past. FIFA found ways to bypass national immigration rules for ticket holders at the last 3 World Cups in Brazil, Russia, and Qatar. But this time seems different. They have distanced themselves from the Artan decision, confirming he will not referee in the competition and saying they do not get involved in host country immigration processes.
We'll start with 48 teams.
From ticket prices and a water bottle ban U-turn to visa issues.
My question is how? How does FIFA not get involved in immigration issues? The entire premise of their competition is international. How could you possibly not get involved in this? You're the governing body. You're the one getting into deals with the... Like, FIFA is literally getting into contracts with the nations that are hosting it.
Some have called this a World Cup of chaos, and critics say Trump has made the US a hostile environment for certain teams and fans. So are these strict security checks and visa restrictions normal? Are they fair? And how unusual is all of this compared to other World Cups? Well, to help answer those questions, I'm going to bring in Miguel Delaney. He's the chief football correspondent from The Independent and is in New Jersey covering the World Cup. Miguel, great to speak to you. You're in New Jersey, aren't you? What's going on there?
Well, there is a bit of World Cup atmosphere.
By the way, anybody got any predictions in chat about whether Miguel here is going to either confirm or my brain just fucking broke, or disprove? I guess in this case. Which one do you figure? You think he's going to say, oh yeah, America doing a great job, or actually, no, America doing a terrible job? One's for good, 2 for bad. That's right, 2 bad.
I took a walk around New York last night, and obviously there's kind of iconography everywhere. There is a buzz. You see a lot of shirts. We are actually about 15 minutes away from MetLife Stadium, where the final will be held. And yeah, it's just, I suppose, it's one of many places where anticipation is building. There's talk it's not building everywhere, but I suppose that speaks to one of the issues with this World Cup, given just the sheer scale of it, the size of it. I'm in New Jersey, which is obviously where the final is going to be held. And yet the main event this week feels like, well, there's 2 in Mexico City. One being Gianni Infantino's opening press conference, his equivalent of the I Feel in Qatar. And obviously the opening game between Mexico and South Africa.
But before we got to all of that, we've had so many viral moments already. Let's talk about the Somalian referee. What's gone on with that? And what have you heard?
Well, I mean, like the simplest way to put it is a referee would have celebrated a 20-year career or so in African football, who is considered one of the most accomplished referees on the continent. Somehow, after what you would presume is a long, or at least what should be, a long vetting process by FIFA, where all of this is heralded, where they're supposed to be kind of in dialogue with the hosts about exactly this. He somehow is in a situation where he actually gets to the point of entry in the United States, is forced into long interviews, and is then turned away. Now, there's obviously been a bit of a briefing war after this, where Andrew Giuliani, the White House chief of the World Cup, had been talking afterwards about how that Artan had been talking to bad actors, as he put it, which are pretty extraordinary claims to throw out, especially with no evidence. And when he was asked for evidence, I think by some news reporters, he said he couldn't provide any. It's difficult not to put this story in a wider context, obviously about general United States immigration policies, but also more specifically with the Trump administration, where there has been an executive order which has been colloquially referred to as the Muslim ban, and so far all of the countries that have faced issues at this World Cup have been Muslim countries, and also his own public attitudes to Somalia and some of the frankly disgraceful things he has said about the country, Somalia, from the country. And Artan himself said in an interview with the New York Times, he felt it was about his country. It's an embarrassing situation for FIFA, especially because one of the contractual provisions for a World Cup is always, and just to, I suppose, make this so clear, I think it's a point worth stressing. Something like this has never happened for a World Cup before, not even in police states like Qatar and Russia. And here you have this story, which is, I suppose, the headline out of a series of them. I
just want everybody to hear that sentence one more time. This is the one that I wanted us to get to. I found this because I'm not a FIFA World Cup aficionado, right? I'm not an expert, sorry to say, but of all the sports, soccer, I'm just not well versed on the ins and outs of FIFA, of a lot of this stuff. And so when I listened to this, I was like, oh wait, so this is who we are. This is where we're at now, right? Like we live in Stephen Miller's, we live in Trump's America, right? We've gone way back. We have turned back the clock on America in a way that we should all be disturbed by.
Happened for a World Cup, I suppose, make this so clear. I think it's a point worth stressing. Something like this has never happened for a World Cup before, not even in police states like Qatar and Russia.
Nobody's ever been banned from Russia or Qatar to referee or play a game or to attend, but we're doing it right now. For political, racist, and whatever other reasons, I assume. Like that guy from Scotland, I'm guessing was some sort of I'm guessing. I think I'm 70 or 80-20 on this, right? So 80%. 80% of me thinks that this is the Trump administration going through all of the visa applications that say that all the people that are coming here to the United States for FIFA, right? Putting it through Palantir and just, just going to town. Just being who do you figure we shouldn't let in? Palantir. And it just spits out a list. Because they've already fed it probably disturbingly racist data and queries. So it knows what they want. At this point, the Palantir bot is probably, intuiting the worst possible desires of the Trump administration. That's just my sense of it. Yeah, I'm just going to skip to the very end of this.
It's not a perfect squad, but then no team in the competition is perfect. I think it's quite the field. The ceiling isn't as high as other World Cups, and it's not like France '98 when there's 7 or 8 teams that are really at the top at the top level. This is a bit more disparate. But I would put England maybe just below France or Spain, but I think the course of the tournament, the circumstances could end up playing into England's favour. There are still issues. I mean, the biggest remains that like Spain have 2 players that
What do you, I didn't ask you that. What do you make of the climate issues and the water breaks and stuff like that? How much will that impact the teams and how much will that impact the games?
Well, so this is something we've written a lot about at The Independent, how, you know, there's a lot of scientific studies about how FIFA's threshold for what would require intervention is too high. That a lot, in fact, there was a letter from doctors to FIFA saying the policy was unjustifiable. And that could mean that a lot of games are going to be taking place in really stifling heat. So as a basic example, Thomas Tuchel went into his England job talking about how he wanted an intense pressing Premier League style. Then he got to the Club World Cup in America last year and realised this is impossible. So they have to play in a different way. So it is, again, it's just another issue that's going to like manifestly affect how it's played.
Ruin the beautiful game, no?
I wouldn't say necessarily ruin it. I think it'll just create a different type of tournament. Like, so USA 94, which is played in similar conditions, it was considered, you know, this great festival of attacking football. The only thing is, by the end of that tournament, and it was played in different circumstances as regards kind of the calendar, by the end of the tournament, teams like Brazil even were fatigued. So I think this is going to be a slower tournament with more decided by individual moments. I think there will be a few teams like...
Okay, that's not the part that I wanted. It's like the 3rd time I've done that tonight. It's hard to remember all the places I want to hit. All right, now... Also in the news this week, the New York Knicks. Oh yeah. Last 2 games played in New York, Manhattan, Madison Square Garden. Currently 3-1 with potentially the final game being played tomorrow. In San Antonio. Now, of course, Donald Trump, as you probably all know, arrived at the game. He arrived at the decision to come to the game for whatever reason. Who knows why. Because he thinks everything is about him. But he decided to come to the New York Knicks game on, what was it, Tuesday? I can't remember what day it was. No, it wasn't Tuesday, it was the other one. It was over the weekend, right? Honestly, the days are just sort of flying by me right now. I'm struggling. Oh, God, I did not get enough sleep last night. Whatever. We know what happened. Trump, invited there by the owner of MSG, decided to show up, first president in history to show up to an NBA Finals game. Arriving with incredibly bad numbers.
The President of the United States, Donald John Trump, may be more hated in his home state of New York than the San Antonio Spurs. Because what are we talking about here? Let's take a look here. Trump's net approval rating in New York State. You know, you go back to January 2025, it was, you know, not so great, but not so terrible. 5 points underwater. But look at where he's fallen to now. He is now 30 points underwater on the net approval rating in his home state of New York. A massive drop-off we have seen in his popularity in the Empire State.
And it's interesting when you dig into some...
Yep, that's right. Trump, with exceedingly low approval rating in New York, still decided to show up. How it couldn't possibly go wrong.
twilight last evening, whose brush strikes and bright
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's right, Donald Trump arrived to roaring boos at Madison Square Garden with his good buddy, billionaire Knicks owner, what's his name? John Dolan? Why can't I remember this fucking guy's name? James Dolan. Whatever. It's close. It's like he's waging a war against New York. Not giving anything back, and then bringing New York's most hated man to one of New York's most important events.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
What up, Seinfeld? What up? Can we get a free Palestine? Can we get a free Palestine? Come on, give us one free.
Here's a way for me to talk about the Knicks while still involving politics, because this actually has become a bit of a fight between a billionaire Nepo baby and our esteemed mayor, Zoran Mamdani. And I'm not referring to the billionaire Nepo baby that so desperately seemingly wants to kiss Zoran on the mouth, Donald Trump, although he does play into this as well. I'm talking about James Dolan, the billionaire Nepo baby, who is the owner of the Knicks, who was the reason that all of the watch parties outside of Madison Square Garden were canceled, because he wanted to accommodate his buddy, Donald Trump, to attend the Game 3, where he ruined the fan experience for everybody. Also, the Knicks lost that game. And there had to be like this huge barricade around in Midtown Manhattan because of the amount of security that he requires. And so, because tickets are thousands of dollars, the regular fan has been going to MSG and watching outside as a way to be a part of the experience.
I don't know if you can tell, but Emma takes this personally. Very personally.
About Zoran Mamdani and the mayor's office and claiming that they're the ones that are responsible for this.
Conjecture. I don't think that they have faith in their own police force. I think that we do. We know they know what they're doing. But honestly, the mayor's office, and I'm sorry, the commissioner too, right, do not have the experience to do this, right?
That's Mayor Mamdani and Jessica Tisch, who's the police commissioner.
I mean, they have never managed anything like this before, and it's like peanut butter and jelly sandwich. It's coming out the sides. And you know, I think that's part of it. We're seeing a lot of fear from the mayor's office, a lot of anxiety. They're sitting there trying to say, well, we're big Knicks fans, but they're not Knicks fans.
He called the Garden a stadium.
Wow.
How big a Knicks fan is he?
Wow. Calling Zoran, Commissioner Tisch, and I think also technically the police department, the NYPD, not Knicks fans. They don't know. They're not Knicks fans like James is, the owner of the Knicks. You can't be a real Knicks fan unless you own the team.
He called the Garden a stadium. How big a Knicks fan is he?
He's not a Knicks fan. Right? The conjecture. I don't think that
He's not a Knicks fan? Donald Trump didn't give a crap about the Knicks until they were in the finals. Okay, here's more from that. He also made this insane claim. He said that Trump didn't fall asleep at Game 3, and we have some visual evidence to contradict that. There he is.
No reaction to anything. You can tell he only wakes up after like the crowd gets incredibly loud. Like gotta be like 100 decibels or something like that. And you can also see not only is Trump sleeping, James is like, he looks just despondent. He looks incredibly sad. I can't tell if if he's trying to nap too. These two old fucks are trying to look at these Knicks fans right here napping with this uninterested young woman next to them.
Oh, he woke up there because Dolan kind of nudged him. But like he also left 7 minutes early. I was like, sports reporters were breaking some of this stuff, showing like footage from the stadium of Dolan went down.
It's a classic Epstein class photo right here, you know? A couple of elderly billionaires and a young woman, a third their age. If she wasn't my niece, or not niece, my granddaughter, if she wasn't my granddaughter, I'd probably, I think everybody knows what I'm thinking. By the way, Manhattan does not get any tax dollars from James, the city of New York. No, it gets massive tax breaks every year. Just raking it in. Just raking it in from all sides. Not paying taxes. Just benefiting from this fucking massive institution, essentially, that he inherited, that is loved by millions, and doesn't give back to the community. In fact, he brings the community's most hated political like icon. He should sell the team to the city of New York. Now, in the world of sports, this is coming up very soon. Oh boy, I can feel it. Now, I'm sure that all of you too are preparing yourselves in whatever way necessary. You know, getting tithings and gifts, preparing your pilgrimage to the White House to show reverence and respect to the President of the United States on his birthday, which is coming up tomorrow. Mine is sometime in this general area as well, I would point out. Although I'm not wearing my birthday hat yet. I was going to start wearing it today. I'm just realizing I'm not wearing it. I should be wearing my birthday hat. Because we're going to celebrate we're going to celebrate GSL's birthday all week, okay? Just to maintain an element of mystery and vagueness. But the president's birthday is tomorrow, Sunday. And, of course, big plans for that UFC White House fight. UFC 250 White House edition, America.
Fuck yeah! A federal lawsuit has been filed to stop the upcoming UFC fight card at the White House. The Mixed Martial Arts Show is in honor of the nation's 250th anniversary and is scheduled for President Donald Trump's 80th birthday, June 14th. The lawsuit was filed Saturday by the Public Integrity Project on behalf of 2 Virginia residents. They argue the Trump administration's authorization of the event was unlawful as it violates National Park Service regulations prohibiting sporting events on federal parklands. A lawyer for the plaintiffs said, quote, "This is fundamentally a private, commercial, corrupt use of our most sacred national monuments for private gain." The White
I mean, they're so brazen with the corruption at this point. I mean, like I was saying earlier, like when Nick Fuentes is saying like they're gonna do investigations and they'll find corruption. It's like, what are you talking about? We don't need investigations. This is corruption. This is corruption. This is one of Donald Trump's friends, Dana White, the CEO and owner of UFC, being given special privilege to build a giant fucking monstrosity on the White House front lawn for Trump's goddamn birthday. But they're gonna be doing advertising. I mean, it's free advertising technically for them in a way, but I mean, the whole thing is just fucking insane. I just can't understand it. It's just so mind-bendingly corrupt. You know, it's like one man just displaying the most possibly corrupt. You gotta assume there's like some corrupt intent that Dana has with this. When you put on a multi-million-dollar display for the president's birthday. Because it's not for the 250th. Do not trick yourself. Okay, this is not for the 250th anniversary of the country's. That would be 3 weeks from now, right? On July 4th. This is tomorrow on President Trump's birthday. That's not an accident. This is a show for President Trump, right? This is the kind of shit dictators do. It's like, I must have the very best show on my birthday. Okay? I want the country to celebrate it. We're going to make it a national holiday. And everybody will spend the day talking about how great I am and how amazing the show that is being put on in my honor really is. Anybody who says anything nasty is going right to jail. Like, I mean, that's basically where we're at right now. That's what's happening.
said in a statement that the legal challenge was obstructionist, baseless, and dilatory.
It
also said that the event was no different than various other White House-hosted events on the South Lawn.
Totally normal.
Crews are erecting an
totally normal event.
And Trump said the finished project will feature a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front.
Totally nothing weird going on here. That's their claim. They're like, this is like any other White House event anybody's ever been to. Don't tell me it's not. They're just daring us. They're just daring us to assert that reality exists. Like, try it. Try and tell me that reality is a thing. Okay? This is totally normal. Try and tell me it's not. I dare you. This is perfectly normal. Perfect. It's a perfect phone call. Perfect celebration. Okay? Just need 10,000 votes. I mean, 10,000 lights. What's the justification for the date? It's Trump's birthday. There's no justification. It's kind of close to July 4th. It's kind of close. Now, the weather tomorrow in DC is supposed to be scorching hot. Oh, let me just hold on. Oh my God, it's happening. It's happening. It's actually getting better. Oh my God. Oh my God. What did I say? You remember when I said we all just have to, you've all been hoping and praying, haven't you, Space Fams? You've been praying to Gary. Oh, your prayers, my prayers, our prayers have been answered. Look at this, Sunday. Let me just click Sunday here. Precipitation. Oh, no. It's happening. It's happening. Not only is it scorching hot tomorrow, 91 degrees. It's going to be 65% humidity with a 75% chance of precipitation at the peak, and the peak of that percent chance is the hour in which the festivities are intended to start. Oh my god, it's like a birthday present to me. It's like a birthday present to me, the ruination of Donald Trump's birthday. I told you it could happen. We just needed to believe. It's like Tinkerbell, you just need to believe. Oh god, that couldn't be any better. So not only, I mean, if this even goes down tomorrow, you got you got a bunch of UFC athletes who are going to be fighting not in air-conditioned rooms, but 91-degree heat with no roof. Well, kind of a roof. It's like a partial roof just for the fighters. But like the sun will be able to technically get in there. Oh, and in the rain and or massively really high humidity. Like on the cusp of raining level of humidity. They are gonna, oh my god, that's gonna suck. Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait for that. And I can't wait for all of them to get rained on out there. And there's just enough wind. I don't know if you looked at it. Oh, I should bring it. Where is it? Hold on. Look at it. Oh, it's perfect. Hold on. I don't even need to do that. Why am I doing that? Look, it's perfect. It's 20-mile-per-hour winds. So even with the quarter roof, I don't know what to call it. It's not really even a pavilion, right? I mean, even like the legs go out here, and then like only, I don't know, 60% of that structure is actually covered. Like it's pretty clear. But like even underneath here with 20-mile-per-hour winds, it's gonna be just enough to bring any amount of rain directly onto the mat. Oh, it couldn't be better weather. Wait, you're not looking at it. 20 miles per hour. Oh, it couldn't be better. It's perfect weather. For us, not for the show. It's going to ruin the show. Looking forward to it. Sunday fun day, too. Perfect timing. That'll be a nice break. Meanwhile, speaking of architectural monstrosities, let's move from the White House lawn to like a few blocks away. The Trumpful Arc. The Great Trumpful Arch. It's like the Golden Archers, but better. Because similar to the UFC White House lawn edition situation, people are also suing Donald Trump for this arch. In the meantime, they are pushing ahead until somebody actually physically stops them, I guess. With plans to run construction for 20 hours a day for the next 3 years until Trump is out of office to build this monstrosity. which looks to me like it's basically the Arc de Triomphe from Paris with with a gilded Statue of Liberty affixed on top of it with golden wings. One nation under God. You know which God. Not that one. Allah. Praise be to Allah. As I always say.
This morning, new renderings of what President Trump's triumphal arch will look like. Trump announcing construction crews will work 20 hours a day for up to 3 years to finish it before he leaves office. The 250-foot arch will be just outside Arlington National Cemetery.
We're the only important and major city that doesn't have one. We don't have a triumphal arch.
We're the only one without an arc.
Top.
We're the only major city without an arc. I don't know what this. There's no way that that's true. Like, I'm pretty sure that can be disproved pretty quickly. We're the only one. We need it, okay? It's a necessity. Most cities can't even survive without an arc for longer than a few years.
Safety measure for planes taking off and landing at nearby Reagan Airport. But there could be other red lights for this project. A lawsuit is asking a federal judge to block the plan, arguing the arch should be approved by Congress. Many veterans are also concerned it will block the view of the cemetery.
Now, potentially, a gigantic arch will cast a shadow on my resting family, friends, and leathernecks, as vanity is rewarded with a momentous symbol of selfishness.
Yeah. Trump would rather celebrate himself than the troops. He doesn't give a shit if it ruins the view of Arlington Cemetery. He doesn't like the ones who died. Remember? He prefers the ones that lived, that don't get captured. Look, there's nothing wrong with a good arch, but I think there's more cities without arches than there are cities with arches. And for him to claim that DC needs an arch, like as if it's a piece of infrastructure, like a sewer system or a mass transit system. We need it, okay? Most cities have it. We don't. DC will not last much longer without this beautiful triumphal arch. We're not going to call it the triumphal arc, okay? Just remember that, okay? It's the triumphal arc. It's one letter away. We all know that's how they sold it to him. Hey, look, I know you want to name it after yourself, but we're going to call it triumphal. It's like one letter away from your name. Isn't that good? And he's like, oh, that's perfect. Very sneaky. Because you know, like everything else, like the fucking Kennedy Center, his idea was to name it the Arc de Trump. Like, just straight up, he was going to name it the Arc. I'll bet you money. There's no way to know for sure. Which is why I'm willing to make this bet. But he absolutely wanted to call it the Arc de Trump. Somebody was like, sir, that's too far. It's too far. Call it the triumphal arc. I like that. It's gonna have Trump on it. Yeah, you're probably right. They'll probably do something sneaky with the letters. So, like, the I disappears. You know, you know what I'm saying? Or like at a certain angle, like with the sun, it'll just say Trump. Arc to Trump. The very most beautiful. And like the Statue of Liberty, like the Lady Liberty will turn into Donald Trump. With a dress, but it'll be Trump. Now, while Donald Trump continues to try and put his name on absolutely everything, the Trump boys are continuing to try and enrich themselves in every possible way that they can find.
For the last several months, I've been following the strange story of a company called Alt-5 Sigma. About 10 months ago, in August of 2025, Don Jr. and Eric Trump showed up at the NASDAQ stock exchange to celebrate a crypto deal that they had just done on behalf of a company called World Liberty Financial, which is an organization that the Trumps co-founded that issues crypto tokens. A company called Alt-5 Sigma, stock basically no one had ever heard of, raised $750 million from investors. These were big hedge funds. Among them are big, well-known US hedge funds like Point72, which is owned by Mets owner Stephen Cohen. They collected $750 million in total in stock sales, and then they turned to the Trump family-related company, World Liberty, and bought $750 million worth of crypto tokens. The crypto that we're talking about here is a token called WLFI. Most people use...
What is WLFI? What could that possibly stand for? WLF. WLF. Oh, that's right. World Liberty Financial. So they financed, like, do you understand what's happening here? They are funneling money. This is like, they're playing like shell games. Like, do you see what's happened here? They've taken in like nearly $1 billion in investor money in one company and then funneled it back to themselves by buying up their own crypto. This is so blatantly corrupt, it's unbelievable. It's all just being done out in the open. It's incredible. I almost struggle to think of something more blatantly corrupt that the Trump boys are getting up to. Yeah. Apparently Eric and Don Jr. Have a penchant for what sounds a little bit like money laundering. Although technically, I guess it's not originally criminal money. Criminal monies. So I guess it's just fraud? I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. I can't say for sure. But it sounds incredibly sketchy. I mean, my God. Sorry I don't have the legal verbiage to be more precise, but geez, that's... One thing I know for sure is that's some blatant corruption. Broad daylight. Just took it out and handed themselves $1 billion. And their father, let's not forget. Trump hasn't divested himself from World Liberty Financial or Truth Social, or like most of his companies. Like, I think the only thing he's divested from is like the real estate. And like who runs that? Oh right, the Trump boys, who are just a couple of fail sons who need their daddy's permission to do literally anything. Like, I'm pretty sure Eric calls his father and like asks permission to put his fucking pants on in the morning. Oh shit. Okay, we're 4 hours into the stream. Thankfully, we've already completed the Galactic Content Gold Night. But we gotta take a quick break. Gotta do at least one per stream. I'm also super hungry still. I need something. I don't need to plug my phone in. Yeah, we will be right back after these brief messages. right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs on Twitch. You got Cash App and PayPal. We got Throne. If you'd like to contribute by way of crowdfunding or buying actual physical things. And what a better weekend for it. With Trump's birthday going on, you can buy me a birthday present instead. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollar still remains Patreon. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Alright, break is over. We finished the last half. Talk about how Donald Trump's family is continuing to enrich themselves. Do blatant acts of corruption in broad daylight. And or put Donald Trump's name on and or gold shit all over absolutely fucking everything. Some might call them improper payments. Use of funds in improper ways. Oh, but Republicans, they're worried about other kinds of improper payments. You know, like people getting too much health care.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership and your common sense approach to what is a very, very serious crisis facing our country. I do rise in support of Representative Fallon's sponsored anti-fraud resolution, Res 1335.
Can't even say the bill.
Frankly, opposition to this bill is hard to comprehend, making excuses, pretending that waste, abuse, and fraud does not occur. I can just hear anyone watching this on C-SPAN, I can feel their head shaking, wondering what this world is coming to. This resolution is pretty simple. It condemns fraudsters and recognizes that government-wide fraud and improper payment prevention reforms are necessary to improve the fiscal health.
You can barely say the thing he's trying to say here. But even though he's trying to make it sound like it's not, it's just sensible. It's just sensible government. Dan Mauser of Pennsylvania. He's just it's just sensible. It's not sensible. And the fact is, you know, he goes on and on about, like, he's got this long list of stuff he wants to complain about here in a second. But the fact is, if you look at it, I mean, the vast majority of supposed improper payments are either people getting too much care, right? People who deserve care, but who are ruled to have received too much of it, right? Like too many dollars for something accidentally, right? Like instead of 150, they got 160, you know? But, you got, you know, but then the rest of it is like provider fraud, right? And like insurance, like insurers like bilking the government. Right, it's not like immigrants, which is exactly what this whole thing is all about.
Of the United States. That's how it reads. This includes all states. Let's not pretend it doesn't. From sea to shining sea, this resolution is all that. And according to the Government Accountability Office, nevertheless, according to the GAO, $1 trillion of improper payments occurred under the Biden administration. Secretary Bessent recently estimated that it was nearly $500 billion a year, so even more than $1 trillion. And the reality is that
and just to be clear, is the current Trump administration Government Accountability Office is claiming that the Biden administration, and of course they've gutted accountability organizations and put in loyalists. So who are we to believe, really? Certainly not these partisan turds. like Representative Mauser here. Is it Mauser or Miser? I don't know how to pronounce this. He complains about the Leering Center. Basically, he sounds like Nick Shirley. Like, for the rest of this, he goes on and on about the, like, he's like, oh, have you guys heard of the Leering Center? Where does he start doing this? I don't feel like listening to this whole fucking turd spiel.
I'm sure you heard of it. And feeding our future, set up to feed hunger walls, and his administration turned a blind eye to massive fraud schemes. Two of the most notorious examples were the Leering Center. I'm sure you heard of it.
I'm sure you've heard of it.
And feeding our future,
Oh.
set up to feed...
I'm sure you've heard of the Leering Center before. Oh, like the way he talks about it is like it's like the biggest story in the country. Oh my God, it's the Leering Center. Nick Shirley uncovered the great fraud at the Leering Center. Oh. By the way, you want to know how much money the Leering Center received? A whopping 1.9 trillion. Oh, wait, no. Quintillion? No. Oh, $1 million. 1.9 million. That's, what is that? A third of a penny per person in the country? Yeah, I think a third of a penny per person to run the Leering Center. And it's not even clear that there's any fraud that's actually happened at the Leering Center. Those are the allegations right now. But $1.9 million. Million. Not billion, not trillion. 1.9 million. And don't get me wrong, I don't think we should be wasting tax. If in fact the taxpayer dollars are being misused, then we shouldn't be giving them out. But the point is like, this guy doesn't want those tax dollars to go to like people, right? Like, he doesn't want, Somalians or anybody, honestly, who needs help to have help, right? That's the whole Republican fucking playbook, is take away help from as many people as you can, so that those people have to work for big business, right? And so that those people can fund my campaign even more. It's a beautiful circle. And let's not forget, we just got done talking about how Donald Trump's sons just funneled $750 million to themselves through World, and to their father through World Liberty Financial. And he wants to talk about $1.9 million to the Leering Center. He doesn't want to talk about insurer fraud, though. I would point that out. During this whole thing that he goes on, fucking Representative Moyer or Mauser, whatever his fucking name is like, he does not want to talk about insurer fraud, which is the vast majority of it. Insurance companies like, United Healthcare, Aetna, all these other assholes, bilking the government of money. But he doesn't want to talk about those guys. They probably fund his campaigns. So we can only talk about brown people. We can only talk about brown people and the investigative journalism of Nick Shirley. Okay? Not facts. Just feelings. Feelings over facts, 2026. Maybe we should have a system that doesn't deal with insurers, right? It's like one group of people, just all like it, like in a sort of like I don't want to say community, but like in a single mechanism, single payer type of deal, right? Government rather than the health insurance industry on behalf of all Americans, rather than just certain groups of Americans. Yeah, advocating on and/or negotiating on behalf of Americans who need healthcare and stuff like that. Healthcare adjacent shit. I say that because, of course, we still treat like vision and dental like you don't need teeth or eyes, which is one of the dumbest things I can think of. We really do have a perverse fucking system, dude. Look.
Inflation has
Times is tough. We can only pay for so much. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on the war in Iran and hundreds of billions more on Trump's secret police force to go after the immigrants in the country. We only have so much money. We're only spending $1.5 trillion on the military, okay? So, we can't also have health care and affordable housing. Gotta pick.
Inflation has topped the 4% mark for the first time in more than 3 years. That's according to data released this morning by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Prices were up 4.2% compared to a year ago and up 0.5% from April. Energy prices accounted for more than 60% of the monthly increase. Housing and food prices were also up last month.
Well, you went too fast. Okay, hold on. Wait, please hold. Please hold. For the love of God, please hold. Okay. Let's talk about those inflation numbers. Okay, what's happening? Why can't I see this? Huh? Refresh. This is all wrong. What are we doing? What? Don't tell me the... Oh, you're killing me right now. Don't do this. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yes, okay, let's talk about inflation. Now, the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, on Wednesday came in very hot. Hotter than the month before, which was 3.8, already very hot. 4.2%. People are accelerating their their selling of treasuries, net negative outflow from the treasury here. Weekly jobless claims going up, and then where was it? They don't have it here. Hold on. What happened? Reset this shit. Here it is. Not good. Here's the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Producer prices PPI up 6% year over year. Not 2%, not 3%, not 4%, not 5%, 6%. And that is going to trickle down. You know, profits don't trickle down, but costs do. 6% on producer prices. This is bad. This is a bad sign. This is April's numbers. This is from 2 months ago. Think about that for a second. This is end of April. I'm sorry, a month and a half ago, right? We are not in a good spot here. And just to sort of show you what I mean by not a good spot, let's take a look at this graph. This was from CNBC, PPI inflation. This was back in August 2025. I was thinking when this graph was posted. But if you look here, we had really bad inflation. Remember Biden 2022?
I'm staying in the race.
The peak of the pandemic. Everybody is, like paying $1 trillion for like a sandwich, or you get what I'm saying. Like everything is like going crazy. Costs are going up. PPI hit 12% here, but 6%, right? 6% here, but 2021 and 2023, it's between 6% and 12%, right? These are like these really hot inflation areas, right? It started coming down around here, as we all remember. I mean, prices didn't come down, but inflation did, right? But this was where it was. It's 2.5%. It was down here at almost nothing in 2023, right? And have been trending in here. We're double. We're triple where we're at right here, practically. Like, we're way back up here. This is not good. This is basically pandemic. This is like the pandemic portion of the fucking PPI index. That's not good. That's bad. We haven't seen this kind of inflation since the pandemic. Does not bode well. Let's hear what Senator Peter Welch of Vermont had to say here on Thursday. No, Wednesday.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, first of all, I want to thank my colleague from Kansas for making beautiful remarks about a beautiful person. Thank you, Senator. Mr. President, 103 days ago, President Trump started a war with Iran. He started it. It was a unilateral decision he made based on the Venezuela model where he would be in and out. It would be over quickly, as he said. It hasn't worked out that way. This war is illegal and unconstitutional. In my view, illegal. It is a shameful moment in the history of this United States Senate, where even though this war is into its 4th month, this body, which is invested with the authority under Article 1 to declare war, has not even had a vote on whether this war is authorized. But I also want to point out what the problems are that the American people are experiencing as a result of this war. First of all, none of the president's goals have been met. He was going to decapitate the regime, and it was going to be regime change. Failed. He was going to end the missile program. Failed. And he was going to get rid of the nuclear material. Failed. What did happen is that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. And that fact is creating immense economic hardship on people across this country and really around the world.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Americans who were already struggling to make ends meet. And ironically, they're struggling at a time when our economy in some ways has never been stronger. They say the cost of living is getting worse and worse. And of course, that's number one, due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. It's put immense pressure on our farming and food production system, leading to long-term price increases. And what we're hearing is that it's going to be a 4.2% inflation, when a year ago it was 2.4% inflation. So folks showing up at the grocery store, they're going to be paying 19% more for ground beef, 50% more for tomatoes compared to last year. Rising diesel and fertilizer cost could spell disaster for many farms. We're seeing more and more farm foreclosures. This is a real pressure in Vermont, but it's a pressure that is already all around our country. And as you know, Mr. President, higher oil prices also translate directly into higher energy costs and burdens, and it's especially true for rural households. Rural America uses about 14% more energy and spend a higher share of their income on home energy costs than those in urban areas. So that really affects all of us who serve rural constituencies, and that definitely is true in Vermont. Also, plastic products that are made of oil have spiked 40%, and that price change has or will very soon be passed on to our consumers. So this is really costing everyday people a lot more. And even before the start of the war, rural hospitals were already spending nearly $600 more per year on gas than folks in urban areas. They have to drive to get to wherever it is they're going, to work, their child to school, to a hockey practice, everything. You've got to get on the road. And let's not forget about what's happening with air travel. It's a real crisis. United Airlines is predicting that airlines could increase ticket prices by as much as 20% in response to the current oil market dynamics. It's putting a real squeeze on jet fuel. President Trump brushes these concerns off.
Yes, he does. Senator Welch is correct about all of those things. Everything is getting worse. Everybody's predicting it's going to get worse than it is now. And Trump continues to pretend like that's fine. In fact, he said this earlier this week.
I will. Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers were great.
Triumph
You know what I really
over
love?
Senate?
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it.
Here's Trump, the deranged White House interview saying, I actually love inflation. I think it's great because it's going to come down. It's never, I mean, he's making less and less sense by the day. I loved the really bad numbers because it's going to come down soon. It's like saying, I'm really glad I have cancer because it's going to be gone, because it's going to get cured soon. It's like, what?
A what now?
Nobody's ever said that sentence before. But Trump, defying all logic, continuing to bury him and Republicans further and further. But some in the GOP trying to distance themselves from this particular comment. Here's CNN. From
I
yesterday.
love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out?
We are doing a great job. Everybody is saying it. Hold on. God damn it. You don't. You bitch.
Millions of barrels of oil.
There we go. Hold on. Here we go.
Republican senators are concerned about the fallout.
I hope today's numbers will be a wake-up call because those prices are too high. We need some relief, and Congress can deliver some relief, and if Congress doesn't deliver the relief, you know, I mean, I think voters are not going to be pleased.
Well, everybody's having some problems. We do have to get it under control.
I think people are really feeling it. I mean, it's not just gas prices, food prices, and other things. And I think there's a level of frustration.
I don't think people have a great deal of confidence in any of us right now.
Lots to talk about here. Joining me now.
Wow, fascinating. Republicans the Hill seemingly more in touch with the voters than Donald Trump is right now. They seem to be aware of the fact that the voters are hurting and that prices are too high. Probably because they're hearing it from their constituents constantly, and they're probably having to dodge phone calls and shoes. And Trump is a billionaire who doesn't have to pay for anything. He probably, I mean, he would never notice himself for buying things. I know that much. Though most of these senators are millionaires, so I can't imagine that they're hurting that much either. Now, meanwhile, another thing that's threatening prices in the United States, and all warm-blooded animals, we're of course talking about the screwworm population, which has, I don't know what exploded, but suddenly made an appearance in the United States, something that hasn't happened for decades. Seen in multiple states now, another case in New Mexico, seen on Monday.
Good evening. The first case of the flesh-eating parasitic insect known as the New World screwworm is now in New Mexico, and experts are working to understand how it got here and if there are any more.
Yeah. So, apparently, I think like a family went to Texas with the dog, came back, and that dog had screwworm. Now, perhaps that gives some people solace, knowing, oh, okay, well, maybe the flies aren't flying. Don't be silly. Flies fly, okay? And if it made it onto one dog, how many more dogs do you figure it made it over the border on? You know, they're right next to each other. Or perhaps to Louisiana. Or perhaps up to Oklahoma. Or, are you following me here? Like, Texas is like, borders like 7 states. Or not that many, but a lot. Right? It's not bad. It's not good. This is very bad. It's a very bad situation. Right? What I've heard is if there's one case, there's 1,000. Right? Like if you've detected one, that means it's all over the place. And you just got to start looking. But the United States completely gutted a half a century long policy. You'll be shocked to find out who it was that did the axing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Somebody asked me yesterday, like, what is the worst thing that you think is going on? Like, what's the thing that bothers you most about this era? And from my perspective, there's a lot of horrible things that Donald Trump is doing, ranging, maybe top on that list is what we're doing to immigrants, and the way that we're detaining them and creating this entire mechanism. Much of that can be reversed. There's a certain amount of inertia. But what's happening to our agencies? Once you destroy these things, it's going to take literally at least a decade, it seems to me, of democratic rule, at least. Because when a new administration gets in there, even if it's, if Emma was elected president in 2028, hopefully that's not going to be the case. We would like her around here for a little longer. But in the event that happens, there's only so much resources and bandwidth an administration has. And they're not going to be able to expend the energy to fix every single department. So what we're seeing between Doge and Russell Vogt and this attack on civil servants is going to resonate for years and years and years, and it's going to resonate in a way that most people, the vast majority of them, will not understand it's a function of this.
It's unfortunate reality, you know. I mean, to be able to draw those lines, you have to at least understand what's happened and like the sequence of events. And most people are tuned out. And Republicans are very good at acting like everything is always Democrats' fault, like the existence of like the existence of government in the first place. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
They're going to look at government failing to do things and just assume that's a problem with government as opposed to a direct relationship to this. Here is Brooke, what's her face, from the USDA, Rollins. And here she is testifying on the discovery of the flesh-eating New World screwworm. This is a flesh-eating bacteria that affects beef, cattle, and a horrible way for cattle to die, but also at a time where we have a incredible shortage of U.S. beef, in part, at least because of our allowing climate change, drought, but also in part of our allowing for consolidation and antitrust violations take place. This is going to cost farmers and people billions of dollars, and it's going to further, my guess is, concentrate the beef industry. But listen to what she says, because it's lies.
Take a moment, Mr. Chairman, to talk about the screwworm detection. And of course, we can dive in with any of you in your Q&A. Yesterday, we received confirmation for the presence, for the first time in 45 years, the presence of a New World screwworm case within the United States, with the exception of a couple in Florida and others in the last number of years. We found that and was confirmed in a 3-week-old calf in La Pryor, Texas. While this development is a serious threat to our livestock and wildlife, it hasn't caught us off guard. We were ready and prepared. Under the last administration, and after having the Darien Gap, which is the biological barrier between South America and Central America.
This woman is a fucking idiot, and she is lying to all of you. Also, I don't know what the fuck she is talking about now. I don't know if she even understands what the Darien Gap is. What does she mean the Darien Gap is gone now?
Prepared. Under the last administration, and after having the Darien Gap, which is the biological barrier between South America and Central America, which held the screwworm at bay since the 1960s, that barrier and gap crumbled.
The Garrier and Bap crumbled? The Garrier and Bap, everybody. The Garrier and Bap is crumbled. Oh, no. She sounds like an expert. I can see why she has her job. What the fuck is Secretary Rollins talking about right now? The Garrier and Bap crumbled? I assume she means the Darien Gap still crumbled. So is it gone? I'm confused. The area between Panama and Colombia, is it Colombia or Venezuela? I'm trying to remember where. Like that's gone now. It crumbled, and now the screw worm has crossed it. What is she talking about? That's not what happened. I don't even know how that would physically happen. I don't know. She's just like making shit up over here. The Garrier Bap is crumbled, and now we get the screw worm. It's free. Now it's free to come here, and it's not because we completely gutted the administration that was supposed to be monitoring and preventing this from happening. And like inspecting cattle coming across the border.
Under the last administration.
Okay. Do you notice how she said we had advance warning of this? This is important. First off, put up image number 3. This is from AgriPulse. They do reporting on agriculture. This is back in number 3. This is from back in the winter of 2025. Bird flu screwworm monitoring among foreign aid programs killed by Trump. Look at number 2, DevX. This is basically an industry journal for NGOs that came out of the Harvard Kennedy School. USAID cuts spell bleak for zootonic disease control. If you scroll down, when it comes to international coordination, particularly among lower income countries, among the most worrying signals is how U.S. aid cuts are playing out within the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. The agency helped countries coordinate, boost their capacity to reduce the national, regional, and global spread of animal diseases. U.S. is the largest contributor to the budget, comprising 14% of total resources in 2024. Why might we do that? Might we have more stakes? As it were, no pun intended, in the game. But earlier this year, FAO received termination notices from more than 100 U.S. funded programs valued at approximately $382 million. Literally the cost of maybe half a day in our Iran project. Keep going, keep that up, because the next line is the Health Security Program, which monitors and prevents the spread of transboundary animal diseases such as bird flu and New World screwworm. Meanwhile, Brooke Rollins says that we had no idea. We were on top of this like this. From NBC News, the case is the first confirmed detection of New World screwworm in Texas since 1966.
That's the thing about these people. Even people like Elon, right? Like these people don't believe in science. They believe in pseudoscience, right? And it's just like the pseudoscience that reinforces their worldview, right? Like they reject any science that's inconvenient to them. And as we can see here, they just slashed incredibly important things. Like they acted like all these programs were just fraud and waste and abuse. Who needs to protect us from a screw worm? How can a worm be scary?
It's the only confirmed case identified in the country so far, Rollins said. It follows months of warnings from U.S. and Texas agricultural officials and cattle industry leaders as the pest steadily moved north through Mexico toward the American border for months.
The barrier is a gap, popularly known as the Panama Canal. Yeah, I mean, she's clearly just making a racist argument. It's not because the government slashed these programs that monitored and prevented these things from entering the country and our food supply and our agricultural sector. She's blaming immigrants. She's saying it's not that. She can barely even get the fucking sentence out. But it's the Berrien Bap, or what does she call it again? The Garian Bap. It's the Garian Bap has collapsed, and immigrants are flooding in. That's what without saying it. That's basically what she's trying to say. She's too stupid to even get those words out properly. These people, the Trump administration is just filled with despicable human beings who want to blame all of their problems on immigrants and not themselves, the people in charge. It's very convenient. You're in charge, but actually it's still the immigrants. It's all the immigrants' faults. The ones who are now too scared to leave their homes and go to work. Yeah. Now, while a screwworm doesn't technically affect the health of humans, all so much, but the health of the animals certainly in serious threat from these flies. But the president himself seems to be having some serious health issues lately, struggling with basic stuff. We've seen him falling asleep at meeting after meeting, struggling to pay attention, falling asleep at the fucking NBA finals, of all things. That's not exciting enough to keep him awake. I mean, he's fallen asleep at his own fucking birthday parade. I expect him to fall asleep at UFC 250, White House edition. But we're not seeing him give big, long, standing speeches. Just sort of quick, sit down, White House, Oval Office stuff, and then you see him walking between the helicopter and the plane. That's about it.
So we've talked quite a bit on this channel about Trump's physical and mental decline. It's very clear that he's not in good health. First of all, he's got these swollen ankles, and they say that's from chronic venous insufficiency. But as doctors point out, he would have had it for a really long time if that's the case, and the swollen ankles are new, which seem to indicate it's acute. And if you have acute swelling in your limbs like that, that would normally stem from congestive heart failure, okay? And that would make more sense because he's 80 years old and he's obese. So he looks like absolute shit. He's clearly got circulatory problems. He's been missing every now and then. He goes missing for like 4 or 5 days, 6 days. People speculated he's dealing with mini strokes. There's that moment where he got tired in public. Soon thereafter, one of his disappearances and one of the sides of his mouth is just drooping way down. Again, that would be evidence of mini strokes. So heart issues, circulation issues, potential stroke issues. I haven't even talked about the rash on his neck, which makes it look like he's rotting away. The fucking bruise on his hand, which makes it look like he's rotting away. He disappears at the beginning of every month for some sort of procedure that they don't tell us about and that they're hiding. And the bruising in the hand is probably from some sort of injection he gets at the beginning of every month. My guess is it's Leqembi. Leqembi is a drug for early Alzheimer's, and it's supposed to slow the worsening of Alzheimer's. And it would kind of fit, right? Because he's out there bragging about, I did great on this cognitive test. It's not a cognitive test. It's a fucking dementia test. And you've taken it 4 times in a year, which indicates there's something clearly wrong and they know it, right? He also, when he got the MRI, remember he got an MRI.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
MRI? He goes, it was a routine MRI. That's not a thing, by the way. And then he goes, I don't know what they did the MRI on, but it definitely wasn't the brain. Well, that means it's almost certainly the brain.
Yeah. Yeah. Quick question. Who had the routine MRI this year? Raise your hands. One in chat. One's in chat for routine MRIs. Nobody? Huh. Weird. That is weird.
It's weird.
Right? And that's what would happen if you're taking Leqembi, the drug Leqembi, is they would check your brain to make sure there's no bleeds there because that's a side effect of the drug Leqembi. Okay, so physically deteriorating, mentally deteriorating, everybody sees it, but every day you get more and more little pieces of the puzzle that come out that get worse and worse, and they paint a more and more dire picture. So now let's take a look at this. Here's Trump walking over to reporters, and see what you notice about this walk. Okay, here we go. Speed it up a little bit here. What do you notice? What are you noticing? Look. You see this? What this is showing here is that he is functionally incapable of walking in a straight line anymore.
Yeah, the thing I found interesting was the hand motion. Did you see what he did with the hand? He really is all over them. Just look at where he goes as I go. Look, oh my God. Use the door as a guide. Look at that. He starts off. Here he is in the middle, and then bam, and then bam, the other side, But also, just watch what he does with his hand.
Here. What do you notice? What are you noticing? Look. You see this?
Maybe I missed it. Actually, it looked, when I first looked at this video, it kind of looked like he was like motioning to somebody in the crowd, like he was like using his hand to like gauge where the. Am I wrong?
Noticing, look. You see?
Like, it almost looks like he's trying to gauge where the crowd is. He's like, I can't pick out which crowd am I walking towards. Oh, 6. Dragon got regular MRIs when you were concussed and had brain bleeding. That sounds very normal, like a routine MRI. Very routine. Like a regular, very regular thing that everybody gets.
What this is showing here is that he is functionally incapable of walking in a straight line anymore. Now, this is not the only time this has happened. This also happened when he was meeting with Putin in Alaska. That was months ago. It happened then. It also happened. There was a video of him walking. See, look at this. Can't walk in a straight line. There's a video of him walking with a little kid in the White House, showing him all the pictures of the presidents, and the thing where they put Biden with the auto pen, right? He's walking, and he's also incapable there of walking in a straight line.
Yeah, I think we all know his fucking. Anybody who's like denying it is just ignoring reality at this point. This dude is fucking falling apart. He is sundowning. We're all watching it. He is losing his shit.
Makes people sort of overlook how his brain's not working anymore. And Biden had the kind that he came across as like confused all the time. But look at this. Let's play. Here's a compilation of moments which are clear evidence of severe cognitive abilities. Watch this. Here we go.
Colleges and universities will purge the anti-Semitism and pro-terrorism. 3 years later, ladies, how about that? The Arabian Russia will repeat it.
What? Nah, son. What on earth? Oh, my days. That is like his brain took a massive diarrhea shit.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Yes, you're right. It's the very definition of totalitarianism. That's a word. Write that down.
Oh, my word.
How about that? The Arabian Russia will repeat it.
You telling me that brain is functioning normally? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me?
Venezuela. Did you just see Maduro? Venezuela. It's unbelievable. Great deal ever made. They all say a giant win for farmers and manufacturers. Mexico and Kenya. To use Master Lock all the time when I was a little child.
Mexico and the great Kenya. Oh, Kenya. Oh, Canada. Canada. He's like, he was gonna say it with like what's it called? I can't think of the Spanish accent, the little noodly thing. Oh my god. Canada. Oh, Canada, the 51st state.
Master Lock at lots of nice little puzzles you put them.
All right, keep it an eye.
This is the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been, no third world country has a border like that. And no I'll tell you what, and I hope the military revolts at the voting booth to give the American people their voice back by building something called Truth Central. This is the very definition of totalitarianism. I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges.
That was literally a galactic sound shot. I mean, it's a great one. It's one of those ones where I was like, we need this. I'm glad somebody else noticed how deranged that shit was. I'm glad I'm not the only one that picked up on that. And somebody else noticed it. Waukesha.
The oranges of the investigation, the beginnings of that investigation. The biggest lie ever foisted upon
the oranges of the
American people. He was
investigation. And the apples of inquiry. The bananas of logic. And the kiwis of thought. And of course, you cannot forget the great pita bread of patriotism.
Bronze Star and the Combat Infantryman Badge for his service. Normal times, roughly 40% of fresh vegetables and about 40% in the failing New York Times by anonymous, anonymous.
This is literally all phonemic paraphasia, which is evidence of Alzheimer's.
Gutless coward. Your campaign of terror, murder, mayhem will not be tolerated any longer. It will not be allowed to go forward. God bless the United States.
That one I thought.
God bless the United States. The great United States. Everybody knows America. The United States of America.
Fuck yeah! I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I think his dentures came loose here or something.
Thank you very much. Going any further, I want to say God bless the people of Israel. They're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. To teach transgender to our children without parental consent. Nobody has to have parental consent, and we will totally oppose the Biden administration at this. I will also order our government to deny entry to all communists and Marxists. Look, we have Marxists, fascists, communists. They're pouring into our country. We are going to deny them access to our country. Now, the one problem, Joe Biden's granting mass thinking, decided to shield and shelter criminal. Look, wait.
Decided to steal and criminal.
Oh, my word, man. Yeah, it's happening, bro.
Look, listen, look, okay. I know you're saying that's actually how it's said. A lot of people are saying it, okay? You're saying I'm saying it wrong. This nasty liberal, Kyle Kalinske, he's saying, radical Antifa Marxist liberal leftist Kyle Kalinske is saying I'm saying it wrong, but actually that's how people say it. Okay? It's a dialect. It's a dialect from southern Maryland. Just unfamiliar. The doctors are telling me, very smart doctor type people are telling me that's actually how you say it. And I agree. Did you know that my uncle went to MIT? I'm sorry, I can't hold it together. All right, now, some people are getting sick of this situation, and they think Trump should be gone. You know, to get rid of that guy. 25th Amendment. One or maybe number of individuals have displayed their dissatisfaction with the president by means of art. The very biggest art that you can... Everybody's saying the very biggest art ever. Biggest and most beautiful art ever put together. By way of numbers and grass. U.S. police investigating a large imprint of 8647 apparently drawn in grass of the National Mall, Washington, D.C. Look, this is an improvement to the grass. Okay, I don't know why we need an investigation. That's a waste of taxpayer dollars. This is better than what Trump's doing to the lawn, the White House front lawn. That thing's going to be done for decades. I mean, the root system's got to be completely destroyed. Roots that have been taken care of over the centuries by previous administrations. But in case you can't see it, it's a little hard to see. But the 8647. Are you seeing it? That it's very difficult to make out. The 4 and the 6 didn't quite take. The 8 and the 7, you can clearly see the 8 and the 7, right? But the 6 a little weak, and the 4 almost invisible. Although I do see the intent. I do believe I see the artistic intent. Just didn't quite. Look, not all art projects are successes, right? We learn from our failures too. I applaud the attempt. Sometimes the process is the art.
It's science.
Now, well, that might be destroying a little bit of grass. Let's not forget that AI is destroying the whole environment.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Everything is computer. Now, in the world of AI, which we're about to briefly delve into here this evening, or do we have time for this?
OpenAI has filed for a US share listing. That was according to us.
How are we doing on time right now? Jesus Christ. 5 hours in already. I guess we could do a super long stream. But I don't think I'm even halfway through. We're over the 5-hour mark. That bodes badly. That bodes very badly. How far have I made it? Okay. Got 130 videos in this list. We've made it 42. It's not great. At this pace, it'll take us 15 hours to complete the whole stream. Oh, God, and I'm sweating. Why is it so hot on the space station today? Good God. Anybody, please tell me why it's so hot. Oh, that's right. It's because we keep emitting more and more fossil fuels into the atmosphere. And it's an El Nino. It's about to get even hotter.
So hot right now.
Even in space. Okay, don't ask. Don't question it. Don't question it. Look, maybe it's radiating directly into my space station. You don't know. What do you know? Okay. I'm trying to make an editorial decision right now. Do we do AI or not? I gotta keep this like under 10 hours. That's my goal for today. And in order to do that, we gotta skip AI. We'll do AI tomorrow. I'm sorry. Look, it wasn't in the title. You weren't expecting it. You didn't know it was coming. Don't start with me right now. I'm doing my very best, goddammit. It's been a very hectic week, and there's, I don't know if you notice, things are just sort of collapsing around us. Suffice to say, AI is still bad. Write that down. Write that down. AI is still not helping us out at all. Fly further from the sun. Good idea. Yes. Smart thinking. Unfortunately, climate change is, in fact, fueling more extreme weather on the planet. It's not just the El Nino. In fact, it's just supercharging the El Nino this year.
Why is the weather getting wilder? We just need to look in the mirror. Climate change is affecting our weather in all sorts of different directions. We're getting droughts, we're getting floods, downpours, stronger hurricanes, more wildfires. All of this is connected to climate change. How? As the world warms, the atmosphere warms. And as the atmosphere warms, it holds more moisture. And that moisture and that warmth is energy. It's the seeds of storms. In addition, the jet stream, which is the atmospheric rivers above us that push our weather systems around us, is getting slower because of climate change. And when the jet stream gets slower, on one part of the jet stream, it'll just keep raining and raining and raining. And on the other side of the jet stream, it's going to be hot and dry. But weather always has had extremes. So
Yes, unfortunately, we know definitively, quantitatively, that these extremes are being exacerbated by human activity. And for decades, we've been monitoring all sorts of data in order to try and confirm and or deny our scientific hypotheses surrounding climate science and things like that. For instance, did you know that for decades, the United States was monitoring ocean, a number of different ocean levels, heat, salinity.
After decades of observations, hundreds of deep-sea instruments which are used to collect data about ocean temperatures, climate trends, and marine biodiversity will soon be dismantled. So what are the consequences? Professor Matthew England is the director of the Australian Research Council's Centre of Excellence for Our Future Oceans and joins us now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not tell you? Didn't mean to get you excited about science. We're no longer going to be doing that. The Trump administration doesn't think that that's worth our taxpayer dollars, keeping track of, silly things like climate change or how hot the fucking oceans are right now. Why keep track of that? That is just unimportant. What does that have to do with the price of Truth Social's stock?
Good to have you with us, Professor. Now, firstly, can you explain to us how these monitors and sensor arrays work, and when were they first deployed at the bottom of the seas and oceans?
Yeah, no, these instruments have been out there for up to about 10 years. It's a network of measuring platforms that, as you mentioned, detect things like ocean temperatures, biodiversity, and it's really important these monitors are there. They're particularly located around the US coast. There are also some sensors off in the North Atlantic and North Pacific, a bit further away from the American coast, but it's really important for industries such as fisheries and aquaculture. It's also important for understanding how our oceans are changing to have these monitoring systems in place. And having put all that money and investment into putting the measuring devices in place, it really is a backward step to be removing them.
Yeah. So in more recent times, can you perhaps elaborate for us how...
Yeah, but there's another one of these incredibly petty moves being made by the Trump administration, where investments, money, has already been spent, right? It's already been put into this. The things that were monitoring this already existed, right? Like the physical objects needed to do the science already fucking existed. They were already there, and now we're dragging them out of the ocean. It's just like Trump paying money to energy corporations halfway through building fucking solar panel projects or fucking wind turbines, right? It is spending money to spite ourselves. It's fucking deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
These instruments have been helping us determine the condition of our climate, the condition of our oceans, in this era where we are talking about climate change and global warming and rising sea levels?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, one of the examples I would cite is that around the Atlantic Ocean near the United States of America, there's these incredible cyclones and hurricanes that hit the coast. Those instruments are there measuring exactly how those cyclones impact our ocean circulation, how they change biodiversity, impact coral reefs. And if we take them away, we lose that measuring platform. And it means that the scientific understanding that is building worldwide about how our oceans behave, how they work, how the temperature patterns, marine heat waves and extremes and so on interact with our ecological systems in the ocean, that those measuring devices being taken away around the Americas really has a worldwide effect, because the scientific discoveries that come from those observations really benefit all of the world's oceans. It's not just the American coast and the knowledge there that's gained. It's actually a worldwide scientific resource.
Yes. Yeah. We're continuing to thrust the United States into this deeply isolationist mindset on a number of different things. While simultaneously being expansionist, it's quite disturbing, right? This is deranged fucking shit. The fact that Trump is and Steve Miller and all these fucking fascists are trying to remove the United States from the international community, thereby scuttling international efforts on all sorts of important projects. They are setting us back decades. Like Sam was saying earlier, it's on so much shit. It is on so much stuff that they are just fucking pressing delete. They're just pressing the delete key on all of these vital agencies and programs, because they have some fucking ideological hatred of progress. And they want us, they have some sick, apocalyptic desire to drag us into a dark dystopian future, rather than one where everybody can survive and where humanity can thrive. They genuinely seem to want the opposite of that. I don't know if it's biblical or some sort of a mental health problem. I don't know, but we got a serious issue here. Got a bunch of psychopaths running the fucking government right now. Dismantling decades of progress in front of our very eyes. Soon we'll have nothing left to fight for.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Trump administration has begun dismantling the Ocean Observatories Initiative, a network of more than 900 ocean floor sensors that collect critical data on marine ecosystems, ocean currents, and global climate data. The deep-sea sensors were installed a decade ago at a cost of $370 million, funded by the National Science Foundation. The independent NSF board has since been dismantled.
I'm going to point something out. The number 370 million sounds like a lot. How much is Operation Epstein Fury costing right now? More than, it's 6 times as much per day. It's costing us $2 billion a day to do Operation Epstein Fury in the Middle East. This cost $370 million in total to put in the place. It's insanity. It's utter insanity. What a waste. Oh, we spend all of our money on all the wrong shit. And then we complain about these tiny little programs. Not by we, I mean fucking Republicans. Oh my God, we're spending $1 million on the Leering Center. Oh God.
The Trump administration. The decommissioning of the sensors has already begun and is expected to be completed next year. Meanwhile, the Trump administration.
Wow. And it was a sunk cost. That is dark. That is dark, Max. My God. Oh. It might be too soon. It might be too soon for that one, but I gotta give you fucking props for that.
Push to expand deep sea mining and loosen fishing regulations. The closure of the Oceans Observatories initiative was recommended by the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 playbook for Trump's presidency. Scientists warn the move will severely degrade efforts to monitor changing climate patterns and could negatively affect weather forecasting and extreme weather alerts. For more, we're joined in studio by David Helvarg, Executive Director of Blue Frontier, an ocean policy group, co-host of the Rising Tide Ocean podcast, and an author. His latest book is just out, Forest of the Sea, The Remarkable Life and Imperiled Future of Kelp. Well, we won't be talking as much about kelp today, David, though we have to have you back on to talk about that. But right now, the dismantling of this nearly $400 million deep sea sensor network. Talk specifically about what it means.
Well, specifically, the Congress refused to allow the administration to defund this project for the last 2 years. So now they're disassembling it. And this is the cutting edge eyes and particularly ears of science in the ocean. This was scheduled to continue as the most advanced system for understanding the deep ocean, the circulation of the ocean, the warming of the ocean. It's supposed to continue for the next 15 years at least. And as you stated, it was the Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's overall plan for creating an administrative authoritarian state, which includes a strong focus on essentially developing the ocean for offshore oil drilling and for deep sea mining, basically as a gas station and a garbage dump. And the result is, they said it was the instrument by which NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, was promoting climate hysteria. And what they mean by that is accurate science that reflects the reality that the burning of fossil fuels is overheating our ocean. Last year, NOAA reported the ocean's been the hottest in recorded history going back to the 1880s. So we have these extreme marine heat waves that have huge effects on coastal hazard and coastal security. It's also 80% of the world's coral reefs were bleached last year because of the warming of the ocean. The kelp forests are the world's other forest crisis that's happening. We've lost over half the kelp forests that still are more extensive than the Amazon rainforest. And so we're in this crisis, and they're blinding us to understanding that crisis because our
I've been fighting for like 2.5 years. I have no illusions of grandeur on my effect on this, but it's just so frustrating to see it be. Almost feels like we're just going backwards. Like we're not only are we not making progress fast enough, we're actually regressing right now. By the way, I don't know if everybody likes otters. The very cutest of sea creatures, in my opinion. Or at least they're top tier. Did you know that otters' main habitat is in kelp forests? And they need them for protection. That's why you always see them hanging out in them like this. This is a fun fact. Half of them are gone.
Standing would direct us to rapidly transition off of fossil fuels, which are overheating and acidifying our ocean. And it's a scary moment.
So scientists have warned that dismantling the system will severely degrade the accuracy of weather predictions and El Nino forecasts. Explain.
El Nino is a periodical warming of the Pacific. It may, all the projections right now, or at least the predictions, are that it'll become more extreme than it's ever been this year. on top of which we're having a new wave of marine heat waves. The last marine heat wave that hit the West Coast basically destroyed 95% of the kelp forest in Northern California. And it impacts on towns like Fort Bragg, California. Fisheries collapse, tourism based on abalone diving, 30 million a year that was lost. The good news is people who were in conflict before, the fishing community, the tribes, the environmentalists, are all now trying to work together to restore the ocean. The bad news is they're coming up against an administration that's that only wants to drill offshore. And I've talked to the AFL-CIO in Rhode Island, where they've twice had to drop tools. You know, they had 80% completion on the Revolution wind farms off Rhode Island, which, when they're completed, will not only provide clean energy to the communities onshore, but reduce utility bills for 400,000 people in Rhode Island and Connecticut. On the West Coast, people are out of work because of the loss of kelp and fisheries. And, you know, so it doesn't make economic sense. I mean, we're literally at the point where it's cheaper to produce clean energy than to produce coal and oil, which...
Yeah, because we have a bunch of dinosaurs with no ideas aside from to drag us back through time. This is their only solution to everything. It's just insanity. It's like, oh no, progress is bad. And all the progress that's been had in the 21st and 20th centuries, actually bad too. We're going to go back to the 19th century. But nobody had any rights aside from the people with the most money and guns. It really is. It's very frustrating to me. You know, and I know because I wear this mask, people can't see my face. But I am like genuinely at a fucking, you know, like a place where it's like beyond exasperation. I don't know exactly what the word is. Whatever the word is for crazy making, that's what it is. Because I feel like I'm going crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I'm watching us just be run by people who refuse to just accept reality and facts. And for millions of people to be like, actually, yeah, that's the reality I want. And it's honestly, to me, I think to some degree, it's a coping mechanism. It's denial. It's the first in the stages of grief. People still haven't gotten past denial yet. That's a problem, right? People are still in the early, like, because if we accept climate change as the stages of grief, right? The denial stage is the first stage of grief. You're like, no, actually, this didn't happen, right? Actually, they're still alive. Actually, the planet's still fine. And you're a fucking liar. Like, go fuck yourself, right? We need to get past that so we can start actually progressing in our healing, right? In this case, it's about the survival. It's like the survival of all of humanity that we need. And oh God, like what it is we need to be able to break through that psychological barrier as a global community and stop having whatever percentage of the planet thinks that it's just a fucking hoax, to actually just accept science because they're not scientists. And just because Joe Rogan said it doesn't mean it's true. This is part of the problem, especially with like what's going on like with AI to some degree, especially when it's, you know, in the hands of people like Elon and they try to hone it in certain directions and or say like the AIs want to please you, right? Because I think a lot of people are just being fed, whether it's straight through media or through AI or whomever or whatever other means right now, this sort of denial slop, right? Stuff that is like easy to their psyche. It's like, look, actually, you're right. It doesn't exist. This really hard thing, this really catastrophic, and would mean all sorts of really hard changes for you if it were to actually continue to get worse. You know, actually, it's all lies. Just ignore it, and you're gonna be fine. And to some degree, some people can, like some number of people are gonna be able to go through their lives and actually have that be the case for them, right? And they'll like die of some other causes, you know, won't have anything to do with climate change, right? But meanwhile, millions, hundreds of millions of people in the next decade are going to be affected. You know, there's some pretty disturbing numbers just on the United States alone on how many people might be affected between now and 2050. That date continues to get closer and closer. And we're seeing evidence that that's the case, right? The longer we ignore that, the more unprepared we will be, right? And the more in danger everybody's going to be, right? And the rest of the world is fucking woken up to this already, right? The United States is basically the only place like left hanging on to this bullshit and like pretending climate change is like not impending disaster. Probably because we're benefiting most from the industries that are causing it. Meanwhile, we are hosting the World Cup, and expectations are that it is going to be blistering hot, with venues on the West Coast seeing Super El Nino fueled heat waves.
Researchers at the University of Portsmouth in southern England are recreating the kind of hot, humid conditions fans could face at the 2026 World Cup, where matches will be staged across the United States, Mexico, and Canada. And while teams will be supported by medical staff, tailored training schedules, and hydration plans, that's not the case for spectators in attendance.
We're concerned about the humidity and the temperature at the World Cup in various venues like Miami.
Dr. Joe Costello is the Associate Professor in Exercise and Environmental Physiology at Portsmouth.
So heat stress is a continuum of how it can impact the human body. From heat rash, we can get heat cramps, heat syncope, where people might feel faint or dizzy, all the way up to heat exhaustion or heat stroke, which in some instances can be fatal.
Inside a heat chamber, lecturer Tom Williams walked on a treadmill in temperatures of around 35 to 36 degrees Celsius, or 95 to 97 degrees Fahrenheit, with humidity levels designed to mimic conditions expected in venues.
So what we just measured here today was 36 degrees Celsius and 75% relative humidity. And this was giving us a figure of approximately 32 degrees Celsius on the wet bulb globe temperature. And this is a really challenging environment for humans to participate in sport, but also for the fans to be walking to the stadiums and enjoying the spectacle.
Yeah, and of course in the United States, public transportation is not only difficult to access, but is going to be incredibly expensive, apparently, with transportation networks across the country jacking up prices for the World Cup. There's no way that this turns out a fucking disaster, like I've been saying. But yeah, I mean, temperatures are expected to get very hot in the West Coast, Southern California, Arizona. There's a bunch of stadiums in that corner of the country that are going to be hosting these events. And that Super El Nino is just getting worse and worse. Now, while the United States is defunding tools intended to inform us about climate change, Reuters, and it's fascinating because other people are like now trying to do this now. Like we just heard it in the previous video. Well, the previous like the Democracy Now video. You know how like a private, like an NGO, is now like funding like their own ocean monitoring systems, since they're expecting this whole system to be completely like no longer operational, right? But it's disturbing that we need to have like private like organizations, Reuters or anybody else doing this, right? The government was already doing it. It's in the benefit of society. Stuff like that, the government should be doing, right? We shouldn't be leaving it up to people who might have, like, that's the problem. That's the problem here right now. We've allowed people in government with serious self-interest and all sorts of shit. To a degree that I don't think the United States has ever seen or expected. But hey, Reuters is trying to help. They've created a climate monitoring tool which allows users to compare heat data and see how climate change might be affecting them.
We all know the Earth's getting warmer, but the statistics we hear are usually global and in the statistical language of scientists, and often hard to relate to. Today I'd like to tell you about a new feature on Reuters.com and on our Reuters iPhone and Android apps. It's called the Reuters Climate Monitor, and it's trying to cover climate change at the speed of news and to localize it to where you live. And it answers a question I think we all feel from time to time. You wake up, you go outside, and it's a hot day, and you ask yourself, is this normal? Has it always been this hot this time of year? Well, if you go to the Reuters Climate Monitor, you can find out the answer.
Well, there you go, folks. The Reuters Climate Monitor, accessible apparently to everybody. So you can compare your current weather with past weather easily. I'm sorry, but I'm losing it over some of these motherfuckers. I cannot believe this Trump administration. They are wrecking not just the country, but the planet. We're all interconnected. I like to think for good most times, and then we hit moments like this, and I'm like, oh boy, if only we could just sort of have the United States disconnect from the rest of everybody else. I feel bad. I do feel bad. I mean, I didn't vote for Donald Trump, but I'm just saying. I still feel it's America's fault. You don't need an app to know it's getting hotter. Look, it's informative. Could be useful. Just saying. There'll be a moment where you like, eureka. You know? You're like, waiting in line, and some deranged individual in front of you is like, actually, it's always been this hot. And you can whip out your phone and be like, wow, will you take a look at the Reuters climate app, whatever it was called, goddammit. How about that? See, I've already come up with at least one hypothetical situation where it could be useful. Where am I? Right. Speaking of dry and hot conditions, down in the Southwest, fire broke out near Flagstaff, Arizona. Here's local Fox 10 Phoenix.
Tonight, wildland firefighters are battling the Papa fire less than 15 miles east of Flagstaff.
This as most of the high country is under a red flag warning. Fox 10's Nicole Christine joins us in studio tonight with a look at how this fire grew tonight. Nicole.
Yeah, it grew pretty fast. We actually have a time lapse. It was taken from the Twin Arrows camera, and it shows the progression of the Papa fire, which is now sitting at around 100 acres. Meteorologists in Flagstaff say fire risk will remain high into tomorrow.
Monday's forecast triggering a red flag warning in Arizona's high country.
We are kind of experiencing some drought, some dry, and some exceptionally windy weather conditions. They're about 15 to 25 mile an hour sustained winds, and they're gusting up around 30 to 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, the wind's not good. Now, thankfully, the fire has not grown dramatically. I believe they're continuing to fight right now. But it's still under 200 acres, the last update that it was at. But it has been going now for about 5 days, I think since Monday. But somehow it's as of, I think, Thursday or like Wednesday evening, it still was only a 25% containment. So I have no idea where it's actually at right now. But that's at least one of the things that has been going on this week. Now, drier and even hotter temperatures are expected in New Mexico over the weekend.
And that warmth, it's sticking around really hot out across the state today through the end of the week as well. Looking out over Angel Fire through the time lapse of this morning, we can see those mostly clear blue skies, but those winds have been picking up as that westerly jet stream is kind of setting up over the region. Looking out in Albuquerque at this time, clear blue skies, temperatures already in the mid to upper 80s here, relatively calm.
Yeah, and look at those temperatures. 92 in Socorro, 94 in Deming. Already blistering hot down in New Mexico. Sounds terrible. Although a lot of states have seen very similar temperatures. If you look... if you just look at that map real quick, the red indicates temperature, and you'll see to the left in Arizona, to the right in Texas, and to the right as well in Oklahoma. What is that, Nebraska? I mean, everybody was feeling the fucking heat this week. Suffice to say, it's still pretty hot this weekend, as it turns out, for a lot of people. It's a dry heat, yes. Yeah, at least it's a dry heat. Wet heat's less fun. No, slightly wetter all the way up in Canada. Stormy weather pummeled the central Canadian territories, I think Alberta and Manitoba. Leaving thousands without power. Part of a storm that also came down and hit the Midwest.
These conditions can...
Parts of southern and western Manitoba are reeling after being blitzed by violent storms. Late yesterday afternoon and into last night, tornado warnings were issued for a number of communities, including Winnipeg and St. Anne. The storms brought with it heavy rain, large hail, and lightning. There was flooding in parts of Winnipeg last night, and Manitoba Hydro is reporting several outages around the province this morning.
Some pretty seriously stormy weather in there. I think I saw a fucking tornado in here. Or at least it kind of looks like one. Yep, streets flooded. But actually...
I'm Vicioios Bellows in Swan River, Manitoba, where many are still cleaning up after the devastating floods that happened over the weekend. Behind me is where the provincial government approved a cut in the highway to alleviate some of the flood stress. Now, some say it is working so far, but local elected officials believe this is an action the province should have taken sooner.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to skip this one. While things are shitty in Manitoba, South Manitoba, which I think lines up with the pressure switch, right? Like I think like most of like the heat wave in the country sort of shifted throughout the week. And along the line, I think is where we saw the most extreme weather. Illinois.
Well, some homeowners are still...
Illinois, Twin Cities, Minnesota, Iowa. Seeing some pretty crazy shit.
Out of the debris and damage left by the strong storms, and with more on the way, the clock is ticking. Item Duxter is in Minneapolis, where one tree landed right on top of a home. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Reg, you talked about not being able to sleep during these storms, and this is certainly cause to not only wake you up, but to keep you up. This is in the Como neighborhood of Minneapolis. You can see crews have been working all morning long, but there still is a good portion of that massive tree, more than 40 years old, that boulevard tree that went smashing through the second story of this home. The homeowner says she was actually up trying to close that window when the tree went through, and she said she heard the tree come down, she heard the glass come down, and she knew, man, there was going to be a big mess. But now time is of the essence to get this thing cleaned up, because as you heard Adam say, there are more storms on the way, and there is a giant hole in the side of this house right now. And
yeah, supposedly over this weekend, even to like tonight, I think a lot of people in the Midwest are like under like warning. A number of states already, people dealing with power outages, damaged homes. This apartment's roof completely ripped up. This is in Ohio, where you can see a roof is now in someone's car. Maybe it's siding? I guess it's siding, yeah. I'm not sure if if siding is better than a roof being in your car. I guess it's better. A roof is probably going to come with like beams, like large wooden beams. Probably more damaging. Siding probably going to do more sort of like, what do you call it? Like aesthetic damage, right? Like that car probably runs. Like, probably unsafe to drive. But you could probably turn it on, I'm guessing. Just needs all new windows. Just needs all new windows and probably a new roof. And some other stuff. I'll bet that engine still runs. Yes, tree. It's a very large tree. Speaking of trees, in Ohio, we got a live video of one massive tree coming down thanks to what I think is like a doorbell camera or something.
This is a reminder, caution around down power lines. If it's a tree knocking it down or just this terrible wind. This video now is from Lacona. Thank you for sending this in, Shell. You can hear the rain. You can see debris flying. So once this is over, be very careful walking around your property looking for some of the damage and debris around your neighborhood. This is definitely a warning to proceed with caution. Just leaving your house, in your neighborhoods, driving.
I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. I skipped the one that I wanted to see. It's this one. They're super short clips. I got confused. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Oh.
This is a reminder, caution around.
No. God damn it.
Alex and Amanda, I believe we have some video here.
That's right. That's right. So this video that you're watching, wow, the winds just blow through that tree. A viewer from west of Creston sent this in. You can see just within.
Dude, it just split that tree in half. That was, it like broke it like a stalk of broccoli. That was disturbing. That was a tree. That was like a 40-foot tall tree. Hard to gauge, but giant fucking tree just sort of dismembered by the wind. I've never seen anything quite like that. In the Windy City, debris could be seen flying around. Oh, this is in Iowa. Sorry, this one's Iowa. These are all super short clips. This is some Iowa Walmart parking lot or something.
The planet is quickly warming and severe impacts from climate.
What just happened? What is going on? Damn. Oh, shit. The deck chairs just went flying. Multiple deck chairs went flying into traffic. Oh, shit. They're all just coming. They're just road missiles now. These deck chairs have turned into road missiles. Oh, God. That's not what you want. Apparently these are like plywood panels off the side of a building. Probably construction or like repairs of some sort, just sort of floating around down to the ground. Hopefully nobody, I don't know, has one of those land on them. Jesus Christ. Now, perhaps not shocking to everybody, there were tornadoes all over the fucking place. I didn't find it. I wasn't looking for a ton of clips of the tornadoes. Probably should have, but I only have so much time. Assume tornadoes.
That's the shelf cloud coming
Jesus.
into the city. So that's the leading edge.
Look how
the
dark
leading edge
it
of
is.
the storm complex heading in.
Wow.
That's the leading edge of the high winds. So once that shelf cloud passes overhead, these winds are going to pick up.
Drone video shows several homes in Streator, Illinois, badly damaged, some with roofs torn off after a confirmed tornado hit the area. Witnesses captured tornadoes forming across Illinois as severe storms swept through the state.
Oh wow, it's getting bigger. That's it.
It's condensing back down.
Now, this wasn't even the most damaging storm of the year by far, but there's more coming right now. It's probably sort of over. I remember what the path was. Is it Oklahoma? I can't remember. But supposedly the Midwest is going to get hit again this weekend. You're getting pretty smashed by storms, Dirt? McGirt. Well, hopefully you're staying safe. God, I'm super hungry still. That one quesadilla was not enough. Yeah. Oh. I need more nourishment over here. Oh, I know what I am. Oh, the whole East Coast was in a heat wave this as the end of the week came about from Florida to New York.
Always tracking, always alerting. This is Next Weather.
All right, happy Wednesday. And as we take a look at what's new, we have a whole lot going on right now. And you'll notice that rain chances will be rising as we head into the weekend. We're now tracking an area in the tropics, the first one, and now issued by the National Hurricane Center for the Atlantic Basin and Colorado State University, issuing an update to its hurricane season. And over on the Gulf Coast, though, I am going to keep an eye on a few showers now beginning to approach Marathon.
Well, there you go. Nearly 100 degrees in southern Florida here. Good God. Ugh. Gross. It's only June. Oh, it's going to be, I can already tell it's going to be a fucking unbearably, I feel like it's just going to be an unbearably hot summer. All right, let's go up to New York. See what Zohran Mamdani had to say.
Zohran.
It's getting hot outside New York, and rising temperatures can mean dangerous, life-threatening conditions. Every year, more than 500 New Yorkers lose their lives to extreme heat. The New Yorkers who are most at risk are older, or they have heart disease or asthma, or they're homeless, or they don't have air conditioning in their home. So, how should you prepare for the heat? Well, if you're watching this, chances are you already have your phone in your hand. Text Notify NYC to 692-692 to sign up for our city's official emergency alerts. We will text you anytime dangerous heat is on the way, so you have enough time to get ready. The single most important thing to do if you're at risk of overheating is to get somewhere with AC. And you've got options. That can mean a friend or a family member's place, a mall, a library, or one of the hundreds of cooling centers that our city activates during a heat emergency. Cooling center.
I love that he's got 2 sets of subtitles. One for people who have hearing impairments and one for Spanish speakers. So inclusive. Old Zoran.
Zohran Mamdani.
Open to everyone, and some are even pet friendly. Find the one that's closest to you by calling 311 or by going to this URL. And remember to check in on your neighbors too. If you see an auntie or anybody, frankly, that's struggling outside, or somebody you know that doesn't have AC, look out for them. And if you see someone who's struggling, call 311. Dizziness, nausea, confusion, these are signs that you should immediately get out of the heat.
Yes, everyone, protect yourselves, whether you're a New Yorker or not. And now you got resources, thanks to the mayor's office, if you are in New York. Okay. By the way, speaking of inclement weather, just want to say thanks again to the person who got the e-bike cover the other day on Throne. That already arrived and is helping keep my bike dry in the rain. Rained the other day. And it was dry when I went outside. It was beautiful. Bone dry. So far, a great purchase. You're the one who made it, so good job. Whoever you are. All right, let's yes. Let's go back to talking about the deepening environmental crisis, which the United Nations is calling for urgent action on, otherwise known as
immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. Everybody's saying it. Write that down.
June 8th was World Oceans Day, a day to remind everyone that the ocean covers 70% of our planet and produces at least 50% of the world's oxygen. In short, we depend on it. But according to the massive Third World Ocean Assessment UN report released on Monday, we are poor custodians of our lifeline and need to change course.
Climate change, pollution, overexploitation, and habitat degradation are putting the ocean under pressure from many sides. They are disrupting fragile ecosystems on which we all depend. The message is really simple. We have the knowledge, and we must act.
Among other concerns, the report warns that global warming could make the Arctic ice-free as early as the 2030s. Arctic warming could accelerate processes that contribute to long-term sea level rise, and is already reshaping geopolitics as global powers compete for shipping routes and security assurances. The report recommended moving away from fossil fuels and called for a reduction in plastics production, which pollute the seas and cause strain for marine life. A stark reminder that we have to live in harmony with the oceans.
The ocean is our life support system. Without it, we don't exist.
It's funny, the United Nations is saying this in the same week. The Trump administration is dismantling our ocean monitoring program. I'm sure they're not at all related. I guess they technically announced it last week, the Trump administration. But it kind of went by the wayside, and people noticed it this week more. I think we did. Did we talk about this last week? I can't even remember now. There's so much fucking shit we talk about. He's destroying everything. It just feels like we've talked about. Like, he's basically trying to destroy literally all government agencies, aside from the ones that he can use to funnel money directly into his pockets. What is up with these job titles. Oh, Aquanaut? Well, you don't like Aquanaut? I think that sounds like that's a great name. Also, it's Fabien Cousteau. That's the I think it's the grandson of Jacques Cousteau, right? I mean, it's basically some C-Lab type shit, right? I mean, am I wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with some aquanautics? What do you got against aquanautics exactly there? Ducky, Frisla, whoever that is, yeah. You got something against C-Lab? Wow. I thought the ducks hated the land, and now you're against the aquanauts as well? Pick a lane! Pick a lane, ducks. Pick a lane. First you mock us for our land-based lives, and then we take to the seas, and you mock us once again. This inconsistency cannot stand. Cannot stand, I say. You know what else can't stand? Our continued decimation of the planet. You'll be shocked to find out that the genocide in Gaza has a negative environmental impact. I know.
It's science.
I know. You're saying, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, just think about it for 1 second. It'll come to you.
An environmental crisis is haunting the Gaza Strip after more than 2 years of war. The onslaught by Israel has been a systematic attack on the environment. Military and conflict analysts estimate the volume of explosives used by Israel to be similar to that of multiple atomic bombs in its scale of destruction. According to the Palestinian Environmental Quality Authority, the total emissions from the war has reached more than 30 million tons of carbon dioxide, a staggering figure equivalent to the total annual emissions of some countries. And observers now say Israel is also weaponizing the mountains of garbage.
The war since October 7, 2023 has resulted in severe environmental degradation and pollution. One of the worst environmental impacts of the war is the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of tons of garbage and solid waste in the center of Gaza City. Currently, we're moving the garbage to different areas in an attempt to temporarily solve this environmental problem.
Some 70 million tons of debris make up the new Gaza landscape. That's roughly the equivalent of 15 of Egypt's pyramids in Giza.
I mean, when you look out at a wasteland like this, you should be thinking about what the environmental impact of rebuilding will be. Because people aren't leaving. If you haven't figured that out, that's something you really need to wrestle with, because people, as you can, I honestly struggle to understand how anybody thinks that Palestinians are actually planning to leave. They continue to live amongst the rubble in destroyed buildings, in tents, in the most squalid conditions you can imagine. They persevere, right? But the environmental impact of pouring this much cement, of running bobcats and like dozers and like all of the things that are going to be necessary to rebuild, to clear the sites, right? And it is almost unfathomable. But it's not just Gaza, right? We have the war in Ukraine. All of these wars, right? The wars themselves, right? Not just the devastation, but the environmental impact, the fossil fuels of every fucking battleship and F-15 and every fucking missile, right? huge environmental costs. The military-industrial complex is, in fact, the most polluting industry on the planet. And yet our government funds it to the tune of, at least they're trying to, $1.5 trillion a year. If they get their way. Jerry Seinfeld says Palestine doesn't exist. I say Jerry Seinfeld's moral compass doesn't exist. I saw that clip. It's fucking stupid. He's a douchebag. He hasn't changed just even slightly over the last 2.5 years. Because remember the clip? It was like literally like very early on after October. I think it was in 2023. Like he went to some Barry Weiss event, right? And people asked him like the same fucking question. And he was like, Palestine is not even a place. What is the deal with Palestine? Oh, I fucking hate that, man. Now here's another fucking Earth environmental catastrophe. Earthquake, Philippines. We talked about this. This happened on Tuesday. A 7.8 magnitude. A 7.8 magnitude earthquake in the Philippines. Whew. I did not get enough sleep. Killing dozens of people. Displacing tens of thousands. I don't know if the search is still ongoing. You would assume it's fairly likely, considering some of the damage.
One of my children told me I should go to Save More Kalumpang supermarket. They said that's where my son Joey was on duty. His sibling told me that he was trapped there. The last message I received was that the search team will arrive the next day for the retrieval, but it's not a rescue because they no longer detected a heartbeat. One of the rescuers went there and said there was no heartbeat. It's difficult to accept. My only plea is to have him retrieved today so we can be at peace.
Manahimik na kami. Yeah. Everywhere I look this week, it's just devastation. Felt like last week we took like a brief lull, and then this week came around and it was fucking. I mean, not that there wasn't devastation last week, but you remember? I remember me saying like, actually, maybe this week wasn't worse than last week, and only just as bad, or something to that effect. Feels like this week just sort of doubled down on the week previous to that. It just got really shitty. So much horrible stuff happening. Hey, at least we're making progress through my long-ass list for today. This week was freaking crazy. What do we got here? 20, 40. Wait, was that right? I fucked up. God, I've only made it halfway through. It's a disaster. I've only made it halfway through, and we are 6.5 hours in. That's bad. I don't think I can go 12 hours tonight. I just didn't get enough sleep. Oh, yeah. The loft bed looks really good. Thank you. I posted pictures in the Discord for people who didn't see it. Unfortunately, I'm still trying to solve a situation I did not anticipate. But low bass frequencies are gathering in the corner, sort of amplifying the sound into my fucking face. Because it's like in the corner of the room, right? I mean, the room is just, it's very small. I'm working on sound dampening situations now to try and alleviate that situation, which wasn't giving me problems when I was sleeping closer to the ground. Like, huge improvement on space, but slight adjustments need to be made to optimize the space sleep-wise. Part of the reason why I have not gotten enough sleep today. Believe me, I would have loved to sleep for like 12 hours, but I couldn't. Like, I was struggling. There's like a low bass frequency. I've been trying to figure out what it is. I think it might be like one of my neighbors, like in the apartment building down on Earth, like a fucking fridge or something. It's a very low sort of bass vibration. Although I think I've located the spot where it's coming from, so I think I can dampen it. I don't have a noisy roommate. I live in a big old apartment building. I think it's not that big. Could be bigger. A fairly normal-sized apartment building. Like, dozens of units. It's actually a very old building. Old. It's actually like an old hotel from like the 19th century. Which, you know, not really conducive, I think. I don't think it was necessarily set up to be long-term. But whatever, you know, 2026. You go with what you can get. All right, space news time. Let's talk about a guy who was forced to resign from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. A climate scientist by the name of Peter Kalmus. Here's Democracy Now! From Wednesday.
The planet is quickly warming, and severe impacts from climate change will
if not
continue to
sooner.
accelerate unless action is taken immediately to prevent irreversible changes. That's according to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, calling for urgent action in a video released last week. He cited a new update from the World Meteorological Organization that warns El Niño is expected to arrive in the coming months with 90% certainty.
The science is clear. El Niño is arriving on our doorstep in the coming months with 90% certainty. The world must treat it as the urgent climate warning it is. El Niño conditions will pour fuel on the fire of a warming world. Impacts will hit even harder, travel even further, and cross borders with devastating speed. The only effective response is climate action equal to the crisis. Ending the addiction to fossil fuels, accelerating the shift to renewables, protecting the most vulnerable, and delivering early warning systems for all.
Well, even as the climate news gets more dire, on Monday, climate scientist Peter Kalmus says he was forced to resign from his job at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. His new Substack post is titled, "I was just forced to resign from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This administration would love for science to just go away." He writes, he started getting concerned about climate change in 2006, and at the time he was sure that by 2020 humanity would be on the same page about climate change and well on its way to solving it for good. How could I have been so incredibly wrong, he writes. I overestimated humanity, he says. For more, we'd go.
I need to say, I was in a very similar boat. I was like, how could we? I mean, we couldn't possibly deny this for much longer, right? But humanity is astounding, sometimes in the very worst ways. Awful
weak.
To Chapel Hill, North Carolina, we are joined by climate scientist and activist Peter Kalmus. For the first time, Peter, not identifying you as a scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. Why did you resign?
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I can speak freely for the first time on your show. Well, the surface reason for my resignation was a mandate to return to in-person work at the laboratory. So I've been fully remote in North Carolina for 4 years. A big part of the reason I left Altadena in 2022 to work remotely was because it was getting so hot there and so fiery. There's a fire that made a smoke cloud that encompassed my entire house and my family for, like, I think it was over a month. It was about a month in 2020, the Bobcat fire. And that got kicked off by a really strong heat wave, like heat that I've never felt before. Birds were literally falling off of trees while I was walking on the sidewalk. It was just remarkable. It's too much for me. And obviously, as a climate scientist, I can see that we're on this escalator towards warmer and warmer and warmer temperatures. And world leaders are not doing anything about it. This idiotic regime now in the United States, led by Trump, still thinks it's a hoax, is waging a war against solar panels. It's just remarkably foolish. So that was part of why I left. And then 2 years after I left, the house that I lived in my entire neighborhood, my town of Altadena, burned down in the Eaton fire. So, it's still getting worse. We're still burning fossil fuels. We're accelerating the burning of fossil fuels. This industry, oil, coal, gas industry, has been dishonest for half a century, blocking action, bribing politicians, playing dirty, lying through their teeth, testifying in front of Congress, saying that they're not going to stop lying. They're still doing it. Their ads are ridiculous right now, and the greenwashing that they do.
Yeah, and he's absolutely right. And the problem is, like, energy demand keeps going up because AI energy demand keeps going up so rapidly, right? Like, we had like a fairly normal like energy demand increase curve until the AI energy demand boom, like even with the internet, right? And like, YouTube and Twitch and everything else, right? The AI boom has absolutely caused us to, like, hockey stick, go fucking full hyperbola. I'm sorry, hyperbola? Parabola? I can't think of the word right now. I can't think it's hyperbola. Exponential, right? Like straight up on energy demand. And what are we what are we doing? And by we, I mean the people making those AI data centers. I don't know, Elon Musk, Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, right? Like these kinds of guys, Sam Altman, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos,
Zuckerbucks.
Oh, that's right. A lot of them, like the Elon Musk's Colossus, or Mr. Wonderful's, whatever he's calling that monstrosity in Utah, are using or planning to use, in the case of that Utah data center. But Elon just like threw up like dozens of methane gas energy turbines, right? Turbines which generate electricity by burning methane without asking the EPA, without applying for local permits. You just put them up. Like you're supposed to get permits. These people are just like doing whatever the fuck they want. And it's fucking insane. By the way, you use methane too. Like depending, like if you have like a gas burner or if you have like forced air heating in your home, or there's like a number of different cases, right? Where you maybe not be thinking about it, but you're paying for gas too. But now you're competing with them for their gas turbines to run their fucking monstrosities and power their fucking, their little pet projects that they hope one day replace you and I.
It's absolutely insane.
Can you explain what NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab does, what you did there, and what you're going to do now, Peter?
Yeah, thanks for that. JPL is, in my opinion, well, at least it was, the crown jewel in the NASA system of centers. So it's this beautiful campus in Pasadena, California, nestled in the hills there, and it is responsible for a huge fraction of the Earth observing satellites that monitor climate change and monitor weather around the world. The public doesn't really realize what a huge role JPL has played in monitoring the Earth. But more famously, it's responsible for putting rovers on Mars. It does these spectacular landings on Mars. It explores the planets of the solar system and its moons. So David mentioned the Europa Clipper. That's a JPL mission, which is going to study the ocean under Europa. And he's absolutely right, by the way, that we tend to really take for granted the boisterous, gorgeous life on planet Earth in a way that I think is, we have to stop doing. It's remarkable how we take it for granted. JPL also studies astrophysics, as many astrophysics missions, but it's just, I worked there for 15 years. It was my dream job. I was, one of those space kids. I was just, really nerded out on space from first grade onward. And it was a dream job for me. The colleagues that I worked with were brilliant. Morale, though, over the last couple of years, because mainly of the Trump administration, has been lower than I've ever seen it. And 30% of the workforce at JPL has been laid off or has left because of funding cuts and because of that low morale in the last year and a half.
How were you forced out?
This is what I keep saying. This is what is making me so sad about the space program in the United States. It's just turned into a wing of the military industrial complex. They don't want science. They don't want science. They don't think it's important. When it comes to space exploration, they're like, science is an afterthought, if thought at all. This is about territorial conquest and data centers on the moon and whatever else, billionaire playgrounds. It's insanity. And I knew that this was coming, that this is what they want out of space. I've been saying we need to find a way to stop it. And while I said it oftentimes in a sort of, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. Only semi-serious. Because it sounds so outlandish, right? But the fact is you listen to people like Elon Musk talk about shit, they are outlandish and they have the money to, whether or not any of their actual plans succeed, they have the money to go after their plans, and that very journey to some degree is going to be problematic. Right? And it's just a waste. That's the other problem. And now we're intermingling government funds into things like SpaceX, which are just propping up that fucking sort of mindset. I'd much prefer a Star Trek future, space-wise, rather than trying to think. What's the opposite of that? What's the opposite of Star Trek? Firefly? No. You get what I'm saying. I can't think of a good space dystopia right now. I should be better. But I'm pretty exhausted tonight, space fans. I hate to say that, but it's true.
So basically, I was told that I had to return to JPL by October 27th. Obviously,
Futurama. We're Futurama. Instead of Star Trek, we have Futurama right now. Oh, God. I just forgot about how they get to the timeline. For a second, I forgot about how they get to the timeline in Futurama. All of humanity gets wiped out. Is it aliens? I can't remember. Is it aliens or climate change?
do that because I would be leaving my sons and my wife and my life here in North Carolina behind. You know, we moved here 4 years ago. The kids are in school here. So that wasn't an option. I would feel very sad, probably get depressed if I lived in a little apartment alone in Pasadena. Moving my entire family back wasn't an option. So I just fought. I tried to put in for.
I take it back. Futurama has too functional of a government. I guess really, I hate to, I always use this fucking example, but what's it called? Fucking hell, I just forgot it. Altered Carbon. I think that's honestly the best dystopia. That's what we're shooting for. Honestly, from what I can tell, that's the world that these fucking psychos are shooting for. They're like, that's the one, right? Fucking AI, everything. Humans are an afterthought. You don't really need them. They're just pawns. Those pawns climb all over each other, scrabbling for scraps. While the meths, the billionaires and trillionaires, live in this literal sky. Right? Above the clouds, but above the filth. Although I'm trying to remember, but there's not really a lot of talk of like interstellar travel though, or even like intersolar system travel. In that, although it's implied that they can, they're doing it, but like, you know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot of. Whatever. Anyway, yeah, that guy just resigned from NASA because of all the fuckery. Correct. Well, he was basically forced to resign because the government tried to force everybody who they didn't like, who were remote workers like him, who worked on things like climate science, to come back to California. And he couldn't bring his family, like, and move from North Carolina, completely change his life, uproot his entire family, go back to California after having been living in North Carolina for, what do you say, 4 or 5 years or something like that. You know, you got young kids, you move them across the country in the middle of a fucking, like, cost of living crisis. If what you had going on is working, why would you change it, you know? You go from one of the less expensive states in the nation to, like, the most expensive state in the nation. All right, I'm gonna have to skip some shit because I am just so tired. Oh my god. The Middle East fucking thing has been out of control. It's just been back and forth. It's just been back and forth and back and forth. It's genuinely crazy making. Like, I'm losing my mind over it. Like, Trump is just fucking playing games. Like, human lives are not only at risk, but, like, are in the balance. Just like, you know, not just the people who are fighting the war, or like people who are like stationed in the Middle East, but like, you know, like people's lives are getting completely screwed over by the inflation that is being seen right now. Businesses are getting fucking decimated. Like, if we, you know, the tariff war was terrible for business, especially small business. But this whole fucking thing feels like it's almost worse. Elysium? Yeah. I mean, that's about as dystopic as... But they're also in Elysium, they're really not really traveling out. Isn't that like in low Earth orbit? Right? Like, it's just... Doesn't that just... It's like a satellite almost, right? Doesn't it rotate with the Earth? I could have sworn it's been a minute since I saw... it's been a second since I saw Elysium. But it's like right there, right? It's not like on the moon or like on Mars. Let's start here. Now, the stabbing death of a young British man has caught the attention of right-wingers over the last week. J.D. Vance, the literal U.S. State Department, Pete Hegseth, all making inflammatory comments over the last week or so regarding the death of Henry Nowak, a guy none of them knew. And completely disrespecting the wishes of the parents by very intentionally politicizing it and blaming immigration policy in the United Kingdom.
Henry Nowak's family leaves Downing Street after meeting Prime Minister Keir Starmer. They've pleaded for his death not to lead to more division in society. But the American administration had other ideas. Vice President J.D. Vance, for instance, said Nowak would be alive if it weren't for a mass invasion of migrants.
The proper response, the only response, is righteous anger.
In a statement, Starmer rejected attempts to interfere in...
Now, the fact that the media can't just call this blatantly racist is beyond me, but this is blatantly racist. They rush to the claim, rush to the assumption that this guy who killed Henry Nowak, or allegedly killed Henry Nowak, still facing trial, actually. But they they saw this guy, and they saw this guy, right? And they said, "Oh, this is a problem with the immigration. It's all this immigration problem." Well, you'll also be shocked to hear that the Vikram Digwa, the alleged assassin of Henry Nowak, however you fucking say this kid's name, he was a British citizen born in the United Kingdom. So not an immigrant. So it's just blatant racism. They just saw a brown guy and went, oh, it's immigration's fault. Speaking of which, JD should know better, but he actually hates his own wife and children, right? Like, he sees brown people like his wife, Usha, and his 2 children, whose names I do not know. And he thinks those people are a mass invasion. Like, the existence of his family is the mass invasion. But tell me the difference between these 2 circumstances. And I will give you a Snickers bar. Nope, just knee-jerk racism. He really does not care about the future for his children, does he? Like, the world that they're going to grow up in, filled with hatred for people who look exactly like them. He just doesn't care. He's just hoping he can insulate them enough. Hopefully, like, they're hoping that he can, like, attain enough money so that they never have to, like, interact with anyone, hopefully. I guess. I mean, I'm just trying to, like, put myself in the mindset of somebody who could say that and have children that look like J.D. Vance's. I mean, it's irresponsible, and it's child abuse, in my opinion. Now, Vikram Degwa appeared in court on Wednesday, and a mob of racist Northern Irish sociopaths gathered in the streets and started burning shit down. And then things escalated even more.
A man from Sudan has appeared in court after being charged with attempted murder in a stabbing attack in Belfast that left a man seriously injured. The incident led to anti-immigrant violence overnight across Northern Ireland. Hadi Al-Adid was held in jail Wednesday after a court appearance by video where a detective said he blinded Stephen Ogilvy in the left eye in the attack. Police said Al-Adid entered Northern Ireland from the Republic of Ireland in 2023, applied for asylum and was given a 5-year permit to remain. The attack sparked a night of violence, with masked men setting fires to homes believed to house immigrants. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the attack was sickening, but that violence against people based on their background would not be tolerated.
This is the thing about right-wing media, right? Like, these single instances, like Henry Nowak or this other individual, right? And they say, oh, look, somebody with a slightly less than alabaster white skin tone and maybe a slightly foreign sounding name is not the King's English, you know? All of a sudden that person is a demon, right? And everybody else is also as well. These are not, they are, this is the literal Nazi, the neo-Nazi movement, right? The new 21st century Nazi movement. Okay, it is now, you know, these people have been working together. We've been seeing them congregate, right? In Portugal, in Hungary, right? United Kingdom and the United States working together, right? At least the far right is. And somehow we got to get the far left working together to stop this fucking shit, because it's out of control. Like, this shit is out of control because people went from burning cars to a much, much darker place. I'm using the word pogrom. I'm being very serious about that. I'm not just saying it. Like, this is a literal pogrom. Do you see the house is on fire? They are going into homes of suspected migrants. Think about that for a second. Suspected migrants. Like, information is like filtering out around social media in like right-wing group chats being disseminated of suspected migrant homes, and these lunatics are going into these homes, dragging people out, beating them, burning their homes down. I mean, there's no other way to fucking describe it. This is a fucking race-based pogrom in Northern Ireland right now, and I would point out the British government is not stepping in. Like, they'll arrest Palestine, like Palestine activists, but they'll let these fucking psychopaths just run rampant on the goddamn streets.
Are clear, as you say, they're conflating race, immigration, illegal immigration, legal migration.
The reason I think that a black person kills a white person, we have riots, a white person kills a black person, we don't have anything. Fundamentally, black people are chattel, disposable.
We have some of the highest rates, domestic abuse and femicide
in all of Europe. So if we're going to say, let us deport people because there's a chance that a dangerous man might get through, it would be well within the rights of every country in Europe and beyond to say, well, every white Northern Irish man should now be banned from travelling as well.
The UK case has been a key example in the kind of transnational far right. Figures like Elon Musk and Tommy Robinson effectively coordinating these attacks and these racist pogroms.
Hello and welcome to the forecast.
Yeah, and by the way, you'll be shocked to hear that Elon has been spreading and promoting the most heinous possible shit on his social media platform.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Are we set for a summer of unrest on our streets? That's the fear following a night of violence in Belfast that saw houses, cars and a bus set on fire and ethnic minority families hounded out of their homes. It was prompted by a horrific knife attack in the north of the city, but stoked by social media, including posts by Tommy Robinson and Elon Musk. The alleged attacker was a refugee from Sudan, and anger over immigration has been the starting point for a number of riots over the last year, though driven by online disinformation and inflammatory rhetoric from politicians and far-right campaigners. So is further chaos inevitable, or can calm be restored? Well, to discuss this, I'm joined by author and academic Robert Topinka, who is researching how reactionary digital politics shape public culture, from Belfast by crime and security journalist Alison Morris, and by former senior police officer Victor Elise. So thanks very much, everyone, for joining us. Alison, I want to start with you in Northern Ireland. We can't say a huge amount about the awful attack itself, as the suspect has now been charged. But there's so much talk, people are angry and people are afraid, both of which is justified. But how do you assess what you saw last night?
So, as you say, the suspect is now in custody, and that, I think, what we've seen is the PSNI tried to do, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, tried to do something that other police forces haven't done in the past, where they have made very little comment in the wake of this attack, and then
unfortunately, they're making very little effort to stop the people doing the crimes in the streets and to these people in their homes. So I don't see this being very helpful. Let's go. I don't feel like doing this roundtable thing. Staying with Channel 4 News. Also from 2 days ago.
Yeah, so you may well wonder why we're pointing our camera tonight at Belfast City Hall. So are we a little bit, but it was billed as the place where there could be a large demonstration again tonight, and that could, of course, turn violent. Absolutely nobody has turned up, so here we are. Now, that might tell you something about the way this situation is going to unfold, but nobody was taking any chances. Buses and trains taken off the streets here around 5 o'clock. Business, schools also closing early. After the events of the last 24 hours, clearly the authorities didn't want to take any chances. And obviously those events have opened up some pretty big and wide questions, not just here in Northern Ireland, but well beyond. The correlation between public housing policy and immigration and tensions that could arise around that, something people on the streets talked a lot about last night. The free flow of people north and south across the border with the Irish Republic, that of course a long-standing historic arrangement, and indeed questions about the possible connections between loyalism and racism. Well, we begin our report with events as they unfolded on the streets across this city and beyond last night. Police and politicians had called for calm last night. Cue smoke over Belfast from mid-evening. This city has seen worse, far worse. But last night was organised, it was targeted, and it was racist. An immigrant family burned out of their home in loyalist East Belfast by a mob of masked men, escorted to the safety of a police Land Rover with what they could carry. Images which are resonating, given this city's history. This morning, the ritual of clearing up, boarding up. But the cleansing of anger and fear is now the real challenge.
I'm afraid maybe I might be the next to be attacked on the street. So I don't know where to take my family, my children, who is 9 years old, who is asking me every question that crosses his mind.
One of several lives changed in this street alone.
There's literally nothing I could have done about it. I told them and all when they were lighting the car on fire, that's my property where our car is. And they still didn't care. They were like, oh, it'll be safe. I knew straight away it wasn't going to be safe.
Further protests are planned this evening. The police clearly appalled at potentially criminal online incitement.
If it's your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, people in your sports clubs, neighbours that you think were out last night, stop them from coming out today.
Fortunately, that did not happen. People came back out. Even though it looked quiet early on in the night, a second night of pogroms happened. That's all they are. There's no other way to describe these. These are racist pogroms. People are living in fear. In their own homes, for their, for their racial identity.
Bombs targeting migrants who look like them. Sumaya and Stella hid upstairs for 4 hours.
The people were very many, the rioters were very many, so it wouldn't make any sense for us to open the door. So we stayed inside, but the smoke was too much, kinda. I wasn't feeling actually fine, but my friend here stayed by my side, and the ambulance people kept her updated, like, try to do this for her, do this.
Actually, she passed out. She passed out for like 30 minutes, and I got really so scared and traumatized because I was scared about the rioting and the people entering to our house. And here is my friend who was passed out, so I did not know what to do.
Stella, a Christian, and Sumaya, a Muslim, volunteer at a local church. In desperation, they called the police, their friends, their church. And by 10 p.m., it was Pastor Jack McKee who came to their house to try and save them. He had to negotiate with the rioters, just to give him 10 minutes so he can get both women out of harm's way. They agreed only after he told them they were carers.
We literally had to go under hoses that were...
This is a pogrom. This is like some Kristall Knox shit. You know? You're one of the lucky ones if you have, the right kind of advocate from the in-group to come in and plead for your life so that you can flee and so they can finish burning down your home.
Another far right. So when I got into that home, there were two women, and they were totally traumatized. One of them was lying on the floor in an absolute traumatized state. The ambulance people had been working with her. They couldn't take her to the hospital because of what was going on in the streets, and also because the hospital situation was just busy.
Were they targeted because of their background, because of their skin colour last night?
I would say they were targeted, yes, because people knew that living in that home, there were people who were black.
The question is, this is the question we're gonna keep asking. Where are the fucking firefighters? Where are the police? Where is the government to step in? They can arrest peace activists, elderly peace activists, for saying Palestine. What's the name of the group again? I can't fucking think of it right now. It's so stupid that like a simple phrase is illegal, and the government's going after people for these protests. But these ones, the violent, racialized pogroms are fine. Palestine action, right? It's insane. You can't say Palestine action without going to jail in the United Kingdom. But you can do a pogrom. You can burn someone's home down, drag them out of their homes, or leave them in there to burn. Totally fine.
Good evening and welcome to Novara Live. Coming up tonight, cars and homes have been firebombed as anti-immigrant violence erupts in Belfast. The US has launched multiple strikes on Iran in response to the downing of an Apache helicopter, and we speak to the mother of a Palestine Action activist who was herself held in solitary confinement for 5 days under the Terror Act. My name's Stephen Methven, and tonight I am joined by the Novara Media final boss, Aaron Bastani.
The M. Bison for the geriatric millennials who played Street Fighter 2 as kids. Very good to be talking to you, Stephen.
We're going to talk about Belfast in detail in a little while, but I just wanted to get your take on what it's like to see, twice in 1 week, these kinds of scenes of racially motivated violence on our streets.
Well, it's becoming more frequent, isn't it? I think that's indisputable. The words that come to mind for this are political cannibalism. When you have people setting fire to buildings in their own neighborhoods, which, by the way, include a range of people of ages and racial backgrounds, that doesn't help solve the problem. It just makes it worse. And inevitably, when you have the uncorking of mass political violence without organization, nobody ever benefits. Nobody has ever benefited. What it means is more repression, more failure, and more inability to solve problems. Whatever you think those problems are, housing, you think immigration is too high, access to certain public services, jobs, whatever you think it is, that political cannibalism just makes society eat itself. You can't address the issues. You can't provide solutions. So very, very sad. And I don't just say that as some kind of emotive default response. Oh, it's all very sad, isn't it? It is very sad because it means, I think, if it carries on, we will not actually get over these issues and things just get worse.
No, I think it's completely tragic. I think you're totally right. Real tragedy to see that kind of violence, aggression, anger, but misguided anger, misdirected or deliberately directed by other people in such dangerous directions. Very sad. Anti-immigrant violence has convulsed the city of Belfast. On Tuesday night, 100-strong crowds, including masked men, marched in the streets of the city, with gangs going house to house to break down the doors of immigrants' homes, sometimes dragging them out into the street, an act described by the perpetrators as liberation. Cars and homes were also firebombed, with protesters blocking roads in the city and even checking cars, according to some reports. In some cases, entire families were burned out of their homes, with rescue workers helping people escape the flames, including, in this case, a family with children. For some reason, buses were also set ablaze as the terrifying violence spun out of control. Elsewhere, there were street fights, while wheelie bins were set on fire to act as burning roadblocks, preventing traffic from entering or leaving targeted areas. This morning, residents awoke to smoking streets, cars and houses with the doors and windows of those houses stoved in, and people's belongings strewn across the street. Local resident Anselm Shima expressed his fears to Reuters.
There are people who are not from Northern Ireland.
Yeah. I'm going to move to the next video. Like I mentioned, the violence continued for another night. We're still discussing the first night, if I didn't make that clear. Here's BBC News from yesterday. Pogroms, Belfast edition, night 2.
Now to Northern Ireland, where crowds gathered for a second night of protests in parts of Belfast. The demonstrations come after a man in northern Belfast, 44-year-old Stephen Ogilvie, was attacked with a knife by a Sudanese immigrant, where he lost his left eye. The suspect has since been charged with attempted murder. Our Ireland correspondent, Chris Page, has more from Belfast and a warning his report contains some distressing images.
This is usually one of the busiest junctions on a main route out of Belfast. But tonight, Sandy Knowes roundabout was the latest front line for the police. They were faced with at least 200 people. Officers were attacked with bricks and rioters burned this vehicle. Police used water cannon to try to drive away the crowd. Yesterday, there were hours of flames, destruction and intimidation, much of it directed at migrants. In the north and east of the city, several homes were set alight and some families were led to safety by the emergency services. This morning, blackened shells of houses told the story of a terrifying night.
Last night was an act of self-harm by the people involved against the incredible communities in Northern Ireland. This has got to stop. We cannot have a society that allows this to happen. We have to make a stand. So please, no more.
The trouble broke out 24 hours after the stabbing in North Belfast. A video circulated online showed some people confronting the alleged attacker before police arrived. The victim, Stephen Ogilvie, lost an eye and suffered other injuries to his neck and back. The Prime Minister has condemned the rioting and the knife attack.
I want to thank the Police Service of Northern Ireland and other first responders and members of the public who responded with such bravery. And our thoughts are with the victim. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The acts of violence and arson that followed are totally unjustified.
In a statement, the family of Stephen Ogilvie said they wanted to profoundly thank the local people who bravely stepped in during the attack. They said, "Your quick actions absolutely saved his life, and we will never forget what you did for him in that moment." They went on, "We do not want this terrible tragedy to be used to divide people or fuel hostility." This morning, a Sudanese man appeared before Belfast Magistrates Court charged over the stabbing. 30-year-old Hadi Aladid is accused of attempted murder. He's also charged with threatening to kill an NHS radiographer in a hospital. The suspect was remanded into custody. Meanwhile, concerns about further street protests and violence led to this.
Rush hour has come early in Belfast today. It's only lunchtime now, but the roads are noticeably full of people heading home because schools, businesses and other workplaces have closed early.
Public transport stopped too. The city centre was eerily empty by 2 o'clock, with shop windows shuttered and people reflecting on the last 2 days.
There's a terrible hush over the whole city. It is very depressing. It is very sad. What happened to that poor man was absolutely disgusting.
We are living in some truly horrible times right now. Watching these sorts of things unfold in front of me is really disturbing. And honestly, we all need to be banding together with our communities and protecting each other, because this is it's a bad moment right now. It's a bad moment.
Attack this vehicle, attack everything in sight.
Such a frustrating moment. Here we are watching the failures of those in power to address the issues in society, the deficiencies in our systems, to give people a happy and healthy life. So that arguments like this, these race-based arguments of hate, can't be used to stir up massive violence in the fucking streets. When you got a bunch of people who are unhappy, who are, marginally employed, if like, not getting the things that they're promised, and simultaneously using your position of power to like because you see, like, the UK government has continued to use its money to fund wars abroad, and the Labour government, who are in power right now, they have absolutely no credibility. I mean, their popularity has completely imploded. We saw in the last elections, in the local elections that were done. So they have absolutely fucking like no authority. The party system, the previously existing party system, is fracturing with Reform and Green, and the Green Party is like just making, big moves. But you got nobody is actually like addressing the needs of people here in the United Kingdom, right? Because you don't have, the Greens aren't in control. And I mean, honestly, it would be worse if Reform were in control, in my opinion. You just have these people doing this in charge. But, you're going to need some big fucking changes here. If people can't heal and change themselves, stop being despicable human beings without a healthier outlet, it just feels like more and more society, and it feels like globally, any sort of existing opportunities are just being sucked up and privatized and turned into like luxury experiences that you can't quite afford. I think it's making people really pretty upset. I think that's fair, because you also see on TV, on social media, people who are succeeding. Like I mean, like, the liberal democratic order is like collapsing in front of us, and those who are in charge are the ones doing the burning, or are actively pretending like it's not happening. Columbia Regan over on Twitch with the bits. It's a very cute frog. Thank you, pal. Good to see you over there, lurking. Damn, okay. We're 7 hours and 15 minutes in, so I gotta fucking skip ahead. I gotta keep this to 8 hours. I'm so exhausted tonight. Trying to think, how am I gonna do this? I might have to do part 2 like I did 2 weeks ago or last week, on like the full Iran breakdown, because of how tired I am. I wonder, can I get this done? How much do I actually have on Iran? It's been a fucking stupid long week. Oh, God. I guess that's doable. Yeah. We'll do Iran. We'll try and do all of Iran this week. It's a fucked up week. Oh, it's a fucked up week. All right, we'll do a little bit more of this fucking mind-meltingly stupid and disturbing situation in Northern Ireland. Navarra media from yesterday. And then we'll do Iran. Well, we're gonna go over 8 hours. That's just gonna happen. It's clearly just going to happen.
Welcome to Navarra Live. Coming up tonight, racist attacks continued in Belfast last night while Glasgow suffered similar scenes. John Healey falls on his sword or lack thereof, citing insufficient defence spending. The Southampton rioters who rammed police with a literal bin fire have been sentenced. And finally, we look at the squeeze on the privatised education sector. I'm Helena, otherwise known as No Justice MTG, and it's not ladies' night tonight, but luckily you're in good hands. The dream team is back together again, as I'm joined by popular demand by Stephen Methan. Stephen, how you doing?
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine. I learned something this week about Michael Walker. So this is my third show this week, and he's back tomorrow for anyone who's worried about where he's been. He's been on holiday. But what I learned about him is that the man is an absolute athlete, an Olympian of Navarra Live hosting. It takes a lot out of you doing this many shows a week, and I need to remember that when he gets back.
I mean, Olympian, you say? You don't say. I try and, I mean, this week doesn't count. I mean, I do like 5 a week. And they're not an hour and 45 minutes. They're like 8 hours. So what does that make me? If Michael Walker is an Olympic athlete, does that make me a literal god atop Mount Olympus itself? Okay, I'm just kidding.
You are not funny. I do describe as Atlas for holding up the show here at Navarra Towers. So putting in all the extra hours on top of that to be hosting the show, it's been some heavy work, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, but good work, excellent work.
Absolutely.
I'll accept that. Paralympic athlete. Those people are champions. Okay.
The work is excellent at Navarra Towers, absolutely. Which is why, if you'd like to support our work, you can sign up at navarramedia.com/support. You can also listen to the show on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. As always, make sure you let us know what you think in the comments section down below. After the alleged attempted murder of a man by a Sudanese refugee, Belfast for the last 2 nights has been rocked by rioting, racist attacks on migrants and people of colour, and widespread violence. Earlier on Wednesday, protests had been encouraged by the likes of Tommy Robinson and Elon Musk over on Twitter. Last night, the disorder continued, spreading outside the north of Belfast to the surrounding areas. In Newtonabbey, rioters clashed with the police as they tried to gain access to a hotel that had previously been the site of anti-asylum protests. Mass protesters lit fires, threw bricks and other missiles at police, who in turn responded by firing water cannons. Residential homes saw their pavement torn up by men wielding sledgehammers. A street cleaning vehicle was set on fire at a Department for Infrastructure depot, and rioters were also seen breaking through a metal fence to enter the Sandy Nose wastewater pumping station. Reporters found plastic bullet casings in the debris around Sandy Nose roundabout in Newtonabbey. In Belfast's West Circular Road area, around 20 masked men blocked the road and threw missiles at police. In Portadown, a property on Carlton Street was attacked during several hours of disorder. 16 people were arrested last night, and the police reported that 12 officers had sustained injuries. Also, according to the Belfast Telegraph, one rioter set himself on fire while trying to throw a petrol bomb in Portadown. The Police Service of Northern Ireland announced their intention to return to the streets in, quote, significant numbers tonight in an attempt to quell the unrest. They released a statement condemning the circulation of a purported list of migrants' home addresses on WhatsApp and spoke out against the intimidation targeting healthcare workers in the north of Ireland.
I mean, the fact that I know I mentioned this earlier, but like just the existence of some sort of fucking WhatsApp group is like immigrant blacklist, like of people, like people's homes. Like what? Why are we living in this stupid fucking timeline right now? Why are we here? Why aren't we going in the other direction? It's a question I'm asking myself.
And worshippers had to be locked in a mosque for their own protection. Yesterday, Keir Starmer branded what happened in Belfast as, quote, shocking and completely unacceptable. This morning, front benchers took to the media round to similarly condemn violent disorder and people being targeted for the colour of their skin. But so far, there's been a notable double standard. After the Golders Green stabbing, in which 3 individuals were badly hurt, the Prime Minister convened an emergency Cobra meeting. For some reason, however, 2 nights of racist rioting doesn't seem to warrant the same response from the government. Stephen, are these riots just not as bad?
Not as bad. Not as bad as what, though?
As in the attacks we've seen on other minority communities that get such strong responses from the state.
Oh, I see.
Justified strong responses from the state,
Yeah.
for anyone said anything. But, like, why is it some minority communities get Cobra meetings and media rounds talking about the effects on the minority community, and the rest of it's like legitimate concerns?
Yeah, I mean, it's really striking the way that this is being treated so differently, and partly it's because, you know, when people are attacking migrant communities, they have hardly any political power, right? They are not themselves in any way a distinct community. They are just all happen to be people who come from other places. It doesn't make them a political block in any particular way.
Yep. And it is the already disenfranchised who are the first ones to be targeted. It's the easily otherized. They're the canaries in the coal mine. We're seeing it happen. We're seeing it happen in multiple places. Too many Western countries are embracing this very, very anti-immigrant nationalist sort of rhetoric. I almost said uber nationalist, which I think is probably on point. All right, we're gonna move ahead to Iran now. Skip a couple of things. Sorry. I'm gonna skip a few things in Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. And deal with Iran, because the last 5 days have been fucking bonkers. That's all I've got energy for at this point. Look, be thankful that we're getting Iran. Okay? I might not be sundowning like the president. Knock on wood. But, you know, I'm not in peak condition right now. Last couple of days have been difficult on me. Tesla nationalist. Yeah. Yeah. We can't vote either. Yeah, right. Exactly. They do not present a political political group with power. In fact, they are basically a powerless political group with no real agency, are being demonized and attacked. It's utterly fucking insane. And it is not immigrants that are making the United Kingdom what it is right now. The immigrants did not defund the NHS. You know, like immigrants did not create the homeless crisis in the United Kingdom. I'm trying to think of what other problems. Immigrants didn't fucking give Israel fucking radar support in its genocidal behavior, right? Like, what else do you want from me? Like, it's not immigrants who did that. That was your governments. Technically, both your conservative and labor governments did that. So it was sort of a bipartisan fuckfest. But it wasn't immigrants. Yeah, I don't think Keir Starmer is an immigrant. Last time I checked. Thatcher, sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the last, whatever, like 15 years of austerity, right? That wasn't immigrants. Margaret Thatcher's not an immigrant. David Cameron's not an immigrant, right? Like, don't make me go down the whole list. Liz Truss isn't an immigrant, right? Rishi Sunak. Well, Rishi Sunak, technically. But he's an immigrant from British Empire. So let's be real. Rishi is your own making, okay? I don't even want to hear about it, to be perfectly honest. Like that's the other thing I find fascinating about this, is like the United Kingdom, like objects to people from Pakistan or India or any of the other countries that it used to hold as like quasi territory or like loosely rule in one way or another, or more so than loosely rule. And they're like, oh, what are you doing coming to our country? It's like, what?
A what now?
You exported yourselves everywhere for the last, like, 1,000 years? And now you're complaining that some people have shown up from your former territories? Like, hey, what's up over here? Would you like some delicious food? Or whatever, right? Like, and you got a problem with that. Like, you got a problem. You have a mental health problem. You need to address that in a healthier way than, violently attacking immigrants. And find the right people to blame for your problems. Sadly, people are lacking the ability to think critically these days. It's a real fucking epidemic. All right, Iran time. Starting with Sunday. Yes, and we started this week off with a bang. Iran firing multiple missiles at Israel, claiming this was retaliation for strikes outside of southern Lebanon, something we've saying Israel's doing more and more.
The Middle East ceasefire is in danger tonight as Iran fires multiple waves of missiles at northern Israel, the first since the fragile truce was brokered in April. Israel says it has intercepted the missiles. Much of the country has been put on alert this evening. It all comes after Israel carried out deadly strikes on the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, targeting, it said, Hezbollah, the Iran-backed armed group. President Trump has tonight urged the Iranians to get back to the negotiating table. John Sudworth is in Beirut for us tonight, and Wira Davis is in Jerusalem. Wira, bring us right up to date with what's been happening and what Israel's been saying.
Yeah, Jane, well, the last 24 hours have been very tense in the region, and this attack by the Iranians had been anticipated. And tonight, people in northern and central Israel were sent scurrying to the shelters after warnings of a launch of missiles from Iran. None of those hit their targets, but we understand we've got first-hand accounts of missiles being intercepted.
Yeah, it's just interesting the way that this story is framed. It's like Israel did a strike in the capital city of Lebanon, right in the center of the country. But let's not talk about those people. Let's talk about the people in Israel who were forced to go scurrying from the Iranian missiles. It's like, yeah, I mean, that did happen, but let's talk about everybody. Because, I mean, people in Lebanon have been... First off, I would like to point out that people in Lebanon, this is not even the first attack that's happened in Beirut. It was just the most central, like, they've been continuing... We've been tracking these attacks, we're talking about it. Like I don't have like a map, but I have one like in my head. And the attacks have been tracking higher and higher into the territory in Lebanon, which has been coinciding with the Israeli troop movements, which have been going higher and higher, further and further north into the territory, right? We've been seeing the suburbs of Beirut getting hit over and over again, which is, as I've pointed out on many occasions, it's still the center of Lebanon, right? They just continue to push it further and further. And at that point, I think Iran said it's enough. And Israel's continuing to claim there's a fucking ceasefire going on. They've seized like another, I don't know, like 60 miles further into, or not quite. It's like, I don't remember exactly, 60 kilometers, I think, further into Lebanon now, right? On top of the fact that they're just continuing to do strikes and claiming they're in a ceasefire. It's just every single day we are asked to disregard the facts. Told to. Not even asked. It's like, you're an asshole for not accepting our fucking bullshit narrative. That is basically the world we live in every fucking day. And it's pretty frustrating. And it would be nice if media would be a little bit more forthright about that kind of stuff. And stop playing into these fucking bullshit narratives that we've all heard 1,000 times at this point. It's tired. It's tired, and everybody at this point sees through it. Right? Like, it's not just me. Like, I think most people see through it. I mean, the polls show it. Right? Israel has lost support, broadly speaking, across the planet, in the United States, certainly in Europe. And its most allied, friendly nations, essentially. Things have gone south with the populace. All Israel has left is the governments that it's helped pay to elect. United States continue to carry that water. All that APAC money still holding up. That glue is dry now, right? Like, and cracking and brittle. It does. Anyway, one day later, Israel launched retaliatory strikes at Iran. That was Monday. Here's BBC.
This is ridiculous!
We begin with breaking news out of the Middle East, where Israel says it has struck military targets in western and central Iran. It comes just hours after Iran fired multiple waves of missiles at Israel, the first time it's launched attacks since a ceasefire came into effect in April. And these images we can bring you now are from a few hours ago, and they show missiles in the sky over northern Israel. The Israeli military says they were all intercepted. No injuries have been reported. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says the attacks mark the beginning of a full week of continuous strikes. U.S. President Donald Trump had earlier urged restraint by Israel. He told U.S. media ahead of a phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu that he would urge the Israeli Prime Minister not to retaliate. Well, for more, we can speak with our BBC Persian.
Right. However, Israel did retaliate not that long after. Because they actually want this war to continue. Not that it's already started. They just want the U.S. fully engaged until whatever objective that Benjamin Netanyahu has in mind is achieved. I don't know, for like a greater Israel from the river to the sea. Honestly, at this point, I think it's sea to shining sea. All right, it's like fucking you know, like from the Baltic to the Mediterranean at this point. I'm trying to think of the map in my head. Is it the Baltic or the... What am I thinking of? What's the one above Iran? Is it the Baltic? Is it the Black Sea? I can't remember. Caspian, the Caspian Sea. God damn it. It's too many seas, okay? Don't start. Don't start. It's too many seas. Yeah, Trump said, please no. Israel said, we'll think about it, and attacked Iran. And then Israel said, please stop that. Actually, I believe he said that, what did he say? Oh, right. He then said, after that, he said that you will be on your own, quote unquote, later on Thursday. Let's go to this one. Democracy Now! For Monday, Trita Parsi. On the latest escalations that happened leading to Monday. You know, it was a fairly escalatory weekend last weekend. And, you know, we're going into this weekend with, I feel like, honestly, every single weekend, I feel like we go into the weekend with great expectations. You know, President Trump says, peace is coming. It's by Sunday, 2 or 3 days. Give me 2 or 3 days to be perfect. Oh, God. I feel like this has been taking me 2 or 3 days. Good God. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube, and to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right. Without your support, we would just cease to exist. I would just go floating off into the deep, dark void, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have so many great ways for you to contribute and to help produce this stream, which you're hopefully currently enjoying with your eyes and or ears. Things like Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon. All great ways to show your love for the Galactic News Network. But, bare minimum, maybe hit that like button, bell icon. Just an idea. Anyway, I mean, it's completely free. Am I wrong?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In the most serious escalation since a U.S.-Iranian so-called truce was reached in April, Iran and Israel exchanged fire overnight. Iran launched a wave of missiles at northern Israel, saying it was in response to Israeli attacks near Beirut on Sunday. Israel responded with attacks on several areas of Iran, including the capital, Tehran. Earlier today, Iran announced it's halting strikes on Israel, but warned it'll carry out a more severe response if Israel continues to attack Lebanon. Israel attacked Iran despite President Trump telling Axios on Sunday that he planned to call Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to urge him not to respond to the first wave of Iranian missiles. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai spoke in Tehran earlier today.
America has direct responsibility in any action that the Zionist regime carries out in relation to violation of regional peace and security against Iran.
We're joined now by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. His latest piece for Responsible Statecraft is Iran Strikes Israel, Proving It Will Use Hard Power on Behalf of Lebanon.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll plug my phone in before I die. I haven't managed to move a charger over here.
Why don't you elaborate on that? Were you surprised by this major violation of the so-called ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran, and what this says about how much power President Trump has over Netanyahu? He said he warned him not to do this, not to respond to Iran attacking Israel for Israel attacking Lebanon.
Thank you, Amy. It's good to be with you. I was not surprised by the Iranian attack on Israel. In fact, a couple of days ago, just before Trump had his first colorful conversation with Netanyahu, the Iranians had already signaled that they were about to strike Israel. They were probably 45 to 60 minutes away of doing so. That's when Trump intervened and the situation was diffused. So the fact that the Iranians were going to enforce their red line in Lebanon, I don't think was a surprise, and I think the U.S. government took it seriously as well. What is perhaps a bit surprising is the immediate reaction that Trump had, and of course then that the Israelis defied Trump's expressed wishes. And where that goes from now, we will have to see, but it's important to understand.
Yeah. Well, this is my estimation of things, because I think Trump sees the numbers. And no matter how much he tries to, pretend to pretend to all of us and put on his poker face and say, actually, I like inflation. He doesn't like inflation. He knows it's bad. Like, he just doesn't really understand the concept of groceries or something or anything like that. Anything as pedestrian as like filling up a car. He's never done that before with his hands, but like he understands it's bad for him in the fucking numbers, right? In the ratings. Like he understands that aspect of it. That is, it gets some really bad ratings. And so he wants this over. He wanted this over months ago, but it just hasn't gone the way that he thought it was going to. So we've all just been sitting here watching him slowly come to that real. It's been like 2-3 months of us watching him slowly realize that. And now we're left in this moment where he, I think, is starting to slowly realize that. And that he needs this over. And like, so he's like, he is freaking out that Israel is jeopardizing the deal. But if this goes any way that I think it's gonna go, if he accepts the deal that I think Iran, the very bare minimum that Iran's going to want, like, it's gonna go bad for him back at home, which is why I think he's gearing up for other shit. Oh, it's a worry. I think he does want to. He's gonna want to distract from the massive failure that has now caused an inflationary crisis. A global one.
And what the Iranians were trying to do, and what really worries the Israelis, is that they were trying to extend their deterrence. They had already established their own deterrence in the sense that any attack on Iran clearly would be retaliated against. But now they were trying to say that even if the Israelis were to attack Lebanon, southern Lebanon, they would also face Iranian retaliation, which would be the first time in a very long time that a major power would put real hard power behind a warning or a deterrent against an attack by Israel on a third country. And this is part of what the Israelis are worried about, because if it suddenly means that they can no longer have that complete maneuverability in Lebanon, in Gaza, and elsewhere that they are enjoying because the West is more and less enabling that to happen, they're politically defending it, etc. And for the last couple of decades, it has not been challenged by any regional state in a sincere or serious way.
Yeah, and actually, that's why I was actually surprised to see Iran Curtis says he was not as surprised. I was a bit surprised. Because up to this point, we've been watching, like I was saying, the strikes go further and further. Israel further and further occupying Lebanon in the middle of a ceasefire. Like a double ceasefire, right? Not just the one with Iran, but the one with Lebanon. And the one with Iran was supposed to be contingent on the one in Lebanon. The fake one. I mean, we always knew it was a fake one. They did it with the U.S.-backed portion of the government rather than with Hezbollah. Which is like Trump suing the IRS. Like in practice, it just doesn't really have any, like, you know, like it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Marco Rubio said 1 billion people are going to watch the UFC fight. 1 billion, wow. Is it going to be... You would assume it's going to be publicly available. Is this going to be pay-per-view? I need to look into that. I assumed it was going to be publicly available because it was, you know, it's being done on the White House lawn. But I guess that may have been too generous to the Trump administration. I guess I should have assumed a higher level of corruption, that it would be a pay-per-view event on the White House lawn. Is it really a pay-per-view event on the White House lawn? I need to look into that.
This appears to have been an attempt by the Iranians to challenge that, to establish this extended deterrence, and this is part of the reason why the Israelis have acted so aggressively against this attempt, as they call it, to establish a new equation in the region.
I mean, it's
because
interesting.
it would dramatically minimize Israel's maneuverability if it were to stand.
So Trump has spoken to Netanyahu. It's interesting that it's Iran first that says they're not going to attack Israel if Israel doesn't attack, again, Iran, or I presume Lebanon. And is this Iran saying you can't have a side agreement that's being negotiated in Washington that excludes Hezbollah between Israel and Lebanon? It is part of the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, with Iran.
The Iranians have from the outset said that if there is to be a ceasefire and an end to the war between the U.S. and Iran, then it has to be region-wide, meaning that it has to encompass Israel.
Oh my God, this is so deeply corrupt. You're telling me a major Trump donor is going to be exclusively broadcasting it on their for-profit platform? The event being hosted by another Trump friend and donor? Paramount Plus? UFC at the White House is streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus. The event is not being simulcast. All bouts from the 7 fight card live You're shitting me. This is a crime, right? Isn't this a crime? This feels like a crime. Am I the only person who sees this and thinks, this feels illegal? This is happening on the White House lawn. Plans start at $8.99 a month, dude. Look at this. This is supposed to be the America 250 event. You gotta pay $9 a month. Oh my God. This is so deeply problematic. How can anybody support this? This is so disturbing. Trump's birthday party is $9. You gotta pay $9 to watch it. You gotta pay $9 to watch it, America. You gotta $9 extra. Wow. It's historic. It's happening. Yeah, it's historic because nobody's ever been this corrupt. Holy shit. That's wild. I assumed it was going to be like, I don't know, on the Associated Press and Reuters, because it's a political event. It's happening at the White House, not a private business event. Why is a private business event happening at the White House? Nobody's going to be watching this thing. Are you fucking kidding me? That is insane. I can't believe that. It is disturbing. I'm disturbed. Honestly, Associated Press and Reuters should just do it. It's at the White House. Everybody should just do it. Fuck Paramount. They don't have the right to do that shit. They do not have the fucking right to do this shit. Somebody should fucking challenge them. Somebody should go there and challenge them. Or like re-stream it, like pay the $9 or do like a freemium and then challenge them in court. Because this is fucking insane. You really did sidetrack the Iran thing. Good job.
Iran's military announced on Monday that a wave of attacks on Israel, the first since a ceasefire in April, was now over. But it threatened to resume the strikes if Israel continued attacks on Lebanon. That comes after U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday demanded Israel and Iran, quote, immediately stop shooting after the rival nations traded attacks.
Please immediately stop shooting. President Donald Trump. Shooting is, I love how he puts shooting in quotation marks and the period. It's like he's quoting someone else. Oh, he's an idiot. Everybody, please stop shooting. I need this to stop. What are we going to do for Sunday Fun Day? This is very depressing. We're going to have to find a way to deal with this. I am so fucking... like, I don't even want to, like... I want to make fun of it. Like, I don't want to watch it. Like, watch it. I want to make fun of it. And that should be my fucking goddamn civic right. That should literally... honestly, this is happening at the White House. That is, like, First Amendment protected speech. You should basically be able to comment on the entire UFC 250, no matter what Paramount wants to play at. I know their lawyers would literally bury anybody that tried this, but honestly. Let's just cover the Knicks winning that's tomorrow. Today. It's like a Saturday. That's not Sunday. It's a completely different situation. Another thing I can't stream. Paramount? The NBA? Are you kidding me? I'm not sure which group you've just named are more litigious and like dickish about their fucking content. Some of the most annoying. I mean, oh my god. Can't we? I mean, we just talk about the Knicks winning. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, that's also not clear it's going to happen yet. Anything could happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh. God, no. This is... You gotta be shitting me. You've gotta be... You've gotta be shitting me. Now, on Wednesday, I think it was, maybe it was Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning, Donald Trump came out and made a statement about two pilots who had gone down in a helicopter crash, an MH whatever, Apache helicopter that cost like $100 million.
There's a report that an Army helicopter went down in the Strait. Can you give us an update on that? Are the soldiers okay?
The pilots are fine, yeah.
And was
nobody injured. We are going to issue a report tomorrow, but the pilots are fine. We're very close to having a very, very good, strong, powerful deal. If we go and bomb, which we can do very easily if we want, and we spend another 2 or 3 weeks bombing, they'll have nothing left whatsoever, but you won't have the Strait open for months. If we do the bombing, a lot of people are going to be killed. Who wants to do that? I don't. And we'll have a signed document that's actually stronger than doing the bombing.
We need to get somebody outside the White House lawn with, like a fairly powerful zoom lens, and just stream it from there. I just keep thinking about this stupid fucking fight. I can't believe it's pay-per-view. How can they pay-per-view a White House event? I don't understand. It's supposed to be the celebration of America. Celebrate America. Start a Paramount monthly subscription for $9 a month. That's 3 times as expensive as a Galactic Patreon membership, I would point out. I am I am like beside myself over this. How? And what's funny is here I thought this whole time, I thought it was weird that UFC was, like they were going to do something that wasn't pay-per-view, right? That they were going to make it, available to the public. And now I find out they're not doing that. And I'm like, oh, wait, so why are we doing this at the White House and not literally anywhere else? Oh, right, because it's for the president. It's not for America, right? This is why I keep saying it. And I'm just being proven right more and more and more and more. This is on the president's birthday. It's for the president. It's not for you and me because we are not allowed to watch it unless we pay for it. If they're not going to do it for free, they should go do it at fucking MSG. Or wherever. Go do it in fucking Las Vegas. Go do it at Caesar's Palace or something. Not the fucking White House lawn. And what's so cruel about it is that it's on the lawn. Right? Like, it's just barely out of the reach of some people. It's like, oh, you can barely see it. If you just squint through the fence, you can almost make out the Cheeto in chief sleeping while Paramount profits. Paid for by Carl's Jr. We live in the literal idiocracy timeline.
We have.
It's not even just a very vague comparison anymore. Like it's full. It's fully here. How are you gonna gatekeep America? Huh? I'd like to know. Like, this is perverse. I cannot focus on this anymore. I can't focus on the Iran situation. They're having a supposed celebration of America's 250th birthday, which they claim is such an amazing historic achievement. And the way we do that is by keeping out the pores. If you can't afford or don't want to have a Paramount membership, maybe you disagree with the business practices of Larry Ellison. Nope, sorry, you can't watch. You can't celebrate America. You have to be a dues-paying member of the cult. You have to funnel money to one of the billionaire supporters of the president. That's the only way you can celebrate America. Now, of course, thankfully, it's not actually on America's birthday. It's on Trump's birthday. But wow. Because they're trying to pretend like it's America's birthday right now. Like, this is all for America's birthday. Oh, America. Enjoy. Enjoy, America. The greatness.
Just in, new reports that the U.S. military says it is investigating whether Iran is responsible for a U.S. Apache helicopter that went down near the Strait of Hormuz. This brand new reporting from Barak Reed of Axios also says that there was a dramatic hours-long search before the crew was found and rescued from the water. Also, Israel's military today launched new attacks in southern Lebanon. Both Iran and President Trump have warned Israel against continuing the offensive there. Let's get right to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House for the latest on all of this. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, John. Yeah, I'm going to start with what we know about this Apache helicopter. There was a statement out from CENTCOM this morning saying that at 7:33 p.m. yesterday on June 8th, 2 crew members from that U.S. Army, it was an AH-64 Apache, were rescued by American forces after their helicopter went down near the coast of Oman. CENTCOM.
That's the official Central Command Twitter account. Confirming the rescue of those 2 crew members. All right. Been a busy week. Oh, the UFC 250 thing is really bugging me right now. I can't believe they are doing this. They have no shame. They have no fucking shame. They know no bounds. Oh, wow. Well, later in the week, I think Wednesday, the United States struck Qasem Island in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran, launching retaliatory strikes shortly after.
Iran says it launched strikes on U.S. assets in the Middle East, including an American base in Jordan. This follows U.S. retaliation for the downing of an Apache helicopter. Iran also targeting the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Video geolocated by CNN does appear to show a flash coming from the area of a U.S. naval facility there. Both Bahrain and Kuwait say they intercepted a number of Iranian strikes. The president told Fox News he's getting close to ordering new strikes on Iranian bridges and power plants because negotiations have been so slow. And
Yes, that's right. That's right. Also, also on Wednesday, Trump was threatening power plant and bridge day again. Iran's military is a complete and total mess. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They've been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is all caps dead. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them, but now they will have to pay the price. President Donald J. Trump. Very sleepy.
I'm staying in the race.
Yeah. He's a real crazy person. You like money? Weird. Okay. I mean, to what end? Right? To what purpose? I mean, money is just... a vehicle of getting things in a capitalist society, so... I feel like you mean you like other things, but maybe you just like having money. I don't know. It's a quote from Idiocracy. Oh, yeah. Dak Shepard. Dak Shepard. The, what do you call it? Supporting idiot in that movie.
We're negotiating now, and they want to make a very good deal. I think we are winning that battle, but you're really going to win it over the next 2 weeks when we declare total victory. It'll be a total victory.
It seems that the only person who really talking about a deal is Trump, and he seems desperate for one, and the Iranians are...
He does seem desperate for one, doesn't he? All right, no, we don't need to, we know this. I just wanted that one clip. Look, it'll be like 1 or 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. It'll be a victory, total victory. I will declare it. He has no idea what the fuck he's doing. Just a complete lunatic. Behaving erratically, irrationally, endangering the international community and economy, while simultaneously spending $2 billion a day. Yeah, Wednesday, the U.S. military disabled merchant vessels allegedly trying to transport oil from Iran. Here's the AP with a clip. Yeah. Disabled is sort of a fairly neutral sounding word. We attacked a merchant vessel in the Strait of Hormuz with missiles. Or, I guess it kind of looked like a torpedo. Hard to tell. Some kind of weaponry, though. We didn't just say, hey, stop that. Nope, we kind of blew it up a little bit. And after the United States did that, 3 Indian crew members who were likely aboard that ship were declared missing later that day off of the coast of Oman. Here's France 24.
Okay, talking of escalation, we've had this strike reported on an Indian tanker coming out of a sanctioned Iranian port, sanctioned by the US, of course, and Indian sailors missing at sea. The US ambassador has been summoned in Delhi. Is this...
So, yeah, the United States attacked an Indian vessel. I mean, it's insane. It is shocking that we're not talking about this. India's an ally of the United States, and we blasted a fucking tanker. And India is desperate for oil. I mean, they have not been getting enough, and there's been conflicting fucking messages on all this shit. And for us to just blast it, potentially killing 3 individuals, it's beyond me. The fact that this isn't like the story of the week. United States attacks India. I mean, granted, it wasn't a military boat. It's still an Indian vessel.
Shape of days to come, do you think, with more incidents like this, which is going to create more and more tension and, as you've just been saying, more and more escalation?
Well, look, this situation is something that I'm actually surprised hasn't happened before, because when the United States decided to put in a naval blockade, that was where they were willing to go in the end, is if you try to go through our naval blockade, we will stop you by any means. And what they have done, and U.S. Central Command has now confirmed that it was the United States who hit that tanker, is they actually fired on the tanker because they say the tanker was trying to violate the blockade. They said that the crew repeatedly failed to comply with direction from U.S. forces.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. We may have just killed 3 Indian nationals in international water for trying to bring oil to their home. Allies. The fact that it's come to this level is truly disturbing. Everybody should be fucking disturbed by the situation. That is not good. None of this stuff is good. But, I mean, it's just continuing to escalate in ways that are dramatically... I mean, and she's right. What's her name? She has a great name. I can't think of it right now. It's just disturbing. Well, she's right though. It's perhaps not surprising that it's happened, but it is disturbing. Boy, oh boy, it's been a fucked up week. The clip is loud. Let's go here. Let's go to Democracy Now! And talk about the prospects of peace. This is from Wednesday this week.
This morning, President Trump posted on Truth Social that Iran has taken too long to negotiate a ceasefire deal and will now have to, quote unquote, pay the price. This comes as the U.S. military said it had completed strikes against Iran that were reportedly in response to the downing of a U.S. Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian state media is reporting around 20,000 Iranians have lost access to drinking water after 2 reservoirs were reportedly hit by U.S. strikes. 2 U.S. officials told CNN the Apache helicopter was brought down by an Iranian drone and said it was unclear whether the helicopter was intentionally targeted. An Apache helicopter costs between $52 and over $100 million, while an Iranian Shahed drone costs roughly $35,000. Iran said it launched retaliatory strikes on U.S. targets in the region. This morning, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said they had carried out missile and drone attacks on U.S. military bases in Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. This is Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian.
We must get out of the...
I just want to do some math here for everybody. For the cost of one of those helicopters, you could have 10,000 Shahed drones at the cost of $10,000 a piece. That's $100 million right there. One to 10,000. That's not a great ratio for the United States.
No war, no peace state. War certainly not in the country's interest. But if they think that by violating our dignity, our territory, and our homeland, we will surrender or back down, then let them only dream about it. This is not something that we will back down from.
The social media post made by President Trump this morning said, quote, Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead, in all caps. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price, unquote. For more, we go to the Iranian capital, Tehran, where we're joined by Mohammad Eslami, research fellow at the University of Tehran. His latest piece he co-authored for Responsible Statecraft. It's headlined, The Persian Gulf is Blowing Up. These 3 obstacles explain why. Mohammed, thanks so much for being with us. If you could explain why, but start off by responding to President Trump, saying Iran will now pay the price after saying that they were days away, the U.S. and Iran, from reaching an agreement, which he has said dozens and dozens of times before.
First of all, thank you so much for having me, Amy. I should say that this war, which is a war of choice, a collaboration between Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, is based on a series of miscalculation regarding the Iranian people, Iranian political system, Iranian economy and resilience, and also the role of the Americans in the regional order around the Persian Gulf. Right now, Donald Trump is threatening Iranians while he didn't achieve none of his declared objectives during the war. The Iranian political system is intact. The Iranian nuclear program, which has lots of capabilities according to NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty, is continuing. the Iranian stockpile is in the hand of the Iranians. It is about 100 days that the Iranians closed the Strait of Hormuz, and the US naval blockade cannot and couldn't open the Strait of Hormuz. And right now, Donald Trump is threatening again to bomb Iran. It is not the way that he can proceed. Right now, there are three challenges that they faced during the negotiations between Iranian and Americans. First of all, Donald Trump is thinking about face saving in a war he cannot win.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Trump is trying to save face in a war that he can't win. But there is no safe corner for him to retreat to. That's part of the problem right now. And everywhere he turns, he backs into some perceived loss, right? And, you know, like, that's what happens when you get into a fucking war without any real concept of how you're gonna win it. Like, obviously, I don't think this war should have ever started, but, like, it was done in a fucking completely incompetent manner, on top of the fact it should never have been done. Being waged by incompetent idiots and a maniacal, deranged, sundowning sociopath with, you know, like, struggling with probably at this point, like, object permanence, the English language, and the concept of how you wrangle yourself onto the fucking toilet, let alone how you win this war. He was sold a bill of goods. You assume somebody told him he should do this. Who it was, speculations all over the place, of course, but most people agree is probably Benjamin Netanyahu. Speaking of Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel staying very busy this week. Doing more strikes, this time in the supposed south of Lebanon, killing over a dozen people on Wednesday.
Very much for being with us. In Lebanon, the war between Israel and the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah continues. Israeli airstrikes and drone attacks have killed at least 13 people this Wednesday, while Hezbollah claimed fresh hits against Israeli troops in the south. Meanwhile, the UN Human Rights Chief said he would send a team of investigators to Lebanon to assess potential violations of international law. We also have word that a French soldier deployed to Lebanon as a combat instructor has been killed, hit by an accidental gunshot during a training exercise. Florian Gillet.
You're not having deja vu. This is a different strike than the other strike that caused Iran to strike Israel earlier in the week, happening only 2 days later. They really do think they can just do anything. If they just like wait another 24 hours, they can go right back to doing the genocide and the ethnic cleansings and whatever else, whatever war they want to do, whatever international law they want to break. They just gotta wait another day. That's the lesson Israel seems to be learning throughout all of this. I just hope that the attention is focused somewhere else. And honestly, they got help from Donald Trump, who is the most chaotic president the United States ever had. In fact, 2.0 is somehow more chaotic than 1.0, I must say. And that's giving Israel cover when you think about it. Trump's chaotic nature gives people a lot less time to unpack all the crimes Israel's doing. Breaking Point's tried to do that this week.
So we did want to get to this extraordinarily disturbing story emerging out of Israeli occupied territories. If we can, you may recall that recently a 7-month-old baby was killed by IDF soldiers. And actually, let's start with, so that people have the IDF's context, let's start with their statement. That would be A8, because then we now have video of what actually happened. So here's what the IDF had said on June 5th. Earlier today, during operational activity in the area of Hebron, IDF soldiers perceived a vehicle accelerating toward them. Got that? An IDF soldier responded with single shots. We're inventing new phrases here. Single shots. Toward the vehicle. As a result, 3 Palestinians were injured and evacuated for medical treatment. Strongly suggests that the Israeli soldiers had something to do with this evacuation, by the way. An initial inquiry is an interesting word, found that those injured were uninvolved civilians. The incident is under review, and the findings will be submitted for review by the relevant authorities. The last line is how you know when you're reading these statements that something very dark happened. The IDF expresses deep sorrow for any harm caused to uninvolved individuals.
Yeah, but as always,
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity. It's science.
It's science.
So there you see the car that was, quote unquote, perceived to be accelerating toward them. It's nowhere near them. When you see the soldier open fire on it.
Christ.
And there you can see the father holding his murdered son in the street.
They need to be stopped. These crimes need to be put to an end. We can't be fucking seeing this every day, day in, day out. All of this stuff just... I feel like we need to both simultaneously turn the clock backwards and forwards. Like, we need to make massive progress and somehow, like, turn back time on a number of things. It's fucking terrible. Now, yesterday, Thursday morning, U.S. bases faced the second round of retaliatory Iranian strikes for actions taken by the U.S. military earlier in the week. Actually, I think it was a combination of things. I mean, which thing is it? Is it for the second attack in Lebanon by Israel? The attack on the fucking Indian tanker? And it just, you know, like the violation of, I mean, you know, like which thing? U.S. and Israel just keep violating our own ceasefires.
For the second straight night, the U.S. and Iran have traded new strikes, and President Trump is warning that if Iran does not agree to a deal by today, the U.S. will, quote, bomb the expletive out of them. U.S. Central Command now says it completed the second wave of strikes on Iran, hitting surveillance capabilities, communication systems, and air defense sites. Iran calls that a blatant violation of the ceasefire and hit back, targeting U.S. bases in the region. U.S. allies like Bahrain and Kuwait activated their air defenses. Jordan says it intercepted 20 missiles launched by Iran. Iran is also claiming this morning the Strait of Hormuz is now closed to all vessels, quote, until further notice. CENTCOM is disputing that, saying that commercial ships are still moving through, though we know that the strait has been largely paralyzed. Despite all of this, a diplomatic source tells CNN that talks between Washington and Tehran are still on track.
So this is a day after CENTCOM released footage of them blowing up a fucking merchant vessel, saying, actually, the strait's open, dude. It's like the bully punching the smaller kid in the face over and over again and saying, stop hitting yourself. What are you talking about? No, it's you doing that. I'm not doing that. Huh? Even though they claimed responsibility for the strike on that boat. They're like, what? No. Strait is still open. Still good. Still perfectly good. Everything's fine. It's weird. You know, I would be much happier at this point with just a little bit of honesty. You know, like just stop lying to us. Like stop pretending that we're not at war. Just say we're at war. Just admit it. Just admit we're at war. And that we're really not even pursuing a ceasefire all that hard. Because we're not budging on any of the points in the deal that are deal breakers, or that have been deal breakers for the last 3 months. Right? Like we're still coming to Iran with the same complaints about the deal. And Iran is coming to us with vice versa with their same complaints. But if we want to end this thing, which Trump seems to want, and which I think most people want, they gotta make concessions. But they can't do that because Trump doesn't want to appear weak and like he's lost. But he has lost, and he can't win this war. We're spending like 10,000 to 1. One Apache helicopter costs 10,000 Shahed drones. We can't win the war. It's unwinnable. Oh, it's terrible. You don't know how people can just be so complacent about all this? A lot of complacent. Honestly, I think it's easier, just to some degree, to be complacent, right? To look away from the terrible than to look at it. I think it takes some amount of bravery for people to confront this kind of stuff. Because I think it brings up stuff for all of us, right? Like we all experience these things differently to some degree, right? Although I think there are some universal human experiences probably. But like, you know what I mean? Like we all like have different, cultural frameworks, life experience and other things we perceive all of these fucking things that we're going through. I mean, this is the week. Everything we just went through has been just like 1 week. There wasn't a single video in here aside from one. There was one video. It was about climate change. One of the long-term trends we've been. I mean that like this is all literally just from Sunday till today. Fucked up week. And it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. I don't have any ideas. Well, I mean, I do have ideas, but nobody's listening to me. I don't have any ideas on how to get people to listen to me to get them to stop doing what they're doing. Like how to get Trump to accept that we've lost. Or how to get people to accept that climate change exists. Or that, Northern Ireland has a fucking pogrom problem on its hands, or that we got an Epstein cover-up situation on our hands. Actually, that's the one thing that we seem to be the most in agreement on as a nation and as a planet. We have an Epstein cover-up problem. That much we can all agree on. Most bipartisan issue 2026. All right, now in the last 24 hours, there's been a number of different little tidbits coming out Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that Israel was not part of this deal that the United States and Iran supposedly have come to, or memorandum of understanding. Whatever you'd like to call it.
Precision of language, please. You're listening to President Trump taking a series of questions in the Oval Office on a range of different topics. The biggest headline related to Iran, we'll get to that in one moment. We do want to just note one thing. President Trump saying that he won Minnesota 3 times. In fact, he lost 3 times. Let's get to the biggest headlines on Iran, though. President Trump saying there may be a deal that gets finished as soon as this weekend. He was asked whether the Supreme Leader...
I think Kristen should start every segment now with that. That shit is fucking hilarious. Like I don't know if everybody understands why she started this off with, because the last time her and Trump had that interview in the rainy barn, he was yelling at her about the elections and how they were stolen, and she asked him for evidence and he wouldn't do that. I think that she should start every single segment off with Donald Trump claims that the election was stolen, but he has no evidence for that claim. Get him, Kristen.
Has signed off on the deal. He said he believes the answer is yes. He was pressed on why is this time different. He's expressed optimism that he perhaps has a deal in the past. President Trump saying because they've taken a pounding. He describes it as a memorandum of understanding, saying it's a little conceptual, wouldn't give a deadline on when the fine print needs to be worked out in terms of how specifically the nuclear enrichment program would be dismantled and the nuclear material would be removed. He also was asked about his statement previously this week saying that he believed Iran might be tapping the U.S. along. Why does he think that they're being sincere now? He says because there is lots of enthusiasm to get a deal done. He was asked about a range of different topics, but
like, I'm not gonna lie, the rainy barn interview, I gained a lot of respect for Kristen Welker. I've had issues with her reporting in the past, but if we don't have enough people in the mainstream media who are just willing to call lies. And honestly, I really do think she should stick with that. That should be her opening line every single segment. Donald Trump is a fucking liar who lied about the 2020 election and the California election. He lies a lot about a lot of things. Got no evidence for most of his claims.
Stay right there and bring in our team of reporters. Joining me now, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Richard Engel is in Jerusalem. And also with me, senior national security correspondent Courtney Kuby and business and data reporter Brian Chung. Gabe, let me start with you at the White House. What exactly do you know about this deal that President Trump is touting? He says could be done this weekend, says he could sign it potentially when he goes to the G7 summit in Europe.
Well, certainly there are a lot of questions that we're asking right now, Kristen, of White House officials to get the exact details here. You laid it out, this so-called memorandum of understanding, and he said that it could be signed this week. And he also suggested it might be Vice President J.D. Vance that goes ahead and signs this because he can't be there, although he did say that the timing is very fluid. Of course, this weekend there's the UFC fight scheduled here at the White House. You may be able to hear the sound check.
It's fucking insane. You mean the pay-per-view UFC event? The Trump's birthday party? I mean, wow. Just wow. Anyways, yeah, Trump touting this memorandum of understanding with Iran, claiming they're not going to have a... oh, God. Claiming they're not going to have a nuclear weapon and all sorts of other shit. Which, if I recall correctly, Iran came out and... am I getting ahead of myself right now? Oh, right. Yeah. We'll get to that. But Iran eventually did come out and eventually, almost immediately, if not sooner...
Immediately, if not sooner.
Said that no final decision had been made on any deal with the United States, regarding nuclear or anything of any consequence. Why is he outside with the music playing? It is fucking stupid. And it's making me angrier and angrier by the second. I'm furious. Like, that we have been told this is an America's birthday. We've been sold this is a goddamn America's birthday. That Trump is ruining the White House grass to make America great again. Right? If that even if that's a sentence that even makes sense. But and to celebrate the great legacy of America. But then they're gonna fucking paywall it? How? How can anybody let him get away with that? What? It should be free. It should be free. Freedom! It's on taxpayer-funded space. You can't do that. You can't fucking do this shit. This is ridiculous. Makes me so mad. I'm fine. It just triggered me. Now, Donald Trump reiterated his insistence that this deal would be done any day now. Very soon, 2-3 days.
Tonight, the sudden reversal. Just hours before another round of U.S. airstrikes was set to begin against Iran, President Trump canceling the attack, insisting a deal is within reach.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a...
Like, I'm just losing it. Like, I really am. Every time I hear him say it, I just lose it a little bit more. Like, how many times has he said this now? How many times? We need a montage. Like, at this point, like, I need to go back through my videos and see what I can drum up and see how many times I can find Trump, like, saying or tweeting that we have a deal, or a deal is close, or the war is almost over, or there is no war. I don't know. Like, we need a montage of all of them, because it's been dozens of times now, maybe hundreds. I've lost count at this point, but it is so many times that now when I hear him say it, I'm like, bullshit. Yeah, right. There's a deal. Like, I have zero faith in that claim. I've heard it too many times. You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 176 times.
Come on! There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Wait, there is a montage? MR played one yesterday? Shut up. No, don't do that. Don't do that, you piece of shit. How dare you? Is there, though? How many times has Trump said 2-3 weeks? Just ever, like, in history, or in regards to the Iran war? Because those are two very different questions. He said 2 or 3 weeks in his life. I assume like 2 or 3 million times, right? In the last 3 months, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. I don't know. It's bigger, more than anybody's ever done before. And everybody's saying it. Like, I mean, what does anybody expect at this point out of me? Like, I'm actually paying attention to this shit. And he has made this claim so many fucking times in the last 3 months that my brain is broken. Well, if you've got the clip, post it in the Discord, okay? If you have the fucking thing from the clip, post in the Discord, you know, at me. Whoa. All right, let's go. Ah, yes. Here. Reuters. You remember that thing I was saying? How Iran was like, hold on. Well, here's that.
They want to sign it as much as I do or more.
President Donald Trump on Thursday said the United States and Iran could sign a peace deal as soon as this weekend that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran says no final decision has been made. Iranian media reported Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghaei as saying that large parts of the text under negotiation have been finalized.
You know what I've realized at this point? Like, and it actually speaks to just how incompetent and mush-brained Donald Trump truly is. I believe he wants a ceasefire. I believe Benjamin Netanyahu does not. I actually don't think Trump cares. And he's going to try and get the ceasefire however he can. Here's the problem for him and for everyone. He is too fucking stupid to keep his fucking mouth shut. Like, because he is so frantic and deluded, right? Like, it's a combination of those two things. Like, I know people who have, like, or, like, seeing people go through some of this dementia stuff, and they can kind of have a lot of confidence, or at least outward-facing confidence, when you know that they are not 100%. Like, they are saying stuff that's just, you know, like, doesn't make sense, but they're confident about it. And like, that's Trump, and he's got his own social media platform, and he is trying to litigate this, navigate this negotiation, the pre-negotiation. Let's not forget that this isn't even the actual negotiation. This is the framework of the deal. This is the concept of the plan, and Trump keeps fucking scuttling it over and over again. A deal that he himself wants, because he can't keep his goddamn fingers off the keyboard. Because he can't stop himself from just truthing that one last, I gotta tweet that last truth on Tro Essential. I think I just nailed it. I think that's where we're at this point. That's not good. That's not good. Because who can prevent Trump from tweeting? That's his number one activity. It's impossible. You can't do that. How are you ever going to prevent that? You can't. You can't do it. This is why this is going to be a real forever war. Until we get ourselves a new president, this is just going to keep going in a quixotic circle of doom. Oh God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
This is so depressing. He sucks so bad. Oh God! If what I just said is true, and you know it, you know that deep down inside, I'm probably right. There's probably been moments where we could have gotten to Pakistan again for more peace talks, and Trump probably like ruined it by like posting some like unhinged shit on True Social. which forced the IRGC to say, actually, no, we're not doing that, and go fuck yourself. Oh. I mean, we've been hearing these reports about people having to go and back channel, like at the State Department, having to back channel with the IRGC and with Iranian representatives saying, look, Trump is just saying a lot of stuff. He doesn't know what he's saying. Like, he's not even the final negotiator. Like, oh, it all feels like it really is true. He just can't, he really just can't. He can't help himself. He's got some sort of a tick.
Though Tehran would not budge on core demands. Speaking at the White House, Trump told reporters,
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents. We should.
It's a perfect agreement. Everybody's saying it. We can't even agree to the concept of the plan. Look at Doug Burgum and Howard Lutnick. Doug Burgum looks like he's constipated, and Howard Lutnick looks existential. Like, you see it? Like Doug's got to poop real bad, and Howard is questioning his existence right now. Oh, God. Woof. Well, let's try and discuss what's in this supposed U.S.-Iran memorandum of understanding the concept of the plan. CNN, 17 hours ago. Last clip on the Middle East before we move on to other things.
After saying there was a deal, President Trump is now lashing out at Iran. In a Truth Social post that appeared just a few moments ago, he called Tehran, and I'm quoting him now, dishonorable for what he's calling inaccurate descriptions of a proposed agreement. He also said they better get their act together and they better do so fast.
The terms that Iran leaked out to the fake news have nothing to do with the terms that were agreed to. In writing, what they said, including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal, bears no relation to the truth. Very dishonorable people to deal with. To them, there is no such thing as dealing in good faith. All caps. Amazing. Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against Indian ships leaving the Strait of Hormuz is, all caps, totally unacceptable. They better get their act together. And all caps, fast. President Donald Trump. Now, I'm not aware of any Iranian drone attacks on Indian ships. The only ones I know of are the CENTCOM confirmed attacks on that one Indian ship. I don't think he knows what he's saying. I really don't think he knows what he's saying.
Let's go to CNN's Kristen Holmes over at the White House. Kristen, what else is the president saying this morning? It's all very dramatic.
Yeah, and Wolf, we're going to get to what he's saying in a second, but I do want to explain how we got here and what it is that he is referring to, because we had gotten a readout of this memorandum.
You know what? That's a really good point, Smooth Bandito. I've sort of glossed over that fact. Maybe just hold off. We'll go back to Wolf. But you make a good point. He didn't even appreciate our attention to this matter. That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Here we are, reading this thing, and our time isn't appreciated? What next? We're going to have to pay to read these? I mean, come on.
This is ridiculous.
here what it is that he is referring to, because we had gotten a readout.
wait. Thank
Memorandum.
you. Please go back, because it's exactly what I was saying.
Very dramatic.
Yeah, and we're going to get to what he's saying in a second, but I do want to explain how we got here, what it is that he is referring to, because we had gotten a readout of this memorandum of understanding from a diplomat who had been briefed on what was in this document, and some of the key points were this: that it would be a 60-day ceasefire that would include everything, Lebanon included, that the Strait of Hormuz would be opened immediately, and that pre-war levels of traffic would begin again within 30 days, that the U.S. blockade of ports and some Iranian sanctions would all open up as part of this deal, and that it satisfies all the U.S. requirements on the nuclear issue. So that is what we had been reporting. Then we had Iran come out.
Before we talk about Iran's response, I'd like to unpack some of this first. I could have sworn she was going to mention the claim about the attack on Indian ships, because it was Indian ships that were buying Iranian oil, that were paying to go through the strait, that were getting attacked by U.S. military, and it's just weird that he's either too fucking deluded, insane, or whatever. I don't even know what the word is. Like, he just like, look here. Like, just listen to the two titles of these. Like, I have two different clips. One from the Associated Press from 2 days ago that says U.S. military disables merchant vessel trying to transport oil from Iran. And then from yesterday, Forbes breaking news, watch. CENTCOM launches strike on ship violating Hormuz blockade as war reignites. Like, I mean, they posted to the official Twitter account, but Trump's like, and very nasty Iran attacking Indian ships. Like, what, you just live. How is he not 25th Amendment yet? This guy is worse than Sleepy Joe. This guy is fucking dramatically worse than Sleepy Joe somehow. And like, he has no idea where he is and what's going on, and he thinks that it's like Iran doing this thing and that. I mean, I feel like I'm losing my mind, having to like try and make sense of it on a daily basis. You know what I mean? Like, like trying to pull together how I perceive this week as having gone, right? Like, it's a clusterfuck. I went into the weekend having no idea what the hell was going to happen to tomorrow, the next day, next week. But what the hell satisfies all U.S. requirements on the goddamn nuclear issue? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. The dust? It's so vague. It could be anything. It could just be like, look, give us a phone call once a month and say you haven't done anything with the nuclear dust, and we'll call it good. Because we don't know what the requirements are. I mean, we've heard all sorts of stuff. Trump wants all the dust, as he continues to call it. But how we get the dust is still very unclear. Even Trump has not been, it's been fairly vague about that issue. I just, what does that mean? 60-day ceasefire, too. Like, what was it? We're going to go back to doing this? What's the point of that? Why? Like, why 60 days? Why do we want to go back to this nonsense? We want to go back to go back to spending $2 billion a day and ruining the global economy? Really? Got nothing better to do? Like healthcare, or universal pre-K, or public transportation, infrastructure? I don't know. I'm just coming up with ideas. Housing, energy crisis.
So that is what we had been reporting. Then we had Iran come out, state media, and give their version of the deal, which looks significantly different. And there are a couple of points in there that are likely to make President Trump angry. One of them, they would not commit to ceding control over the Strait of Hormuz. And the other is that frozen funds, these frozen assets that have been a point of contention for President Trump, they say, Iranian state media, and of course, keep in mind the source here, that the agreement would demand the release of $24 billion in those frozen funds. So now you have President Trump reacting to this, essentially saying that the terms that Iran leaked to the fake news media have...
You already read this. You already read this fucking nonsense. Read the president's truth. Yeah, the president's truth is gross. She could have looked at by a doctor.
You have a mental health problem.
Well, that's how we left things going into the weekend, it would seem. And those 17 hours ago. What was that, like 7 p.m.? No. Wow. Crazy week. There's Iran. I guess we'll do Asia, and then we'll call it 9 hours? 9 hours. 9 hours to cover this week. That's your weekending report. Almost. It's almost. I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't done it. Knock on wood. Anything could happen between now and the end of the stream. All right. To Taiwan, where on Tuesday, the government of Taiwan held military beach drills that simulated a Chinese water invasion. Go web go. Well, I'm glad people are feeling peaceful. Let's not forget that the war in Ukraine, we skipped that today for time's sake. As well as Albania and parts of the Caribbean and South America. I had to make some sacrifices. I had to focus in. We'll cover all that shit tomorrow. We did make huge progress, though. Fucking 130 videos. I mean, I don't know exactly how many I skipped. I didn't skip that many. Alright, to North Korea now, where Kim Jong-un and Xi Jinping met. I think it's been a while. I can't remember exactly how long it had been since the Chinese president visited North Korea, but I think it had been a number of years. I can't remember, like I said, I can't remember exactly how long, but this was a somewhat momentous event, met with fanfare in North Korea.
김정은 동지께서 습근평 동지와 감격적인 상봉을 하셨습니다. 뜻깊은 상봉에 이어 습근평 동지와 9개월 만에 평양에서 다시 만나게 된 기쁨을 조선노동당 중앙위원회 정치국 상무위원회 위원이며 조선민주주의인민공화국 국무위원회 부위원장이며 내각 총리인 박혜성 동지, 조선노동당 중앙위원회 정치국 상무위원회 위원이며 당 중앙위원회 비서인 리일환 동지와 김성남 동지, 조선민주주의인민 세대를 이어 자기 본태를 꿋꿋이 지켜온 조중.
Well, there you go. As promised, fanfare, flags, waving throngs of North Koreans greeting the Chinese President Xi Jinping. I still can't figure out the last time that he visited the DPRK. Yeah, 6 years, I think. 2019? 7. I figured it out. Nearly a decade since the leader of China visited his ally to the east. Second to last clip to hopeful Beijing residents on this meeting between leaders.
배경으로 기념 촬영을 하셨습니다.
China's Xi Jinping and North Korea's Kim Jong-un agreed to boost ties in politics, economy, and much more.
박유 동지.
Beijing residents voiced cautious optimism.
I feel that relations between China and North Korea are definitely strong because there are so many historical ties and stories between the two countries. And we have always been on the same path. So in my heart, I feel like we've always been together. Personally, I think the relationship will only get better.
I hope the two countries can continue to get along in a friendly way.
Well, there you go. Some people trying to strengthen bonds. Other people prepared for and or engaged in active conflict. Some people doing both, technically. Final clip. A very strange mystery that washed up on a beach. Gargantuan in size, but seemingly Chinese in origin.
China.
Here's NHK World Japan from yesterday. A 300-ton hose has washed ashore in the Ishikawa prefecture. It stretches 150 meters and is 2 meters across at its widest point. A Chinese company's name is on it, but the owner remains a mystery. I can't believe something just drifted in. It's enormous. Removal work is set to begin on June 15th. The cost is estimated to be over $300,000. Good God. The thing is freaking enormous. Recycle it, yeah. But where did it come from and why? A pipeline of such size? I mean, look, it's taller than a man. What was it for? And why is it just floating onto beaches? These are questions. one asks. Weird week. Weird week, Space Fams. To say the least about it. To say more about it, utterly disturbing week from hell. One which was somehow worse than the previous, perhaps worse than the one before that, and the one before that, and some number before that. I don't know exactly how far back that stretches. At some point that gets broken, I think. But suffice to say, we can never just accept that any terrible week is truly the very worst a week can get. All right, that's incredibly depressing. I'm sorry. Don't worry, Space Fams. Thankfully, we can continue to congregate here and talk about this sort of news on difficult weeks such as the one we just experienced. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothox, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brady, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Up, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Willie Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Now, here's just a reminder, friendly in nature. If you've become a Galactic patron and your name doesn't appear here, but you'd like it to, I'll make sure that you've responded to the Galactic questionnaire. Otherwise, it probably won't.